Right. Okay, dokes. Let's see if we're going live here. It's been a while. I was tired. Let's see. Right. Let's go. Okay, dokes. Are we good? Right. Good evening, chap. Shalom. Give me an F. Can we hear me okay? New machines, new configurations. Woohoo. Okay, looks like we're live. Hey, Shalom. Jordan, nice to see you, my man. Good evening. I wasn't expecting to stream for a while. I wanted to be very busy and had some health issues and all sorts of stuff, but the last week has been something else, and I'm not even sure where we begin. So I thought what I was going to do this evening, it's sort of a bit of a different stream, is I'd like to speak to people from Israel, particularly my good friend Mossad is going to come on very shortly. I think a lot of you have been badgering me for the last 6 days to weigh in on Israel. So here we go. Hey, I'm a Zionist, if you haven't guessed that. Where do I even begin? It's very difficult. So we can take a sweeping, overarching worldview of the affair. So let's take my religious hat off for a second. Let's pretend I was a materialist, an atheist, a liberal. Universe is 14 billion years old, around 5 billion years, 4.8. The Earth crystallizes, race through about 7 million years. This is my atheist hat. We are genetically separate from our closest ancestors, coming down from the trees, keep racing through, and the most interesting event probably is then the Cambrian explosion about 750 million years ago, when most of the world's species were eradicated. And around 10 to 12,000 years ago, we get the equivalent of the last ice age retreating, and then something special happens to us. We form our first civilization. Civilization, anthropological definition from university at school, is when we stopped gathering and hunting, and we stayed in a place, and we planted crops, and we grew food, and we stayed still. Since then, those civilizations have raced through. We were speaker people, all that kind of stuff. We was Hyperboreans. And what are the civilizations that have come and gone? 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, you're now looking at the Mesopotamians, the Incas. We're looking at Babylon, looking at Egypt. And we race through and we get to Greece and Rome. We get to the Ottomans, the Byzantines. All the empires have come and gone. And those civilizations, only 3 civilizations, super civilizations, remain standing. The Chinese civilization, the Indian civilization, and the Jewish civilization. Before everyone kicks off, good evening, Natsox. The Jews are not a race, the Jews are not a religion, and the Jews are not an ethnicity. The Jews are a civilization. And why am I coming about it this way? It's got a reason over here, is those 3 civilizations represent metaphysically 3 very distinct concepts. We start with the Indians, because it's easy. The Indians, the Hindus, in their ethnogenesis and their story, represent perfect panpsychism or paganism, and by which I mean they believe that everything about the universe that is spiritual is inside it. There's no externality in the sense of a god, as we would think so. The Chinese civilization, in almost a Hegelian way, believe in the concurrent contradiction of the material and the immaterial in a perpetual dance. That civilization remains intact in all its forms. The third most important civilization is the Jewish civilization. It's about 3,300, correct me if I'm wrong, my boys, 3,331 or 2 years from today, that a covenant was made by he who created the universe with the Jewish people. And that covenant, that was the Jewish people, can be thought of as civilization descended from those that heard the covenant. I like the expression that Jewish women propagate the seed and Jewish men propagate the word. That Jewish civilization, unlike the other 2 great civilizations, have not had their land connected to their story. The Indians have never had to worry. The land people conquest come and gone. Alexander the Greek, the Mongols, everyone, and the Indians remain as their civilization where they are, as do the Chinese. But the Jewish people in the Exodus, until 1948, have not been connected to their land. And that changed, probably in the greatest prophetic event for those who believe in the book, happened in 1948, when the Jewish people finally returned to the land God gave them explicitly in Genesis, explicitly in the Torah. that this land was the land that was always their land. If I put back my atheist hat on, archaeological evidence, Proto-Hebrew tablets, the evidence is overwhelming that the Jewish people are connected to that land. Good stuff. So what's the problem over here? While those forces are going through and everything is revolving and the world is a strange place, something else has also been happening. The world has been accelerating towards, as we in the geek world know, hyperstitial territorialization, globalization, the coming of the transhuman age. And the Jewish civilization almost had its rebirth, for lack of a better word, in the formation of Israel. Rebirth in a sense that finally the people were home. Even though the Jews were scattered, they were home. And on the back of, without any doubt, the world's greatest act of evil, the world's greatest atrocity ever, the Shoah. In Berlin, I live, my missus and I like to walk. We've walked to Wannsee from where we are. We walked by Nazi villas. We walked to where they planned the genocide. When I walk down the streets, I'm reminded constantly, even in my street, of the Jewish families who were dragged out and butchered for being Jewish. And in that period, with no resistance, no wars, no fighting, the Jewish people still survived. Israel Chai. Jewish people still live. And they've replenished themselves since the Holocaust. Until last week, where something happened that was never in my life have I ever expected to see such a thing. I was political at a young age, quite a precocious kid. I read the broadsheets before I was 5. I was challenging the existence of God when I was 8. I was literally wrestling with God myself in my head, trying to work out how could God do this and how could God do that to these people, as I was learning from my father to be political, or at least to learn how to think about politics. And I saw South Africa, I saw Mandela, I saw Berlin in 1989, Thatcher spoke to us at our school in 82. I was in Central America, South America during the left-wing, right-wing fights. I've seen lots of conflicts. And never did I imagine that I would see a threat to the Jewish people in their homeland. And last week we had something that could only, at least at the minimum, be described as a pogrom, if not described as an act of evil at the same level as the Shoah. And we've all seen images, no doubt, some of them even I can't look at. An act of evil of unprecedented form against the Jewish people on a principle. If you look at it, there've all been arguments, no doubt, this week, racist, colonial, settler, apartheid. All these words being used are trivial words. The Jewish people are connected to the state of Israel before the Prophet Muhammad lived, before the settlers arrived from Arabia, before colonization occurred of the Levant by the British, by the French, by the Ottomans. They were still connected to their land. The ethnogenesis is clear. It predates Rome, it predates Greece. Yet the principle standing against it is that these people don't have this land. And last week we saw, we don't need to talk about what happened. So where do I stand on this? I believe as 2 words that really resonated with me is, God bless Prime Minister Bibi in these times, and Hashem guide him through this difficult period. 2 words resound: moral clarity. The Jewish people, if you imagine the civilizations, Genesis 12:3 says, and I will bless thee who bless those and curse you, those close to you, and you'll be cursed and blessed for the rest of the days of your life. The Indian people and the Indian civilization and the Chinese civilization have never either went out forming an empire that was proselytizing, and they have never fought with the Jewish people, God's chosen people, and they're still standing civilizations. The Jewish people dispersed around the world have had not fought, they've been oppressed and had to be beleaguered in battles everywhere until they came home. And in some strange sense, you got this idea of, here we stand in a position of moral clarity. So I caption this, my friends have helped me with my learning Hebrew. No negotiation with Hamas. There's no conversation to be had with Palestine, the concept, and there's no surrender to ISIS. I use those 3 words carefully because there are ISIS flags being pulled up by IDF soldiers. The idea that Hamas, ISIS, and Palestine are not connected is now non-negotiable. So what we have ahead of us is a moral choice for the world to choose, whether you choose the side of light or darkness. So if I bring on Mossad, what guides the Jewish people? I can't speak. The Jewish people will speak in ways I can't speak about what happened, but verses that really matter. Isaiah 42:6, where you will be a light unto all nations. And deep inside Judaism is the principle that Jews will be at the heart of the world. The Jews will be in the presence of everything where there is good and evil, where there's light and dark. And we can only pray and hope that what needs to be done will be done, and that it's done with light. So what I'm going to do is, because I don't want this to be about me, to be honest, I was willing to give this stream up to Mossad. What I'm going to do is a little bit of jiggly wigglies here. Bear with me, is get some invites over and hand it over to my man, who is not on Telegram. So I'm going to do a little bit of swappies, and we'll talk a little bit about. And I've invited people to come on. I'm going to control this. It's not going to be a usual kind of flame wars. I've asked some people hold deeply felt beliefs that are anti-Israel and anti-Jewish. I wish their voices to be heard. But today's different. This is a deferential moment. It's a referential moment to something that's quite pivotal. And I think if these things have to be done intelligently and in a correct fashion, then I'm sure Mossad and I think Jordan and other people might be jumping on. I'm more than happy. I will just play a kind of moderator role. Be happy to be able to handle such conversations. I myself have spent the last few days just arguing about the Samson hypothesis, game theory, moral equivalence, the one versus many problem. And the Senator Einat Wells said it very best. In all cases and in every case of every argumentation, they just only ever meant the Jews. So if you're up there and you believe the Jews have loads of immutable characteristics and are fundamentally evil, and the state of Israel is born in sin, now more than ever would be the time to make your case if you believe you can. So if you give me a second, let me just pop this stuff over to my good man Mossad or anyone else. I think I've tried to unlock Star Hopper, by the way, but apparently my zealous mods the last 3 years have had over 750 blocked IDs. So I will quietly work my way through the Star Hopper block list and get Star Hopper on unless they have a Google Alt. Mossad, if you check your DMs on Discord, we can kick it off from there. Let me know if that's working. I saw my voice and everything. I have really been a bit well. I really shouldn't be anywhere near the screen or streaming. But what I can say is, there's a time for light, a time for dark, and there's only a clear moral choice to stand with the Jewish people and stand with the state of Israel, to stand on the side of light, to stand on the side of truth. In fact, there's a Jewish concept, I don't want to butcher the Hebrew, but the equivalent that comes from Psalms of David, the idea that there is chesed, the idea that there is graciousness of love, kindness of giving, that is a fundamental, it's a Christian-derived concept too, that there's something that the light will beat the dark, and we'll have others who speak far more intelligently than me about this. Let me check. Mossad, have you got your link keys, my man? That's the wrong link. Oh yeah, of course it is, isn't it? Never let the guy near the machine, because he doesn't know what he's doing. Literally, it's been a very long day. I'm not sure about you chaps, but you probably have not been sleeping as much. I have had very disruptive sleep this week. A lot of people messaging, so let me just copy this, and then let's get this here. Right. That was good. Sweet. Give it a check, boss. And yeah, anyone else who wants to jump in, like I said, I'm going to keep it kind of control. I don't want this to do with versus Mossad wars. I want people to have either stories from Israel, positions from Israel, hopefully people talking to us from Israel, and people who wish to, I've sat and I've tried to be fair. My missus said, be fair. So I sat there and I suffered things like the Palestinian electronic intifada. On the note to the electronic intifada, you'll probably never see the stream, I hope. It's one thing to drag on bleating people, heart-wrenching things, and have hours of testimony of how the innocents that sit there in the Palestinian hospitals are just innocent, and 10 minutes later to see them cheering and jeering from the very same hospital firing rockets into Israel. So if people want to mount moral equivalence arguments about the innocents, we're more than happy to hear them. But much more importantly, my man Mossad. Hey, good evening, my brother.
Hello. It's hard to say good evening at the moment, but
I can understand. Are you good?
Everybody's on TV in Israel is having a hard time saying good morning and good evening. They're looking for new words. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I believe you also may have had some losses close to yourself. So I remembered you in my prayers. we can only hope that things keep on
So,
going.
before we start, release Starhopper.
I've just checked this 782. My mods in the last 2.5 years have been vigilant. 782. I've got to go through a list of 782 IDs. If you want to give us an update, Mosad, while you do that, I will start going through the list like a good chap. So,
Where do I start? I don't know where to start. I mean, you all know the news, right? I was hoping to maybe explain the background a bit and maybe address some of the things that I've seen people say. I've been listening to very wise men like Academic Agent and people like that, and who else? Destiny and what's his name? Hamas Spiker. Do you know Hamas Spiker?
you mean the Turkish kid from LA who's doesn't want to mention
Yes.
the Armenian genocide, but has all sorts of views about the, in quotes, I don't call them
Yes.
the Arabs living in Israel. Right? Yeah, him. Yeah. So
Yeah, he's he. It turns out his father is a very wealthy man who's connected into the government. He's like CEO of a top 500 something company. I don't know. I didn't really catch exact details, but yeah, he's a very very spoiled child.
Well, my instinctive reaction, and I'm going to let you speak because obviously everyone wants me to unblock Starhopper as well. I believe that he should fight for the Intifada and the resistance. I think Hassan himself should immediately deploy himself into Gaza.
Yeah, well, I wanted to
How
dispel
do
a
we
few
do that?
things.
Just drop yourself into Gaza and have a pop, right? See how you do, right?
Uh, I wanted to I don't know. It's so many things. First, I want to say there's a problem, a big problem. The world has been subjected to they talk about the Zionists, the Zionists. That's part of the campaign. Part of the campaign is to make people talk about the Zionists, while other people are messing up your civilization, your ability to defend yourself, and ours. I mean, we are victims of the same forces, and we are just humans, just like you, and we, things work. So we have concepts. For example, the West Bank. The West Bank, it was renamed. Judea is the real name of the region. That's what everybody called it in until 1948. If you have a very, very, very old granddad or grandma, you can ask them, or you can check their old atlas. People used to have an atlas, which was maps of the world, and you see that region is called Judea. It was renamed so that Jews who come from Judea, that's literally the same word, Judea and Jews, could be disconnected from that region. And you fell for it. You cooperated with the biggest cultural appropriation of modern time. A real one, not someone wearing some t-shirt or hairstyle. Like, they literally took our land. They would be like, taking Ireland and calling it West England. And then when the Irish say, no, it's not Irish, they said, what do you mean? It's even called West England. Who are you?
Well, and
That's what they did.
wrong, isn't that particularly that the Romans also wanted to do that, to deliberately detach the Jewish people?
Yes.
Right?
Well,
And
I mean,
Philistine and Palestine was overlaid, if I understand my Jewish history right, just to make sure that the Jewish revolt didn't happen again, right? So that was a punishing act, right? It was literally detaching the name from that. Am I right? Mossad, as well, that in the 1920s and 30s, almost anyone who did identify with the name vernacular was Palestinian was actually Jewish, right?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So when the British came and they kind of reimposed the word Palestine, because that's what they called it. It wasn't anything mean. Everybody called it, in the Western sphere, called it Palestine. But in the Arab world, it was just one of many names that were used for the region. It was really part of Greater Syria. The Turkish had, I forget how they called it. They had their own divisions because they ruled it. It was the Ottoman Empire and so on. So it was never a single thing. And this is the second thing that I want people to know. I've said it before. There's no people, the Palestinian people. There are people there. They have rights. They're humans, just like me. But there's no nation like the Palestinians. Why? Because there are tribes who are disconnected, and the only thing that connects them is they hate Israel. And even that, not all of them.
All of these kind of different families from the
Yes.
grandchildren, even the notables, all the way down, are just the Arabs from Jordan, Egypt. If you do that, so a good analysis, we did it by tribe and last name and a plot in them all. And they were all
Yeah.
basically just the contiguous countries around Israel, right? They weren't.
Yes. So each city, when you talk to Palestinians or Arabs who are from this region, not Egyptians so much, okay, they're slightly different. Then they talk in terms of which town they came from, which village they came from, more than because that's really their identity. And Europeans know that they also were like this once. I mean, the British were divided, the Germans were divided, there were different tribes, there were different things, and the modern nation is the modern, right? It's a new thing. So it's not that unusual. They tried to create a nation. The first to do it were the Soviets. They did it as a way to fight the West, another way to, bother the West, like various communist groups in America, in South America, in Africa, all over the place, in India. I mean, we talked about this before. So they created them. Later on, and the world bought it. They literally bought the Soviet bluff, and this is why the left loves all this stuff, because the Soviet put out material that the socialists have incorporated into their understanding of the world, in which Israel is a colonial place. So, to make it simple, there's no way really to make a Palestinian nation. They will just fight amongst each other, just like we see in Syria, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Libya, in many other places in the Middle East, in Yemen. Almost all Middle Eastern countries, with a few exceptions, suffer from this problem. And there are reasons why, and I've explained it before, but that's what will happen in so-called Palestine. It's a problem. I don't have an exact solution for it, but it's important that people understand that we're not dealing with a single entity. They don't feel like, say, the Scottish feel that they are Scottish. It's a different thing. They use this Palestinian thing because it's a very powerful tool.
Yes.
But
would you say to me, Most, if you don't mind me interrupting, but would you say that this identity in many senses is a synthetic identity? Because I've traveled around a lot of countries in the Middle East, and they're fundamentally very tribal people. So if you go to India, for example, let me give you a great example of India, right? There's like 30 root languages. If someone meets you in India, let's say, hey, Mosa, let's say your last name was Smith. Say, what's your last name? They'll say, oh, my name is Smith. They'll say, oh, you're a Smith. That's the
yes,
granularity in India of tribalism. It's so rich that it's down to knowing what your family name has a meaning. And I found in the Middle East,
yes,
a lot of it was family names and subclans into tribes. So the coarse identity of the Treaty of Westphalia or the Western notion of nation does not even hold for the Middle East. They don't have a
yes,
national identity. They have a tribal familial identity. And as such, there's no such thing called the Palestine family or tribe, right? There's no such thing.
yes. Now, it's important. It's important not to exaggerate this. So it's not like there's nothing at all, but it's very, very loose, and it's more let's fight together. It's less a sense of we are the same people. That's why they don't intermarry between cities in so-called Palestine. They don't, and they will say, oh, it's because the Israelis block us. They never did it before we blocked them, and in fact, they're not really blocked. They are just, it's harder to move around, yes, but they're not blocked for moving around. So that's just
I guess another
false.
thing I also goes, my Frau is not really very political, but she's obviously been very deeply disturbed by this stuff, of course, being German and everything else, and just very, very upset by the responses she'd seen. And she was trying to say, well, but, trying to argue in good faith about the concern for these people and why all her, because in her entire culture is very, very progressive and left wing because of the nature of her work. And she's like, they're all standing with this. And she said, why do you mean they're hypocrites? And here's the point I try to make, and help me if I'm wrong, Mossad. I don't hear either the left wing or the Arab world coming out arguing for the rights of these Palestinian people when they're treated terribly in Jordan, when they're treated terribly and beaten in Egypt, when they're treated really badly in Lebanon, when they have no human rights and social justice of these same people. The left are silent, and so are the Muslims. They're just a
Totally. Yeah.
proxy to saying we don't really love the Palestinians. And I'll give you a great example. I was talking to one of these patriotic alternative types. if you look at the three people who are supporting them, loosely the three camps ideologically, they are the progressive communist materialists who refuse the ethnogenesis, refuse Israel as a state. They are white colonial settler apartheids. The far right are going there, and the irony of the far right are cheering on the Muslims, while on the other hand saying, let's get rid of the grooming gangs, right? They're sitting there chapping in the same way I think the Palestinians are proxy, not for pro, the people who are legitimate people, but basically it's just a thin veneer to be anti-Jewish. They just don't have the courage to come and say, we're not, where's the electronic intifada and all the left speaking about Arab violence in Arab lands? I don't hear them coming or making stream after stream of what's happening in Yemen, what's happening in any of these other nations. It's only when it's the Palestinians, which is a proxy for get the Jews, right? Am I missing that pattern? The same thing I see in the Arab land, right? No.
Yeah, absolutely. They use the Palestinians as a tool against the Jews, and to look, they don't want them because they're not sending the best. Okay, there's that as well. You know, not all Arab people are the same. Okay, and there's very big differences between them. You know, it may seem to a visitor that they're the same people, but if you stay for a few days, I'm sure you'll figure out there's different customs, different ways of thinking. If you are Kuwaiti or Palestinian or Lebanese or Egyptian, etc. I mean, it's just like the French are not the same as the Germans, right?
I spent quite a lot of time in Egypt, for example, and I love playing chess, and I like certain intellectual traditions in Egypt. And I've noticed just within Cairo and leaving Cairo, even if you go to Giza, and definitely go to a Sharm el Sheikh or Luxor, they're completely different people. They're Egyptians, but the Egyptians in Luxor and Sharm el Sheikh are nothing like the Egyptians in Cairo. The Egyptians in Cairo are snooty and they look down almost like a class divide, even though they're literally. So when you say Egyptian, it's really a broad term, right? These people within not individual divisions. Do you see what I mean? So this idea some other but I'll say what changed for me and really
Egypt is special though. Egypt is very special in the Arab world.
Their history. Egypt is hardly a difficult example. But even for example, I just after what happened last Saturday and what I've seen, I find it very difficult. First of all, I'm really amazed at the unity and the show of strength between the Jewish people across Israel, putting down their divides, feeding the troops. But I find it very hard. Maybe here's where you can really help me, because again, other people have been asking this, and I'm not qualified to speak on it. How can the Jewish people look these same people now in the eyes and say you can live 5 miles from me after what you did to our children? I think it's almost like it's now a fait accompli that has moved forward, right? I don't know how they're going to say. The other two people screaming to get on, E.P. Jordan, screaming to get on, have been like, how would you now live 3 miles or 5 miles from another person that you may have trusted, but now you go to the supermarket after you know what's happened? That must be a big challenge for any, right? For any, right?
What? There's a lot of noise.
Good evening. Welcome. Is it bad? Is the mic bad, guys?
It's not. Right. It's okay.
Two people from Israel.
Two Jews were taken over.
Yes.
In relation to what you were saying about why is it ignoring Yemen, and it was the same, I suppose, with Kashmir, and we can go on and on and on. It's hypocritical because I think it's because it was seen as Arab on Arab, and when it comes to Israel, it's looked at by the left as white on brown. So they're looking at the white oppressors on the brown people. Now,
racist, colonial, apartheid settlers. Basically, it's racism against white Jews, not Mizrahi Jews. They somehow think that Ashkenazi Jews represent all of Jewry and Israel. Right? It's racism against white Jews, isn't it? That's what it is.
Well, I mean, it's so subjective, isn't it? Because we've had this conversation. We're white to some people, but not to others. And Mossad, you don't think?
Well, there's a case of Ahwaz, which is they're subjugated by the Persians. They are Sunnis, and Keith Woods.
Yeah, Keith Woods. You know, Keith Woods. I've been laughing at
every time I hear that fucking name.
Yeah,
he's just
is being one. Let me address separate. So he's gathering all the anti-Semites in one place. That's fantastic, because I can assure you there are groups recording every single idea of them. So it's really nice. Thank you, Keith Woods. Gradually, we began to record them, Thank you for putting the anti-Semites into a single place where they can be recorded. Well done, Keith. Go Keith.
He's in the JQ business. It's a very lucrative business. He's not going to give up now.
That is actually true.
He is a businessman. He's a businessman. He's a very strange guy. And it's funny how these guys are subverted. I mean, it's unbelievable. They literally are made to hate their own people. They don't even understand.
I always say, if you went to a...
Go, mate.
Go on, Ralphie. Sorry.
I'm just going to say one quick thing before someone try and get the thing. I love the way Keith Woods always says, follow the money. And I'm like, yeah, follow the money you make of anti-Semitism, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Have you bought Foundations of Cope yet? It's the latest academic agent.
I haven't bought Ayatollahs of Doom yet, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I think you might want some opposition. I'm going to put the link in here, but I'm only going to let 2 or 3 people on, and I'm going to boot.
Yeah, we want opposition, don't we, Mossad?
Now I've got what I suggest is actually, instead of making it chaotic, actually have a list of complaints. Right? I've made a list of complaints that I've been hearing online. So I'm going to start.
Not a Jewish thing. Hey, Mossad.
Your wife's cooking?
Yeah. Listen, go on, Mossad.
Go, Mossad.
Happened with my mic. Can you still hear me?
Unfortunately, yes.
Something happened. Hold on, I'll connect again. Yeah, give me a minute.
You're going to come on and flame. You're going to be booted very, very quickly tonight. This is normally we have open blog spots. You can do what you like, but you come and you better have a pretty. If there's a Muslim, then that's fine. Is that a Muslim person?
Yeah. Salam alaikum, Imran.
Salam alaikum, Imran. Is that you?
Oh, hey, so I'm not actually a Muslim. That's just my name. I came to tell you about Israel. Remember, you made a pact with God, and you guys were idol worshippers. I remember a time, when Romans, right? The Romans, the Greeks, the Jews, and the Arabs were all idol worshippers. Who sent the messenger of God to you to destroy your idol worship? Where did it come from? Don't forget, when you made a pact with God, it was not for any reason. It wasn't for your tribe or anything. It was for the message of God to remove idol worship. And who were your allies that you were doing idol worship with? The Romans and the Greeks. Do you remember why?
Yeah, God absolutely. But would you believe that when Moses, I'm sure you'd be Musa.
I'm not Muslim. I told you I'm not Muslim.
Okay, great. So when Moses made a covenant with God, there was no more idol worship, right? The Jews have been monotheistic, right?
Then you should remember, okay, well, let's see what happened to Israel. Firstly, Abraham came, okay.
My friend, I'm going to just say a shout on my brother, Jordan. Congratulations. I'm going to step away for 5 minutes. Be good, Jordan. Jordan, meet Imran. Imran is, I think his name says it all. I'll be right back, chaps.
Oh, God.
Okay,
actually, I have a list of complaints that people are making. I can literally go through all the rubbish and sort you all out with all the questions that people have raised. If you want, I mean, unless someone has got an urgent one, they have to go through. Right?
I have to ask the Jews a question. Did God punish you in the past when you guys didn't worship Him? What happened? How many times did God punish you in the past when you were not when you turned away from God and you went to the wrongdoings? And who sent the messengers? Who sent to you Solomon? Who sent to you Nebuchadnezzar? And who sent to you Cyrus to build a temple there? You should not forget when the message of God came to you and told you that you can have Israel. Who sent you when you guys were idol worshippers? Who sent Abraham to you? Who sent Solomon to you? Who sent Nebuchadnezzar?
Hello. Is that how many questions? Is this a speech or something?
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on? Are you high? Are you drunk? What's going on with you? Are you okay in the head?
No, it just came on and just started ringing stuff off my side. I lost him in the first second.
Well, I'm talking about something very serious, right? Because I'm talking about something very serious. So I want to respond from you guys.
You
It
got a
sounds like an attack,
response.
Imran. Your tone, I'm not being funny. You sound like you're it's a
Yeah.
bit of an attack. But
Sounds like you're a bit worked up, you know, like
I
you
always
just
talk
had
like this because it's an important topic, okay? And we're talking
yeah.
about when God sent so much
We
people.
got
My people did so
yeah.
much work here because we were the original
Yeah,
ones
okay.
that went to remove idol worship here from the world. And we, you know, my people is named Brigu, yeah, and your people, the Jews.
Your people.
Your people, the Jews, that
Yeah.
have a word called a barak, yeah, which means blessing. That comes from my people, yeah. J1 comes from my
What?
people, yeah.
What?
Monotheism,
buddy.
What's going on? I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta calm down.
Gibberish.
What is going on?
Ralph, is this Captain Camera?
So we put a lot
this-
of work in, yeah, to this region.
What?
Okay, in the past, we put in a lot of
Hello?
work. Israel,
What?
can you understand what I'm saying?
Imran, this is just a noise.
What is going on? Are you okay? Are you did you fall
You're
on
just
something?
rambling.
Are you having an episode? What's going on? What is this about?
Can you guys not hear what I'm saying?
No, you're just talking fast and rambling nonsense.
What are you going on about? What you're just giving a speech? What did you prepare this in advance? Did someone write this for you? What's going on? Are you here to ask a question or to give us a speech about what your people and my people? No one cares about this right now. We're in a war. We're in a war right now. Don't talk nonsense. We don't have time for
what
this.
We're talking
Okay?
about. We're talking about Israel, yeah. Why should you be I want you to listen to what I'm saying. Listen about
what do you mean? Why should I? I don't need to ask you if I should be in
Shut up,
Israel.
stupid Jew. Okay, we put you guys there.
Piece of shit. I was waiting for you.
Go away.
We put you guys there. Shut up, yeah. Since the beginning.
Imran, you put us in there. Who are you?
Piece of crap.
From the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
We put you guys there.
In it, yeah. That was great.
May God be with you.
What the hell is that?
Imran is a well-known character from Speaker's Corner. I recognize his voice now. He has renounced Islam and he believes in implementing a matriarchy.
You just called me a Jew, Ralph, piece of shit.
Goodbye, Imran. Have a good day. He's not even a Muslim. So back to sanity again. Another thing that really disturbed me completely was, before I want to go to your list more, Silas, of all the horror I saw in the shock, and this is a genuinely heartfelt message to those who believe in God, who are Muslims. An 8-year-old little Jewish boy captured by Hamas. He was obviously nervous and scared and trembling, and they gave him a drink of water, and he reached for it. You could see his mouth was parched. Obviously, it's hot in Israel, and he's been to hell. And they held the drink back and said, "Say Bismillah." And to those Muslims who are not Muslims, they're not even munafiqs, they're shaitans. Do I need to quote the Quran to you? Do I need to go to Surah 2, Ayah 256? There is no compulsion in religion. What they just did was the biggest act of haram to an 8-year-old Jewish boy. He was obviously nervous, trembling, and thirsty. These people have to get this really, really right. These people are not acting in the name of Islam. They're acting in the name of some death cult that has killed the Jews, right? That's all I saw. I mean, I don't know if you disagree. There are good Muslims who would never do such a thing, right? That would violate the Quran.
I don't think this should turn into a thing that is about Islam, because it's not. It's kind of is, but to think about it as Islam is very bad, and it's just going to cause grief. We're talking at the moment about certain elements in the Islamic world. They're not small. I'm not saying there's 5 guys. Okay, we're talking about a big thing, but we shouldn't be thinking that all Muslims interpret their religion in this way.
Correct.
Obviously, the guy that was on.
That would be an unfair statement, because there are Muslims who have come out condemning such things.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
To different degrees, and I understand that some Arabs feel that Palestinians are their sort of cousins or whatever, and they feel some connection with them, and they don't like to see them suffer. I understand this. Listen, I don't like to see anyone suffering. I don't care if they're Arab or Jewish or whatever. It's a sad situation, but we have to defend ourselves, and sometimes you have to be cruel to defend yourself.
I mean, me and Mossad. Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, finish what you say.
No, that's also this guy Moroccan is spurging about Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know who told you that Netanyahu is like some dictator that controls the good people of Israel. Netanyahu represents the people of Israel. Most people think very much like Netanyahu, even if they won't admit it. And even if we had
That is
Gantz
true.
as prime
That is
minister,
really true.
even if
That's
we
so
had
true.
even if we had Gantz as prime minister, the policy would not be different. In fact, our left is more militant now than Netanyahu.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you want Netanyahu, Mr. Morocco, because Netanyahu is the guy that made peace with Morocco and made peace with all the Arab countries, and he feels obliged not to upset them too much because he has personal relationships with them. So just use your brains.
Would you say it's also opportunistic at this point that these, I don't know what to call them, let's just label them militant. Let's try to shine the light upon the world, right? And let's try to be good about these things. But let's say these so-called militants, the first thing they hated was that Bibi is at the heart of the Abraham Accords.
Yes.
Looking to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia, looking to normalize relations across the Isle. And the last thing they wanted is normalization, right? They don't want Israel to be a
Look,
piece of neighbor.
Well,
you have to understand. You have to understand. Sorry, just one thing. You have to understand.
No problem.
Israelis are not radical people. We like centrism. We like to think that we are balanced. Okay, so even Bibi, that people think is far right, he's actually a centrist. He's a fan of Thatcher. He's a fan of Reagan. He follows a lot of how the British do things and how the Americans do things, and tries to do the same. In fact, we sometimes criticize him for being too Americanized and too Western thinking. He's not far right. He's a centrist. If he goes, Israel policy will not change. He could probably get more militant because our left is at the moment gone nuts. We used to, there's jokes going at the moment where, we used to argue we should take over Gaza, and no, we should give it to the Palestinians. And now the argument is, what should we do with Gaza? What should we turn it into? A parking lot or swimming pools or, Tesco's? Yeah, Tesco's. What's the other one? I forget.
We need one, Mossad. We need one here. Yeah. I'm dying for Tesco in Israel.
It's not that good, Tesco's. There's nicer ones in England.
You like? Well, maybe.
Yeah. There's good food in Israel. Come on.
What you were saying, Ralph, is the whole thing is obviously Iran and Saudi are at each other's throats as well, aren't they? So the Saudis are saying, well, listen, if the Iranians become nuclear, we want to become nuclear. And the last thing that Iran wants is us rubbing shoulders with the Saudis, which is do you reckon it's going to happen, Mossad? Do you think we're going to have a relationship with the Saudis? Or
we already do. This is just pieces of paper for the public, okay, and for the West.
Oh, I see.
Look, we have a piece of paper. Let's have the Nobel Prize.
I wanted to bring this up because a lot of the right wing have been arguing, we're writing all about Zionism and they're all about genes and race realism. Here's the S allele variation of 5-HTBLR gene. It is the most dominant gene that categorizes people into being individualists or collectivists. So
Yes.
this is what Mossad just said. The most individualistic people, Jamie's on the channel, good evening, my man. The most individualistic people on the planet typically are the Brits, the Americans, Australians, and the most balanced people in the world, in the middle, between individual, Israel, India, and Japan. So when you say, yeah, the Israelis are balanced, Juma Natsok sitting in the chat with my genetics. When you think the Israelis are right-wing, no, they're not. Look, your genes and your race realism says, no, they're not at all. Look at the balance of which nations are individualistic and which are balanced. And of course, China and all are super collectivists. Right? What a surprise, Gene boys. Sorry about that.
There's a lot of Israel has lots of variety of characters, okay, because people came from different places, and so we have all sorts of characters. You get, it's quite a varied place if you travel around it. Okay.
Mad English Jews like me, for instance, Ralph.
Yes, exactly. And people like me, think about it. It's insane, really. But anyway, so this is the first few that I've done. I see people mocking. I don't know what they think Netanyahu is. I have no idea. They watch too much Keith Woods, who's been. No idea. This is just silly. Netanyahu is an Israeli center-right.
Come back on, Imran, then.
He's
come back on. Just don't
how do you say
it? Sorry.
He's like lukewarm right. Sorry,
he's technically he's a liberal conservative.
Yeah. Free market, good relationship.
Libertarian, right? Human rights.
No.
He's not Ben Gvir, right? There's a big difference between Ben Gvir and Smotrich, and they'd be lucky to have Netanyahu and not have, for example, Ben Gvir being PM, right? That'd be a very different story if Ben Gvir had absolute control of the government. But I don't think they understand Bibi, right? They think Bibi is a fascist, which I think is absolutely
Yeah, I don't know what the people have been listening to, but it's silly. Bibi is not an idiot. He's actually very high IQ.
No,
Stop
that
talking
is for
crap.
sure. That
He's
is
a highly educated person, plus he's high IQ, plus he's got experience in the army, plus in elite units, plus in hostage release operations. He comes from a family of intellectuals, people who wrote encyclopedias.
Educated at MIT, special.
Yes.
I think he's not stupid, right?
So yeah, he's not stupid. You're just talking crap. I don't know what you've been saying, and I'm not even a big fan of Bibi, but this is silly. This is silly.
Tell me what your list, Mozart, because I literally in my head I wanted to take a French position. But
yeah, there's lots. I mean,
arguments, the Samson option, colonization, apartheid.
Of the Samson option, that's scary.
The Samson
Yeah.
I was going to mention that to Mossad, actually. The Samson option.
Yes.
I mean, for anyone who doesn't, Mossad, you will probably be able to articulate it better.
Well, I mean, officially it does not exist.
Okay.
And I'm not going to respond to this Moroccan guy because I don't know what he is talking about.
Is he on the YouTube? Is he on the YouTube chat?
Yeah, he's on the YouTube chat. Yeah, he just said. Anyway, so people are saying, "Oh, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionist." Well, how about this? If you're Irish, for example, how about I'm not anti-Irish, but I want to dissolve Ireland. Expel all the Irish, move the English in, call it West England, but I'm not anti-Irish. How can you say that I'm anti-Irish? That's ridiculous. I don't have anything against the Irish people. I just want to throw them out of their country.
Exactly. You're anti-Zionist. You're against the Jews having
Yes.
their own home.
So-
home. I'm gonna make it more simplistic rather than in an indigenous homeland. I always thought of Zionism as a safe haven for Jews, Mossad, but I'm probably
Yeah,
wrong.
I don't want to complicate it. I don't want to complicate it. Simple as that. I mean, the Irish live in Ireland. They established that they live in Ireland. I'm not going to start questioning why or how, and I'm not going to try and move them out.
I'm the far right, Mossad. I'll be honest. I think, this seems like I'm on lots of Natsok channels and all that. I think basically the fundamental emotion I see is envy. They wish they could do the same thing. You see them going between the cognitive distance, saying, yes, this is I think Sargon of Akkad Lotus said, this is a once in a generation opportunity for mass deportation. And they're looking at it, they're like, so you've got Jewish envy here. On one hand, you hate Jewish people. On the other hand, you're siding with the Muslims, patriotic alternative boys siding with the Muslims, the ones they hate the most, which is shocking.
Yeah.
They're like siding with the grooming gang boys, right? And all of it is just really envy because I think, was it Joseph Cohen who said it really well? I think he said in brilliance, one of his he's got so many brilliant pieces in the park. He just said, they don't like it when Jews are strong. They always want Jews to be weak. As soon as Jews...
Yeah, that's when the left will like us. Yeah, you're right.
They're very upset, right? They don't want to see us strong. So seeing Israel being strong and seeing the Jewish people showing social strength, right, or collective strength, really gets the right and left just like in. And also, and I look at that as envy, which again is anti the principle of love and optimization, right? Why would you wish bad for someone else, right? Carol says,
it's jealousy. I think it stems from the rejection of Christ. Well, this is what Christopher Hitchens used to say.
Anyway, I just want to go stick to the thing for a little while anyway. So people are saying, why is Gaza blocked? Why don't they complain to Egypt? Because Egypt can open their border. What's going on? Why are they talking to us?
And they won't let them. And
I mean, hold on. Let me finish. So Egypt does not have war with Hamas. Hamas is not sending rockets into Egypt. They've got a pretty good relationship. They can open the border. There's no problem. They can control who comes in and out if they want. There's no problem with that. Why don't they open the border? Why does Israel have to supply them with water and electricity? I mean, I go to work and pay tax, and you probably do too, and we pay tax, and that is to pay. Some of it goes to feed people who take the materials we send them to build schools and homes and useful things, and they build tunnels and installations to destroy us. And with my
Sending
money.
children to
And
danger.
with your money too. So they take money from the Europeans via the EU, via all sorts of donations,
Western guilt.
you know, and yeah, Western guilt
Also,
is a
great
good,
point.
great
I said the same
business.
thing with the Russian-Ukraine war. It's like, would the United States allow Russia to build a huge army up on the Mexican border?
Yes.
Yeah, they wouldn't, would they? Which other
No.
nation allows you to fund someone who's not on your border, inside your territory, is humanitarian to them, and they siphon that money? And it's not just the rockets and the constant threat. After what they did last week, I struggle to understand how the Jewish people in Israel are going to want to be able to not. How would they trust them on a day when you went to the store? Suppose you went to get your bread.
Well,
How would
I mean,
how
I
would
can.
they work itself out now? I don't understand that, right?
Well, it turns out that so the border is not completely shut. People get passes to come and work in Israel. Many people we know, we trust, they're okay. Well, apparently we trust them. Turns out some of them were spying for Hamas, so they had accurate plans of the layout of the kibbutz, and the kibbutz is like a farming village type community. It's only a few streets. They had exact plans. They knew where they were going. You know, that combined with Google Maps and everything else, you can plan an operation.
Mhm.
So
What I wanted to I'm sorry, go on.
every time we open the border a little bit, we end up paying with our lives.
Yep.
So this
Yep.
is why we have to block it.
We pull out. We pull out.
And
what
this
you
is
said
our
was fine.
advice to you too, to every country. You know, make sure that people who enter your country have come in peace and have intentions that you want. Whatever it is that you want, you should be controlling for that.
Mossad, you
Right.
said so well, because my friend unfortunately has been in hospital for most of this week, and she's in the hands of very good surgeons and stuff. And the junior surgeon, who's actually very skilled, is a Syrian doctor, and she thinks he's brilliant, he's admirable. She looks at him and goes like, "I have no problem that he's Syrian. I have no problem that he's Muslim. I have no problem he's in Germany." And then in the waiting room, she sent me photographs of people who clearly have just arrived in Germany and are so entitled, so belligerent, and so rude. She looks at them and goes, "I still don't care that they're Syrian Muslim. I want them out of Germany." So it's really not the fact that they're Syrian. It's not really the fact that they're Muslim. It's the fact of whether they're respecting and loving the culture that they're living in. It's the litmus test, right? And if there's an Arab or Palestinian or Muslim who wishes to live in peace and love with the Jewish people in Israel, I don't think the Jewish people have a problem with such a Muslim or such an Arab.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Well, me and Mossad have discussed this, Ralphie. Didn't we, Mossad?
The Iranians are coming out.
Banksy.
This
And
will
the
like-
first time I spoke to Mossad,
Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. L'chaim.
the first time I spoke to Mossad on the phone, do you remember this, Mossad? We both agreed
Yes.
we don't hate Arabs. We do not
No.
hate normal, loving. There's plenty of good, decent Arabs in Israel that are. And Mossad said that as well. We both agreed with each other.
Yes.
We're not extreme. I forgot what I was going to say, Mossad. You
Okay,
you
let
keep
me
speaking, man. Go on.
let me answer a few people who moan at the chat. There's a guy who calls himself Dr. Mengele. I mean, I think you
nice.
should do a rethink, because I think it's your people, doctor, that are in serious problems, not so much ours, because your people are confused. He wants us to free Palestine. We have in 1948. I don't know what's wrong
From
with these people.
Hamas. From Hamas, that's what you didn't.
No. In 48, we freed it from the British, actually, because they
Oh
wouldn't
no,
go.
I'm talking about now. But Mossad, here's a question from me to you. Hi, Banksy. Why are Egypt refusing to take in Palestinian refugees? Did you know that? Or am I wrong?
Because they. Do you want the polite version or the real version?
No, tell them. Tell these idiots, because it's all
They
Israel's
don't
fault.
want. They don't want trash, just like you don't want trash in your country,
There we go.
right?
Right,
I'm
guys.
sure everyone
I hope
understands.
everyone's listening to. Yeah, I hope everyone's listening to that.
These
So
are not
blaming us.
Egyptian intellectuals and engineers, okay? These are not Persians, Iranians that are all uni graduates and are chemistry majors.
These aren't Banksy types, are they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Believe me,
These are not
there
these
are plenty of
types,
idiots in Iran too. There are plenty of people. I was in central London today, and I actually
Of
want
course.
Ralph to play
Idiots
that video.
We have
Yeah.
plenty in the chat. I mean, there's no shortage of idiots in any country. In Israel, there's plenty of idiots too.
Yeah.
So
This is what I said. That I've been saying this for 20 years. Idiots are the truly universal common ground amongst every human being on the planet.
yes,
They are
yes,
everywhere. They
yeah.
are everywhere.
I
Well,
always
this is
claim that
cool.
I'm an idiot, but I just realize it's just after, But I mean, you only realize after that you're an idiot, not at at the moment
Well,
you need to know
the
you're an
thing
idiot.
is, this is. I think it was like Stephen Hawking or someone who said, yeah, that's the problem with stupid people. Wise people know so much that they know how much they don't know.
Well, no,
Idiots
if you're
know
really
nothing but
wise,
have the confidence that they know everything.
yeah. If you're really wise, you're an idiot. Dr. Mengele is really wise. What did Palestine have to do with the Holocaust? A lot, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Mufti of
Palestinians
Jerusalem, let's start there.
in 1936 they revolted against the British, who allowed Jews in. So during the Second World War, Jews could not come to what was called then Palestine. That's one thing. The second thing is the Mufti of Jerusalem was stationed in
Correct.
Berlin, shouting and producing propaganda, Nazi propaganda in Arabic, which has now come back to Europe, and you bought it, doctor.
And
Yeah,
it's
may
worse
I
than,
add to
it was
Banksy
actually worse than
leaving? I'm
Hitler.
making
For
Banksy. Here's a story
anti-Semitism.
about
Sorry.
here's a quick story about idiots, right? So obviously I wear my hoodie with pride here, just like up and down Berlin, and obviously I'm going to go pick a coffee in a pretty Islamic kind of hood. And the Frau was in the shop, and four of them came up to me, and they were like 220-pound bulking orcs, as you appreciate. And they said, "Whoa, in German first." I'm like, "I don't want to speak German to you." I said, and me, being me, I said, "Speak Hebrew or English." So I correct Hebrew.
Yeah.
And then they said, "Oh, you can't wear that." And we did the usual orc-like belligerence. I just looked at them and said, "Look, relax. This is not IDF territory. There's not Shinbad. You're operating in Mossad land now. Do you want
So-
to do papers?" And they literally stood back like idiots. They said, "What?" I said, "This is Mossad territory. The papers will be removed."
So easy.
Now, I wanted to go to the next thing, right? So, I heard a black American say that Israel is an extremely racist country. Now, the black American, the reason he's in America is that a long, long time ago, he was transported. His ancestors were transported to be slaves. In Israel, the black people that are in Israel, we transported them because we wanted to save them. So from war and famine.
Yeah.
So we actually risked lives, and cost us a fortune too. And at the time, we didn't have the money to get them all over, and then give them some kind of basic shelter and start in life in Israel. So that is why we have black people, not because we brought slaves. So to the black
True.
African American who
I
thinks
was
that
at-
we're racist.
You know
I mean,
what?
everybody is racist to but we're just
Well,
as racist
inherently,
as any
that's
other
true.
place.
Inherently,
Also, the
that's-
US, if they read even a little bit about US civil rights history, the Jews were at the forefront. They died, they put their bodies in the line for black emancipation. What are these people talking about? The Jews were at the forefront of emancipation, liberation movements. These guys are just.
Well, if you look at Mississippi burnings based on a true story,
Yeah, there you go.
It was.
I think
Yeah,
I think
that's what's
our approach is actually quite sane, and it's the approach you should have. There's no reason to hate anyone, but your country is your country, and you control what happens in your country. And if someone attacks you, you fight back. But you don't have to hate everyone,
But you can't.
and we
But
don't hate
can't 'cause
anyone.
we're Jews,
And
Mossad.
and
We're
you
not
should
allowed
do the
because we're
same. No, but I
Jews.
think the English are doing the same. They're letting so many people into their country. The French, it's. I don't think it's good. It's obviously you want to help people in desperate situations, but there's a limit to what you can do. You can't destroy your own home just helping others.
Mr. Mossad, you should have been in central London today. All the
this is what I wanted
doctors,
to say, Banksy.
the rocket scientists, the architects that I came across today was unbelievable. I mean, it was just like one doctor after another, one
Yes.
scientist, one NASA, scientist.
Yes.
Most of them probably just finished working for Elon Musk. They just left
Yes.
their SpaceX offices and came to central London.
Leaving you for a minute, Banksy. I didn't know you'd be
I can imagine.
The sarcasm, I have to lay it real thick. Believe me, there wasn't a lot of doctors and nurses, the professionals there.
Well, this is the thing I wanted to jump in with. Apparently, in France, They've now banned the waving of Palestinian flags. Brilliant. I love that. Also, Mossad, this is one for you as well. And Banksy, a 22-year-old was arrested, I don't know if it was yesterday, for saying the massacres last week, piece of shit that she is, was a beautiful thing. Babies, women being raped, people at the desert concert.
Look, if one of my people I work with or friends or whatever said something like this when Palestinian babies die, I wouldn't be able to associate with them.
I know you would. I know you would. You'd probably throttle them. You'd throttle them.
I can't deal with people like that. Sorry.
I'm hoping
Jay.
I'm hoping this is a big wake-up call, especially for centre-lefties, seeing just like.
Yes, I was going to get to that. Yes.
Yeah, they just
Absolutely.
like it. Just like I think, like Ben Shapiro even said, like Hamas are actually worse than the Nazis because at least the Nazis try to hide their crimes. You know.
Correct.
Well,
yeah,
Hamas
that was good. That
bragging
Dude.
on the video, saying like that. You know.
Right,
James, you don't believe. Sorry, I just want to say, you guys don't believe. Today, I was talking to a bunch of people. The amount of people who don't believe that a single Israeli child has been killed,
I know.
that it's all lies and propaganda. I was like, "Are you?" I was.
Yeah,
I just. I mean, because dude, you got to realize, I was. Because I was surrounded by just psychotic Palestinian supporters, so I couldn't really like get into it because I figured I'm going to get an ass kicking of a lifetime if I even remotely disagree.
You're wasting your time.
But that's the thing. But I was just like, so you guys don't believe any children died?
Listen,
none. Fucking hell! So all those fake videos, right?
So all the school shootings in America are fake too, and 9/11 was fake. Every time an American claims they've been mugged or anything, it's faked. If someone is murdered in America, it's fake. Let's not believe anything. The evidence for this is strong. It came from both sides. No one is denying it. Hamas are denying some of the stuff, but they will have to admit it.
There are Hamas terrorists that literally, once they killed this girl, went onto her phone and posted what they did to her on her own Facebook page to.
Yeah, that's actually this old lady as well, or maybe both. You know, I stopped following the specific cases. It's getting a bit too much for me, and we've had some deaths in our family as well. So people who think that this is fake, thank you. People who think that this is fake, I don't wish anything like this happens to members of their family.
This is good for us because it shows how thick and stupid they are. And when they are on live TV,
they've exposed themselves as complete idiots.
I mean,
I was listening to.
It is beyond hypocritical at this point. Like, they would love to like clamor about, the far right, how dare they, be nasty to Jews in this country. But now that closing down Jewish schools, you see poor Joseph getting like chased into like a cafe or restaurant because there's like so many Palestinians that want to beat the shit out of him.
I don't think anyone in Israel ever celebrated an IRA bomb, despite the fact that you could argue the Irish case of why they did it and the injustice and so on. Nobody ever celebrated an IRA bomb, and you wouldn't celebrate if the opposite happened.
2 points of that, just before we play the 2-minute clip of Joseph, is both E. Michael Jones and Keith Woods need to learn a little bit about Irish history, especially in the United States. When the signs were up everywhere and when the Irish arrived, no blacks, no dogs, no Irish, the Jews gave them jobs. The Jewish lawyers fought pro bono for their rights. The Jews stood on the side of the Irish when they first arrived because the Jews were there before them. And the Jews were fighting against signs that said no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. So when Keith Woods and Mr. E. Michael Jones seems to forget, especially E. Michael Jones, that he wouldn't have anything in the United States if it hadn't been for the support of the Jews. So here's 2 minutes to go down and watch Joseph. Do you mind, Moshe? Just 2 minutes. This is what Joseph is now facing. God bless him for his work. He has balls of steel. I worry deeply about his well-being because I know he's going to go into the Hamas rallies. But this is what happens in London. And Jamie, this is what you mean. How ridiculous is this, right? Let me just do this once more. I just want to play this because this is just 2 minutes. It just shows you what's happening and why we want, where the hell did they go?
This is why I'm going to Speaker's Corner tomorrow. I'm hoping
Yeah.
that I'm actually hoping Joseph doesn't come because it's going to be vicious.
I'm trying
but,
to hard
but I think he will, and I'm worried about him.
Yeah, he's
So
such a
just so you know,
scout, right? Go on.
just so you know, I mean, point 5, I've got like dozens. I mean, we won't go through all of them, but we can just use them as launching pads for discussion.
Oh,
right?
they are, and I want you to go through all of them. Most of the floor is yours. Let me just because this has just disgusted me, right, from London. Right? It's coming through, right? Except the tab, right?
I mean, you know, it's a disgusting event. The behavior is disgusting, but there's more to Hamas than what's going on, and I will explain it.
You know, I think it's not just Hamas. We've seen this these complex, Paris and everything, and the German man Berlin has come down heavily. Going, you know, the police are giving carte blanche to just bust these guys up because it's not like they're shouting "Free Palestine." They're shouting deaths to the Jews. They're singing "Kaiba Kaiba Ya Ya Hud." Right?
Yeah. Like, especially like outside like the Opera House in Australia.
But don't you know that there's a video of some Jews doing the same? So both sides, yes.
But let's hear Joseph is far more articulate.
But people were literally celebrating the murder of 800 Jews in Israel.
Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free!
Look how they celebrate the murder of
It's free.
I'd been filming the pro-Hamas rally when I noticed that 2 Jews from the Toure carton were taking part in the celebration of Saturday's massacre. It broke my heart. Oppose Israel on religious grounds, fine. But how can you stand with these animals as they celebrate our dead? I had to say something.
As Jews lie dead in the street, as Jews are being buried, as your family are being slaughtered, you're standing and protesting with those that celebrate the murder of Jews.
We can only hope and pray. We only see one solution. Zionism, this misfortune of Zionism has to come to an end.
Officer, get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Free Palestine!
This is how Jews get treated in London. This is how Jews get treated in London.
That's atheist Steve, by the way.
Did you just catch that? When I said that their chant meant death to Jews, the guy then gestured to kill me. The police were getting quite anxious that they wouldn't be able to protect me from the mob, so they asked me to shelter in a nearby restaurant. But as more and more protesters heard that they chased a Jew into a cafe, the crowd just grew and grew, and the chants got louder and louder. So I did feel a little bit safer inside the restaurant, as there was a row of police between me and the mob. But even inside the restaurant, there were Palestinian protesters who were gleefully mocking the murdered Jews. Now, I can't play too much because the audio quality is broken, because that thug that swung at me earlier actually broke my mic. But here's a small clip so you get a sense of it.
Are you people dead? Are you people dead? Yes. Oh, good. Good. Are they dead? Oh, good.
Eventually, I was able to escape unharmed, but I'm still processing what happened. And although my family have lived here for centuries, I've never felt so alienated.
Can you just pause for a minute, Ron?
Safe. This is not the country I grew up in. I see no future for Jews here.
Well done, Joseph. Balls of steel, right? Look at that.
That piece of shit,
yeah,
that piece of crap. That piece of crap. But
that clip is now become major viral. It's everywhere now. That segment.
She's British. She's white British. You know that girl.
I think so. I think so. Yeah. But dude, today,
Crown Banks, he would jump on a plane like all the Jihadi John brothers and head straight to Gaza and meet.
Exactly.
Go meet the IDF, right? Go chant in front of the IDF, and point to the IDF, and let's see how that works out for you, right? But no, they're going to pick on 100 to 1 against one Jew in the street, right? I mean, it's disgusting. Hashtag deport. Starhopper.
By the way,
Hey,
I noticed a lot of doctors and rocket scientists in that crowd when they were attacking.
Lots of doctors and
Joseph.
engineers, were they?
They were all trying to take Joseph's pulse. They were trying to give him a COVID jab. I noticed a lot of them, concerned for his health.
I think most of them. I think most of them are just fucking their own cousins.
Or are you trying to say Joseph wasn't being enriched enough? Do you think he needed a little enriching?
There's actually another video of Joseph's where there was another guy with an Israeli flag, but he was quite big, and they were less eager to start with him. They were saying things to him, but he was a big guy. Have you seen it?
I'll tell you what, mate. I know they're cowards. They attack us. Packs of sworn animals. They're not going to go one-on-one. If they go one-on-one, they go against an elderly Jewish guy who is observing the youth Orthodox. Then they go
be on the toes.
Yeah, they will be. It's a huge Starhopper. I'm so sorry. I cannot find your. For the life of me, I can't find your YouTube ID to unblock. So that's you, Salon. I apologize.
I posted a link of my my coverage today. I started at 38 minutes, and you'll see so much diversity and so much strength in London. This diversity is just so much of our strength, and I feel so much enriched culturally by today's events in London. I was just looking around me and I was going, diversity is such a strength. Thank goodness these people are here.
As a proud Brit, this makes me uneasy coming back to England to see my family. From what I'm seeing on the streets today,
matey, just coming there.
Well, I know that's what my cousin said. Stop being soft.
Yeah. They're just scared. They're not going to. They will just all they do is bay like little wolves. But
I'm that angry. I'm that angry with these bastards, these pieces of shit. Look at them. Remember, they were starting this before we even retaliated.
It's prescribed. Flying the Palestine flag should be prescribed as a terrorist event. End all. Now, how many of them are going to go to jail?
That's what I said. In France, they banned it.
Yeah, they need to just ban it.
I highly doubt they can enforce it.
Let's play. Then we get back to Mossad because Mossad has the floor today. Let's watch Banksy. This is Trafalgar Square. Let's watch Banksy. Is this Trafalgar Square or is this Lebanon? Where is this?
This is Trafalgar.
Yeah, this is Trafalgar now. I mean, it's
somehow the
Trafalgar
people
Square
in the
down the road from
don't
Gaza.
I wasn't sure this was Tripoli or where we go. Okay, let's go.
Yes, I don't get it. We freed it in 1948. Why, man? I was saying something.
You saw all the diversity and all the cultural enrichment.
Those people are not. They're Pakistan, Bangladeshis, right?
Can you guys hear me?
Huh?
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Starhopper.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh,
sorry, Starhopper. I could not find your ID. I've been really trying very
hard. Sorry for interrupting you.
Okay.
Okay, I've never used this before, so sorry.
That's okay. We can hear you. So,
Starhopper before Starhopper has the most brutal memes I've ever seen out of the Israeli meme factory. So, Sublime Chef, Starhopper's a channel. Do that. You got a channel.
If I'm given a chance, I have a lot to say, a lot to tell you, a lot of information. So, people say, I've heard even people who support Israel, what Israel should do is go house to house and clear the place of Hamas. We're not going to send our children to die, being thrown grenades thrown at them, walking on mines and all this. We're not going to do that. We have to clear the area before they come to do anything. And despite doing all that, we still have one of the lowest casualty ratios, civilian casualty ratios on Earth. When America does it, it doesn't care. They clear. They don't want their Marines to come back. They know that if too many Marines come back, or whatever they call them, come back dead, the American public will stop the war. So they make sure very few people die. Have you noticed the casualty ratio when Americans go in somewhere, or the British, or the French? They don't care. We're the ones who care, and we're the ones that are being told we're the worst and it's genocide and stuff. We are actually the most compassionate army on earth, by far. If you actually check the stats, check reality, stop listening to morons like Keith Woods and actually check. Gaza is not the most populated place on earth. Do you want to hear what the most populated place on earth are? Monaco, Singapore, Hong Kong, Gibraltar. The best places on earth are the most populated places on earth. Gaza could be number 5. It's the poorest. Why is it poorest? Because all they do with their money, the money you send them, and you send them billions, is they spend it on killing Israelis. Nothing has been done. You know that Gazans don't even have shelters? No shelters, no sirens. Sirens are cheap. Why don't they have sirens to warn them?
Yeah,
Anyway.
that's the thing with Arabs. You know, they're perfectly passionate when they all can, you know, point fingers at a enemy or a scapegoat. But
we are the only country
about helping their people.
We are the only country that actually warns people before we bomb them. So we literally make our job difficult because we don't have the element of surprise. We tell them half an hour before we bomb them, so they can save themselves.
They don't build shelters and things and have sirens and things because they want them to die.
Yes, because they know that you're suckers.
When Israel warns the Gazan like people who are, they're about to bomb a particular building, so they should evacuate, Hamas tells them don't go, stay. Hamas literally tells them to stay. It's not that they don't have air raid shelters or air raid warnings. No, they don't even. The Hamas literally tells them stay, don't go.
Now, they're doing that tonight. They're doing that as we speak.
We get 15
from leaving Gaza.
We get 15-second warning. Some people get 90-second warning in Israel before we hit by bomb. They get half an hour. Why are we doing this? I don't know. And people still complain, genocide, my genocide. We are the most compassionate army. Just check. Just check the stats. Check the numbers. Check reality.
The amount of times, Mossad, I heard today and in the last few days, it's an apartheid. We must stop an apartheid. I'm like, what apartheid? An apartheid is if you're living in the state. Palestinians are not living in Israel. Where do you think they are?
It's a lie.
That's the left geopolitics.
Yes, they have to sit at the
Muslims
back of the bus. They have their own water fountains. Yeah, well, load of crap. No such thing as Arab doctors or Arabs in the Knesset or judges or the Mossad. Never happened.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's a lie. It's the lie that they propagate, and the UN even changed the definition of genocide. Hold on, the definition of genocide to include Palestinians in it. There's no genocide at all. There's nothing of the sort. There's no genocide whatsoever. There's no apartheid whatsoever. Nothing like it. Nothing remotely like it. But doesn't matter. Reality does not matter when you want to believe something, does it? People don't even check. They say, "Oh, Hamas can't hide. You can't. They have to be well-populated areas because there are no open areas. All you have to do is look in Google Maps." Funny how people can use Google Maps to find the nearest Starbucks, but they can't look at a map of Gaza themselves. They believe anything they want to believe.
This is what I mean. It's like, see, the thing is, if Israel and Gaza is an apartheid state, then Britain and France is an apartheid state. Britain is enacting, an apartheid upon the French because they won't let them in their country.
Yes,
this is how it is. You guys have no concept.
Well, the thing is that we actually want them to come into Israel, but it's become impossible because it was good for us that they came economically, and we thought that it was a way to gradually achieve understanding with them. We actually, Israelis, try to treat them as nicely as possible. Most of them were fine. They used to come and work. My dad opened a 50-50 business with an Arab Muslim. That was the atmosphere, and nobody said, "Wow!" No, oh, cool, nice, yeah. Good.
I mean, like when they say apartheid, I think like in South Africa where whites were given like their own buses to go in, and blacks would be stuffed in these other buses or water fountains.
Yeah.
But there's nothing I'm aware in Israel where there's like one rule for D.
Well, we have our
exactly.
We have sorry, Joe. Go on.
No, go on. No, I'm fine.
We have Arab citizens. They're not made to sit at the back of the bus. They don't have separate toilets. They don't have separate water fountains.
No.
They're not made. We can sit next to them in restaurants. That's what apartheid is.
And we know that more than 50% of them hate us. We know.
But the thing is, I will say Emperor X is writing, oh, no, they just live in an open-air concentration camp. The fact is, Emperor, if you actually look, Israel gave, people are complaining, oh, Israel is cutting off water and electricity to Gaza. You know that Israel laid pipes and what do you call it, infrastructure for the Gazans to desalinate. What's the term? They turn the seawater into drinking water.
Yes. Yeah,
they literally left them entire infrastructures when they left Gaza to be able to do that, to be able to literally have their own water. But they took those pipes, they literally dug, there's videos of them. I saw videos of Hamas. They dug those pipes up and used them as pipe bombs.
I got to wait on this. Israel has just made 3 or 2 fundamental, amazing breakthroughs in water purification, and they're exporting it all over Africa. How racist is that? But to Emperor and everyone else, just because I'm just an absolute Nazi when it comes to the English language, let's just be very clear. Apartheid, how to pronounce it? Forget inside a policy system of segregation and discrimination on grounds of race. It isn't been done on grounds of race because there are Arabs in Israel. There are other people in Israel. Jews are not a race. What is the racial segregation? Which race is segregating another race?
But Ralph, this doesn't even count because they're not part of Israel. They're their own nation state.
Well,
it doesn't even count. It's just, if Israel... But the thing is,
it's a border.
If Israel is committing apartheid against the Palestinians, then the British are committing apartheid against the French. The French are causing an apartheid against the Germans.
There is apartheid in Israel. There absolutely is. You know where it is? It's on the Arab side and it's on the Temple Mount. On the Arab side, you can't go to their towns without some big red sign telling you that your life is in danger for breathing there as a freaking Jew. But they come over the other direction by the thousands every day with no such signs necessary. You can be put to death there for selling land to a Jew. Doesn't that sound like apartheid? But let's go to the Temple Mount. Forget that.
Yeah, I think it's
Temple Mount. Do you know that there are literally Muslim-only drinking fountains on there? You can't. Not only can you not pray, you can't even get and drink the water because you're not a Muslim.
What religion of faith in the world allows another religion to pray in the holiest spot of the Jewish faith, but they don't allow them to pray in their own holiest on the same? No other religion would tolerate that. Hindus won't tolerate that.
No other religion should. It's absolute bullshit.
Yeah. Rebuild the temple. I say. I think it's Al-Aqsa's got to go. I mean, hey, ho.
I think so. And that's
that would be one thing, but the religion of bullying does not share.
No.
And it's built on our temple. It's built on our fucking temple, the cheeky bastards.
Yeah. The thing is, there was actually a stand today. Sorry, there was a stand selling T-shirts and flags called the Friends of Al-Quds. And the funny thing is, right near it, I found a socialist, socialist Soviet type communist sticker. And I'm like, here they are utilizing the greatest form of capitalism, selling T-shirts and flags. And right next to it, the socialists are complaining. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Oh, I'm looking for a quick clip of a quick short that has to be played because, I don't know how many of you have ever flown using El Barak Airlines.
Is that the same one as the one that the Santa uses with the reindeer?
Where's my go-to Joseph El Barak?
Can you post your YouTube channel in chat?
So, have you got a channel, my dear? Because your memes are just legendary as well.
I do not have a channel. I am tech impaired, guys. Unlike the rest of you, I can't even get my avatar to come up.
Okay, cool. No, because you deserve a channel. You deserve to be heard. Your memes are just genius. By the way, I'm a big fan of your memes.
Thank you. That's kind.
Where's my go-to El Barak Airlines clip?
El Barak, brilliant, Ralph.
Sorry, Karen. I know Mossad has a list, and very careful if Jews have lists, but be very careful. I'm looking for El Barak Airlines.
So this, Ralphie, when you'd gone away before, I was talking about this 22-year-old who was arrested at, I think it was yesterday, 22-year-old pro-Palestinian in England, saying that last Saturday was a beautiful thing. I mean, what? Who says that?
Well, I hate to break it to you, but they all think that.
Terrorists,
yes,
right?
absolute rats.
So that's true, absolute. But I mean, just to be clear here, because if they say Al Hooks and they are Al Kurds and they have a claim to this land, let's have Joseph interrogate.
I love this clip.
Joseph interrogating the claim.
Blacks are yours because it's promised. Allah promised that land to us.
No, I mean, if you read the Quran, actually, it's the other way around.
No. I'll tell you what, we don't take our religion from a Zionist.
So, how did Muhammad come to be in Israel? How did he get there?
Buraq.
And what did Buraq do? What did it do?
Flew from Mecca to Quds.
So this is his claim to Israel. Muhammad flew on a magical horse, landed in Israel, therefore it belonged to him. That's the argument.
But he's biting his nail like a dumbass. Go on.
That guy is famous for being an absolute idiot, but an actual like terrorist sympathizer supporter. He's best friends with Uncle Omar. You know Uncle Omar, who calls everyone bastard.
Banksy, in all fairness, he doesn't look the smartest.
Dude,
you can see he's looking like what was it when Thomas Sowell, wasn't it, Ralphie? Do you remember when you were taking a piss out of Thomas Sowell when he was asked questions? He was looking into thin air like,
He had this look into that. Oh, I've got these 2 things and he's got 4 things. It's like, my ancestors reached for the stars. But Moonlight Wanderer, who I actually like Moonlight Wanderer, he's been giving me grief for days in Telegram. He's like, still no evidence of 40 beheaded babies. So how many babies does it take that have to be beheaded before you're going to change your perspective?
Moonlight Wanderer, come on and challenge us.
Never mind.
Beheaded babies, just burned babies and decapitated. Is that just how many?
Ralph, I had people talking about Israel should have restraints literally Sunday night, Monday. I said, you go and tell an Israeli, look him in the eye, who's just had his baby beheaded, who's just had his grandmother raped and then murdered on Facebook. Did you guys hear about that? Where they took the woman's phone, the grandmother's phone, murdered her and live posted it on her Facebook account from her own phone. That's how her granddaughters found out. You go and tell an Israeli to have restraint. You go look at an Israeli in the eye and say, they just murdered your child and your grandmother, but have restraint.
Yeah,
there will be no restraint.
I think a very heart-wrenching bit was when the father of this Jewish father heard that her daughter got killed. He was saying to the interviewer that he was like, yes, because either that or she was taken away in Gaza.
Yeah, correct.
And that would be worse than death, you know.
I've been saying people like Starhopper or other people live in Israel. It's a genuine subscription for my heart. Given what they did on Saturday, and in an ordinary day when an Israeli gets up and goes to their shop to buy some bread or get some milk, how are you expected to live beside these people when you can't tell the difference anymore? I don't understand how they can say there's going to be a Palestine anymore side by side. I mean, obviously there might be.
No, wait. Let's correct that. There's not going to be a Palestine period.
Oh man, that's what I want to do.
Yeah,
move on.
This is a Western delusion.
I suspect they're deliberately trying to provoke Israel so that it really is able to I don't know, somehow be like another how America lost the Vietnam War because of public denunciation of the war effort. So they're hoping that something like that. They just really want Israel to do something.
I think it's Jamie.
And it was hard to see how many people had such an emotional outpouring, and what a amazing symbol is it to see the Star of David light up the branding of a gate where Hitler was, and Germans applauding and smiling, approving. So I don't know what public opinion, apart from the screeching orcs that they're going to get, the majority of European people are not going to support that. They're going
The thing is, Jamie, it's nothing. It's not even to do with that. The
Is that
fact
true,
is, when
Ralph?
America wanted to leave Vietnam, they had a place to go. They went back to the United States. The Jews have no place to go. This isn't a. They don't
This
have
is
a
not a
plan
colony.
B. Israel is plan A, plan B, all the way to Z. Israel
Part
is
of
the
part of
only
the
place these people have. They are
part
not
of the
giving up on
Soviet
this.
part of the Soviet thing was to make people think of Israel as a colonial project, and they're pushing that as anti-colonialism. But Israelis are not colonizers, and they don't have anywhere to go. They're not. I mean, some people have other passports, but even those. They wouldn't want to go. They may have a passport in Poland,
I've got my
or they don't
British
have any
passport. I
connection.
could very easily.
all these words are like designed to get response, whether it's apartheid,
Beautiful,
genocide,
Ralph.
colonialism.
Look,
they're all magic
not
words that
only
they
is
completely
Israel
not used in the
not
right way.
colonialists, it's literally impossible to be a colonist in your own home. They are the greatest indigenous comeback story in the history of mankind. Now, all these idiot leftists really want to rah for indigenous peoples. They need to pull their heads out of their asses and take a look at history.
Starlight, am I right? Am I right in saying that the only thing Israel needs to do is decolonize the Arab invasion of Judea and Samaria?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'd like to point out something, because I'm really sick of hearing everybody say, oh, it's just Hamas. They just have to get rid of Hamas. That's absolute crap. The PA pays over $350 million a year for people to do the exact same thing on a smaller scale. Rape Israelis, murder Israelis, destroy things, all the same stuff. The PA pays them for that. The people that committed the Sbarro pizza shop murder, they murdered 15 Israelis, including 8 children, and they have been paid over $1 million for it. They may have a different MO about going about things, but the end goal for the PA and Hamas is the same goal.
You're right.
And in addition to that, almost the entire population celebrated what happened. So this idea that it's just Hamas is absolute crap.
Yeah.
By all of them.
You know something, Hopper, just before I came on, because my missus is not very political, and but she's very, very, very upset by this whole thing. And she was like, well, we should listen to the alternative. So I played 2 streams of the electronic intifada. They brought in from last night crying Palestinian doctors, crying, saying the only last hospital is left there. All we have is children. All we have is humanitarians. And an hour later, when the rockets just went to the 40 or something rockets they just fired, everyone in the hospital, including young people and so-called victims, were dancing and cheering.
We would take. Let me tell you something, Ralphie. We would take, and Mossad can back me up on this. We would take their babies in if we could trust that they wouldn't kidnap the babies themselves. Look, I'll tell you something else. Mossad, do you know this? Near me, Tel Hashemer, they've got they took in wounded Hamas guys or something. I don't know the full extent. They had the La Familia from Beitar coming down to near Tel Hashemer trying to get them. Did you hear about this?
Yes. Listen, I'm trying to concentrate on bigger points rather than news items. Then people can pick up, if they just read about it, So I was hoping to address the point that people make against Israel rather than, go through all the things that happen, because it's just endless. It's anyway,
wouldn't we? We would take their babies in and look after them if we could trust them, wouldn't we?
Well, we do. We actually treat them in hospitals. So anyway,
during the last skirmish in 2021, Hamas is the people that are in Hamas. Their relatives were being treated in Israeli hospitals. Israel is. They're either really good or they're insane.
No, we follow the Geneva Conventions and all that stuff. We have teams of lawyers making sure our soldiers don't do the wrong thing, and etc. Anyway, what we found out so far, and I've invited someone else to come on. He's very knowledgeable about these things. Is that it seems that this was planned, and possibly even Iranian and Russian-speaking people were part of this operation. our analysis, and this is just us, we don't know. I mean, we have some extra information that is not available publicly, but not a lot. Our analysis is that this has gone horribly wrong. They didn't plan for it to be this gruesome. They didn't expect such an international reaction. They were going to have Hezbollah attackers from the north. Hezbollah can overwhelm our defense, which means that tens of thousands of Israelis could die. People think that we can, the rockets, people walk around. They're being rocketed with thousands of rockets means the country is paralyzed. Even if, and your house could be bombed. I mean, yeah, you could be in a shelter if you manage to get to it in 60 seconds, right? But you could come back to a pile of rubble. Your business could be destroyed. Your life could be destroyed. I mean, what are people supposed to do, even if they come out unhurt?
Forget all that. What country lets people throw rockets at them? Try throwing one at the U.S. and see what happens to your ass.
Yeah, your country will be wiped.
Mr. Wassad, on Thursday, I was talking to a bunch of people on Veli's channel.
On the back channel, is this your friend called, is it Aganawa Man or someone?
Yes, he's great. He's really knowledgeable. Bring him on.
Somebody should drop. I'm chewing. Let me drop myself up for a sec, and let's bring him on. 1 second. 1 second. I didn't know he was.
Well, I can go if you want.
You sure, John? Or just hang about. Yeah, I'm sure one of us would just bounce him in. I was going to nibble anyway.
I'll jump off. Night, guys. Lovely
yeah,
talking
night.
to you all.
Bless.
Take it.
Bye. Bye.
So move to the next point. So what we think is it's gone horribly wrong. However, it's possible there's still a trap. Now, at the moment, a U.S. carrier, which for the first time the U.S. has actually come to our help, contrary to idiots like Keith Woods and Nick Fuentes, no American soldiers ever fought for Israel, ever, not one, not even half of one. But this is the first time actually American soldiers or Navy are involved, but very passively just brought their ships to look very threatening. But that's all they're doing at the moment, hoping to stop Iran from making whatever move is next. Russia seems involved. Putin has been very strange for the last few weeks. For all the conspiracy theorists that told me that Putin was Jewish and he loves Israel and he works for Israel, no, there's definitely traces of money being moved from Russia to Hamas. This is what we believe to be happening so far.
Russia's been empowering the African countries that were under French dominance.
Russia,
Nigeria.
Exactly, they're going against all the so-called West, France, UK, and of course America.
Yeah, they're literally like using the whole globe as the battlefield in order to divert resources and
it's also true that
stretch our
I've seen different reports that say that Putin is still very, very upset because of the lack of support of Israel with the Ukraine thing, and this is a counter move against that, right? Because these are fucking statistical guys. But how do you
Israel has only done very little for Ukraine under incredible American pressure. Putin is not gonna have Israelis murdered over this. I don't think it's very unlikely. I think something bigger is going on, which explains why America is so panicked. Biden has actually opened his eyes. Have you noticed? His eyes are actually open. I haven't seen him open his eyes for a year.
Best Biden speech I've ever heard in my life when he came out. I mean, that was the first time in my life I've actually looked at Biden and gone, that's what I want to hear you say, right? I want to hear you.
He woke up. He woke up, and for his age, I mean,
well done. Well done. But the Royal Navy, Musa, before you introduce your guest, the Royal Navy just turned around and
sent
2 destroyers. There's no way they're going to escalate. If Israel needs to do what it needs to do, the United States and the UK will not allow its aircraft carriers, the 2 most powerful ships in the world, are heading. One's already there, the second one's on its way. We're going to make sure
now
business, right?
now think about it. The AA made some clip about it. I listened to it. It's unbelievable how little he understands of what is going on. Does he think that 3 carriers? I don't know when was the last time 3 carriers were in the same place in history. Do they think they send them because 1,000 Israelis were murdered? Like, what they're going to do with those carriers? They're murdered. What they're going to do? We can deal with bombing Hamas. We can do all that. We don't need those carriers. What are they going to do? So
Look,
there's a big thing going on. There's a much bigger thing going on.
I can tell you because I know more about the UK intelligence, the UK defense system. It's very clear that the world's second most powerful ship, the HMS QE2, is there literally to back up the other side of the Gulf. That says if they scramble any jets from Syria, any jets from Iran, they will meet UK and US air power, because they're not going to let you get near Israel. They're not going to need Israel should only be able to use its air force to deal with Hezbollah. It does not need to have its air force ever, because the thing, if Israel used its air force against a Middle East country, there'll be problems. But the UK and the US can use its air force against the countries, and that's not a direct Israeli, right? So if they had to scramble fighters into, say, Syria, I'd rather they were UK and US fighter jets. Right?
If we do it, we'll spend the next 40 years in courts, international courts. If America does it, some journalists will complain. That's it.
Right? But if they're going to say get the US and UK, the US and UK are going to be like, whatever, Trevor. I just, I mean, that's, and I was proud both the Rishi Sunak speech to the temple, to the synagogue, and Golda's Green was absolutely committing, and then he followed it up by turning the HMS QET around the Arctic and just flying down towards you guys. So, like, bring it. But hello, your guest. I haven't heard this new chap again. Your mate. He's been very quiet, I'm Ralph, by the way. I don't know if you know who I am, but anyway.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
What? Give us a short name to call you. This is too long.
Call me Aga.
Aga.
Right.
So what's your take on what's happening, man? Are you safe in Israel? Everything all good? Family safe? Everything
I'm not in Israel, but yeah, I do have family there. I know people there. Yeah. Some of them have lost friends, sadly. But yeah, it's not a nice situation.
Yes.
Myself, I'm all right. Everyone in my family.
Although all Jews, wherever they are in danger right now.
We're impacted by this, yeah.
Yeah, well, Muslims are not. So pay attention to what's actually happening. If you stop watching degenerates like Keith Woods and Nick Fuentes, the cat boy lover, maybe look at what's happening around them and try to judge things normally.
I mean, I've been slaughtering them the last 3 days. I've not slept very well because I've had some family issues, health issues, and I've got a lot of work things going on. I've still been in because I can't sleep. I keep thinking about everything that's happening in Israel. I've been slaughtering every single of these Natsok, third position, Nazi, the Jews, the JQ. They've had no arguments that have not already been refuted. I mean, and I'm sure you get the USS. So the USS Liberty flyby as well. I haven't seen King David Hotel yet, right? We can do that. You want to do USS Liberty? You want to do the Samson option? If any of you guys want to actually have a formal argumentation, we can do so. But your arguments have been destroyed again and again, right? I mean, I know what to hear from these guys. Yeah, the Israeli. Yeah, I heard the funniest one I heard today is like, "Hey, we better be really careful when the Queen Elizabeth arrives because it could be a USS Liberty, and Israel are planning to fly a couple of jets into the HMQE2." And you're like, "Are you guys on crack?" I mean, do you really think the Israel Air Force is going to fly into a UK Navy ship or the USS Ford? I mean,
that's how tinfoils work. That's how tinfoils work. That's the tinfoil talking more than anything.
I don't think it's tinfoil. I think it's they lose. Literally, what happens is you get a point. It's like I'm a guy, so I mean, I do a lot of my work is to do with complex craft modeling and sort of that kind of good stuff in complexity theory. If you look at them, there's this really fascinating idea of software between what's an echo chamber and an epistemic chamber. An echo chamber is when the messages keep recirculating and maintaining people in a group cohesion. Everyone agrees the Jews are bad base, the Jews are bad base. But then there's another very interesting class that's only appeared a couple of years ago, which is an epistemic chamber. In an epistemic chamber, there's no way you can provide a new piece of information that can refute someone. They've been so deep.
Well, actually, Ralph, I went.
They will not accept a single statement of fact, even if they agree on the proposition that violates their position. It's almost like hyper brainwashed. It's by the point that they're like Jim Jones level cult. They've literally got the Kool-Aid because echo chambers you can de-radicalize. If you look at the security services, they know how to de-radicalize white nationalists or jihadis, right? They're very good at de-radicalization. Epistemic chambers are something even the security services are working on what to do with, because literally they've done experiments where someone has built up a body of knowledge in his head. He's come from an echo chamber. He's now moved to an epistemic chamber where if he agrees with a counterfactual, he won't refute his scaffolding. This is you get to E. Michael Jones or Keith, you can't tell them any facts that they would actually agree with the facts, but they will still refute. They'll enter an internal contradiction.
Well, one of the ways these people refute is really dumb. Like I go to like these Telegram channels, mostly right nationalists, and I say like, no, it's dumb. You're just scapegoating Jews. You're not giving any agency to your own people. They're always, are you Jewish for saying that? You know, just like.
Well, it's Craig says, is this an epistemic chamber? No, it isn't, because I'll tell you what, you can change my mind about anything. You can change my mind. You come on and you will argue me, and I work in a trade where people are constantly wrong, and things like fail fast, fix fast is how we work. I play speed chess all day. I learn constantly to be wrong. I have no problem being corrected, but you're going to have to correct me based on something I agree on. An epistemic chamber is where I give you a piece of information you agree on that refutes your position, but you still maintain your position. So Keith Woods, it won't matter what we tell Keith Woods about the Jews, he's going to maintain his position about Jews. What he needs is to be withdrawn and taken to a shin bet cell, and other techniques need to be used. But anyway, I'll let your guest speak. I'm going to stop blagging about epistemic.
Let me make the next point, and maybe people want to add. So there's a map going that the Palestinians have managed to spread as far as the New York Times publishing it and then having to retract it and saying that it was a work of art, because that map that everybody knows, the 4 maps of how Palestine shrunk and Israel grew, it's actually fake. Israel shrunk, has not expanded. We are a fifth of the size we were in 75. 1975 was the time where Israel was at its largest. We are less than 20% of what we were. The West, made us give it up. So it's a lie to say that Israel is expanding. But there is a subtler issue there, which is the settlements. So I'll explain why the settlements are there. The settlements are there because they are on land that we cannot afford to give up. Strategically, it would mean that they wouldn't have to go through the border to slaughter us. They could just stand on a hill and shoot us. There's no way we can allow it. Those hills have to be occupied by Israelis. They're not illegal settlements. You can make any law you like. It doesn't change the morality and the righteousness of the action. The law does not reflect reality. It's not illegal, by the way. That's just someone told you, have you checked what the law is? No, you haven't checked the law. The law is actually very complex and it's not illegal. You could argue both ways. Dr. Mengele is very upset, and the facts are on my side, Mr. Doctor. It's really easy to check.
Yeah,
really
Herr Mengele. So it's funny when Nazis are triggered so easily. It's so funny because they're not used to actually being criticized by people. They think, that they have a monopoly. It might have been true in the beginnings of the internet. You see them all around. So, I'm old enough to remember the M6 Guerrillian and all this stuff. It's always funny to see them. They get triggered so easy.
It's illegal to it's illegal to do all sorts of things in Europe. Does that make them wrong?
Hey, doctor, why don't you name the law?
Yeah, for example, if you walked with a T-shirt that said Dr. Mengele,
by the way,
the
UN doesn't make them. Go ahead, name the law.
funny one. He just used the 109 countries meme.
Yes.
And
it's fake as well.
You know what they usually say about this? If you've been kicked out of 109 bars, it's your fault.
Yes.
So, that's Mark Codditt's favorite analysis.
Yeah. You can
but the British have been kicked for more. The British have been kicked out of hundreds of places if they didn't genocide the population.
Forget the British. Look, he says again, never again. 100%.
Do you have the law, or do you need more time, dear?
Hear me out, guys. You can use that argument for Holocaust deniers. Just show a map of countries where Holocaust deniers, where Holocaust denialism, Holocaust denial is banned, and you can use the same arguments. If you were kicked out of 15, 20, 30 countries, perhaps it's your fault. All right?
Yeah,
That's the
Dr.
kind of-
Mengele, you've been kicked
kind
out of many countries.
Well, the argument would at least have more validity if these countries that Jews were kicked out of weren't exclusively had a Abrahamic religion like Christianity or Islam. But when you look at Jews that lived in China or India, they never got kicked out. So it definitely seems to be like a pattern going on there.
Yeah, strange correlation. Tom, I have to stop you guys on something. You mentioned evidence for Russian involvement in the massacre that we just saw. So I've seen videos of them, of some of the terrorists speaking Russian, others where you can hear Persian. But one interesting detail that I think not many people have noticed is that the 7th of October is Putin's birthday. It might just be a coincidence, but it's interesting. It's also Himmler's birthday, by the way.
I wouldn't.
I don't think it has anything to do with it, but it's an interesting fact to it. But the weapons, yes, the weapons, the cryptocurrency funding of Hamas over these last few months. From Russia, of course, there's a lot of evidence pointing towards Russia and Iran. Well, that's even more obvious.
I was going to get to the next point. Funnily, someone mentioned the UN. The UN made multiple declarations that labeled those settlements illegal. The UN is obsessed with Israel. If you actually look at the timetable of the UN and the so-called Human Rights Council and who is in the Rights Council, I think you'll have some questions about what is going on, because it seems the UN is basically an organization that is dedicated to Israel and occasionally deals with other things. It really is very, very strange. And when an organization acts like this, I'm not taking it seriously. The UN did not create Israel, Dr. Mengele. Again, you are factually wrong. The UN recognized Israel.
It doesn't create nations, and it doesn't create laws.
Yeah, it recognized an existing state. He had no choice on the matter. So UN resolutions, declarations, it doesn't matter, Craig. The UN is dedicated to harassing Israel. Most of its time is spent on Israel, and therefore it's not a serious organization. It's not a UN at all. And it's, by the way, it's also making decisions and declarations and resolutions that are designed to destroy your countries by flooding them with immigrants. That's the beautiful UN. I don't know why.
That's another thing. Like, why is it the alt-right, will hate on Muslims, but then suddenly be kumbaya with them when they attack Jews or Israel?
Because they don't care about anything except following the hate. They're not motivated
they don't care
by
about
anything else.
White people, let's be very clear. They don't represent white people. They don't speak for white people. White people find their views abhorrent. They represent an ideology that they think represents white people. How do we know this? Data-driven analysis. All I have to do is the distribution of UK opinions. I have one of the largest data models right now in our code for what the British people actually think. The British people aren't, for example, racist. Now, this really has already a problem because they say, I represent the English people, the ethnos. I'm like, no, you don't. You're not elected to do so. If I take any of your views over 13 dimensions of 420 policy positions, you speak for 5 to 8% of the British people. You don't speak for the British people, let alone white people. Right? You don't even speak for them. But what they can't understand is therefore because they don't speak for white people, they speak for what they think white people should have. They then go into full dissonance when they feed any information that's contrary. And then they go back, what the brain offers motivated reasoning, they're going to keep finding motivations for their reason to maintain their position, which is why
even among themselves, they can't agree. Like, some of them are just like, I only care about England, whilst others are more into pan-Europeanism.
Oh, Jamie gets better. Genetics, okay, we do this by gene-wide association surveys. Every piece of gene-wide association survey data shows that race is the lowest binding coefficient, of which white people have the lowest race binding coefficient. Ethnicity has a high binding coefficient. That means Germans will be loyal to the Germans, but much weaker to loyalty to the French. Wignats believe that there's a unity that is genetic based in race related that binds them, despite every piece of genetic data saying that is not the case. Now, if you present them with that data, the first thing they're going to say is you're anti-white. Like, no, I'm not saying I'm anti-white. I'm saying you're not pro-white because your positions don't represent what is, first of all, representing white, let alone a presupposition that this is an optimization for whites. They're like, oh, you're just racist. Push them further, you say, insert Jew, communist, fed, glowy, subversive. Right? These are the top five.
I mean, the arrogance to say that black people are self-hating because they don't believe in Pan-Africanism. You know,
white people are self-hating because they don't want to be Nazi.
I think Dr. Mengele is having a stroke. So, Dr. Mengele, I'm not going to answer your points anymore because you obviously are not. Maybe you should go calm down.
I've seen him on YouTube by the past.
Yeah.
These guys, they're hyperactive. They're hyperactive.
Yes.
They're both funny.
Dr. Mengele is
They're
Australian.
hyperactive.
So first of all, he's from Australia.
So, the next point is there's no genocide. Last year, I think about 200 Palestinians died.
Genocide everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, about 200 or 250 Palestinians died. Most of them died while trying to kill an Israeli or after killing an Israeli. A very small number of civilians died. That's, of course, terrible that anyone who's innocent died. And also, some Israelis do attack Palestinians, but we punish them. It's a criminal offense to attack anyone of any nationality. It doesn't matter who they are.
Guess who
unless
kills
you
the
are
most
under order
Palestinians?
in combat, you're not
Anyone?
allowed to kill anyone.
Anyone?
Guess who killed the
Guess
most?
who kills
Yeah.
most?
Other Palestinians.
Exactly. Same with
Yeah.
the Arabs in Israel.
Yeah.
Most of the murders are other Arabs killing other Arabs.
So actually, the Palestinian population is growing, very healthy growth, much better than European growth. No sign of genocide. It's a lie. It's part of the industry of lies that it was originally paid for by the Soviets. At times, it was I can't remember the percentage, I won't say, but a huge percentage of the KGB budget was spent on Israel and another large chunk on American communists.
Can I interrupt you here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's something deeper here as well. Much of this is projection. What they accuse Israel of doing is what they actually want to do or have already done or plan on doing. So I listen to them in Arabic all the time. One of the words that comes, that they use the most when talking about Jews or Israelis is muhtasibin, muhtasib, which means a rapist in the most basic sense. What you've seen is Arabs raping Jewish women, Israeli women, and even foreigners, who just happen to be there. And so much of what they say, genocide, for instance, they accuse Israel, the Palestinian genocide. Well, you've seen what's half a day under Hamas is like for Israeli Jews, not even a full day. And so imagine what would happen if, you had a week or a month or a year of Hamas, right? So that's what you would have. You would have a genocide.
Yeah, and they say they will. It's not that if they don't hide it, they say it.
Yeah,
so I don't understand. Really, people, obviously anyone who says Israel is committing genocide is lying. If anyone wants to join our Discord, hopefully my link appeared. If you join and annoy us, we first throw you in Jahannam, which is hell. And then we time you out, and then we kick you. But you can come and be critical and do whatever you like. But if you are a nutcase, off with your head.
I mean, let's say, at least they play devil's advocate. Like, obviously, Israel has done bad things, but we just need to get a perspective that every time
less than any European country who's telling us off.
Yeah.
We've done less bad things.
Well, it's just every time there's the peace negotiations, Israel's agreed to that.
How many British soldiers died in Iraq? Do you know? Anyone?
So 40,000, I think.
No,
40,000? No, they died.
I think
died.
I think it's only about 100 at least.
100. Do you know what would happen if we adopt the things that you people recommend we do? Do you know how many Israeli children, 18, 19-year-old children, you know, I mean, you can imagine what they look like. They look like children, and they're going into a war zone, house to house. You know, there will be 2 to 3 of them would be dead.
But you see, I think at the deeper level, it's like when you look at it, because what fascinates me is what unites these most 3 disparate groups. The communist, progressive, Marxist left, right? They're the ones going, you know, free Palestine, you know, all of that stuff with the Muslims. It's much easier. Let me call them the Islamists, to be fairer, and the far right. If you look at them, they converge on the Jews for very different reasons in a funny way, but they actually share a much deeper principle. They don't really care about the thing they claim to care on their first order propositions. They don't care about the thing that they say they care about. They care about the Jews, but they find it very difficult. And I find there's a lack of courage and moral courage and conviction. Just come on and say, hi, my name is Keith Woods and I'm a Jew hater. Hi, my name is Alexandria Cortez and I'm a Jew hater. They won't say that. They'll do every trick under the book, which tells you there's a deeper malaise, because Moonlight Wanderer just critically is saying, I'm very familiar with the DSM literature and insanity, like to talk about insanity. If you look at that, one form of insanity is a complete rupture between the scaffold of your ontologies of what you think and what reality is. So if you look at someone really insane, a mad person walking down the street who's under, let's say, under a lot of treatment, they don't have an internal mental model of the world. They're like a child, they've lost it. The 3 people also show the sign of a madness because they want to, inside their heads, they just hate the Jews. But inside, they're going to create these constructs of cathedrals, castles, things that tell them why they should hate the Jews. What they won't say when you push them is just come on and say, I hate the Jews. That they won't do. That, Moonlight Wanderer, is a sign of madness, right? It's a sign of absolute madness.
I forgot to say about our Discord that lies are not allowed. If you lie and you can produce or no evidence, you are timed out for a week. And the second time you're kicked.
Beatings?
I mean,
to produce evidence for lies.
Mr. Ali has probably heard for a long way. Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali is a vehement opposer of the state of Israel. Assalamu alaikum, man.
Mr. Raf, thank you, everyone. I'm out of here. Good night. Thanks.
So, what was that comment? That 6 million babies?
Mr. Ali is an old timer from all the sort of speakers on the circuits. He's let's just say he's like a full
6 million Jews.
What you should do, Mr. Alio, is buy lots of tissues. Lots and lots of tissues. So much that the shop would be empty. Okay.
Oh, even Jen is in the chat. Hello, Jen. Long time no see.
There will be a shortage in your neighborhood. I get a feeling.
Jen is my favorite, a Buddhist, an American Buddhist, which is very unusual. Well, not that unusual nowadays, but Jen, you're always welcome on, sweetheart. Yeah. So so it's interesting. So I don't know. I mean, you look and you think, what happens next? And for me, the biggest concern is there a window of opportunity in which Israel can finish the job in so much as it can get to the next stage of the game? Right. That stage might be moving them around, killing the tunnels, doing what it needs. I'm not privy to what the Israeli government strategy is, but I can only make a fairly decent educated guess, and that the world opinion just doesn't keep screeching. I'm not worried about escalation. The Brits and Americans will not allow escalation, right? So even if, another thing I was going to bring up more, such a point, I'm not sure if your friend also agrees with me, is have you noticed the extreme fetishization? Because I'm old enough to remember, they fetishized the power of the Iraqi army and the big Iraqi, the Iranian National Guard. When the wars happened in the Middle East, those guys ran in like days. They just dropped their tanks and guns and ran. Now I've noticed a huge fetishizing of Hezbollah. The left are going on with, well, the mighty Hezbollah has an incredible arsenal. And I'm thinking, well, if Hezbollah had all those people, wouldn't the Israelis just like use air supremacy to just firebomb them out of hell? Am I missing something here? Wouldn't that be the Israel? I don't think Israel would want a ground war with Hezbollah, would it? I would assume it would use air supremacy, right? Am I right? Or is that a reasonable question?
Sorry, I was answering someone in chat. I missed the question.
What I'm saying is, if you imagine that there's a wider blanket that no other nations are allowed in, the left are fetishizing, and I remember this in the first Gulf War.
Yeah,
They always fetishize you can't deal with the Iraqi presidential guard. Or the recent fetish of the left to the enemies of Israel is Hezbollah is really strong. Hezbollah is very powerful. Hezbollah this, Hezbollah that. I'm thinking,
The Soviets created this. They infiltrated all the left organization, all the academia. I mean, we talked about this before, and they spread this. I mean, Putin still does it. He agitates both far left and far right in the West. He helps both, and they all fall for it. They're so silly. It's like, come on, guys.
You guys are from Britain, right?
I am.
All right. So you know about George Galloway.
Oh God!
Yeah. He's a
so
crazy person.
So let's sum things up. Okay, the man went from being a paid shill, because that's what he is essentially for Saddam Hussein. And then he shifted alliances when he fell, and has now been serving for quite a long time now his worst enemies. That means Iran and Assad.
But he's an opportunist, that man. I've followed him alive. He just basically will help with whichever enemy of the Brits he thinks is going to make him make every migrant, every otherized community like him. He just basically lives off the affection of the other. So he's one of those. Yeah, he's at least Jeremy Corbyn is principled. He's actually a hardcore communist, right? George Galloway is an opportunist, right? Literally, he'd go whatever. If tomorrow it was one-legged Nicaraguan lesbians that were the in thing, George Galloway would be all about one-legged Nicaraguan lesbians like that, right? He'd be like, "Hey, go one-legged Nicaraguan lesbians." So Galloway's a clown, but yeah. But can you move
so if people are interested, there's a book called "The Industry of Lies" that documents how these people have infiltrated all the news agencies like AP, Reuters, and so on. Just go outside the AP building in London. I can't remember where it is, but it's somewhere in London, and watch who comes in and out. And it's you'll know yourself. I don't have to explain.
You asked Hezbollah. May I answer this one, because I think there's something important that needs to be mentioned.
Go say.
All right, so Hezbollah, in 2006 we had the Second Lebanon War between Israel and Hezbollah, basically, and it lasted. Well, Israel was unprepared for this one, and but Israel did not lose. Hezbollah created the myth of the divine victory. But at the very beginning, the first interview in which Hassan Nasrallah gave to the Lebanese media, he slipped, and when he was asked, by one of the journalists, had you known the devastation that this would bring upon Lebanon, the extent of the refugees, all this stuff, would you have done it? Would you still have done it? And for a quick moment, he said, "If only I'd known. If only I'd known, I would not have done it." So, but they created this myth afterwards, so they did everything to bury this interview. You can still find it on YouTube. It's all in Arabic, of course. I can send it, but it's a very.
But would you say that how real is this? Because I'm old enough to remember these what I consider synthetic fetishized threats, right? And it started in Vietnam as well. Is Hezbollah? Let's pretend there was no other actors involved, and the United Kingdom, US maintain air supremacy as a blanket cover for Israel. Would Israel really want to fight 50 to 100,000 Hezbollahs? Would you just keep bombing them in the air, right? You wouldn't bother.
No. It'd be a terrible war. It's not gonna. These things are no game. It's no game.
Yeah, but
they're serious. They're a serious force, and they can kill thousands of Israeli citizens at the same time.
They were losing in Syria in 2013 against ISIS. They were losing. They were losing a lot.
Still,
or would you just use air power?
I don't want to go to funerals. I don't.
I'm not saying that
it's not easy. It's not easy. We don't want.
Okay, so but it wouldn't be a messy battle. It would be more like they fire a shitload of rockets on northern Israel, maybe to Haifa or whatever, right? And then
tens of thousands of Lebanese will die. Citizens will die if we do that.
You'd have to do just indiscriminate bombing, right? You basically
and we don't like it, and then the Israeli public doesn't like it. The world doesn't like it.
I don't want anyone to be bombing anyone, but I'm just saying
it's horrible.
So is he basically just posturing when he came out yesterday and said, "We haven't decided when we enter, but if you were to enter Gaza, we enter too"? That's just posturing, man.
They can overwhelm, like I said earlier, they can overwhelm Israeli defenses and kill thousands of Israelis, which will change the whole game. You know, it's going to escalate things big time. But that's why America and England are there. To scare them,
Yeah, just be
but there's more to it. Like I said, there's Russian. We said Russian and Iranian involvement, and who knows who else.
Turkish probably.
Turkish possibly, yeah.
The Turkish.
So the Industry of Lies is a book people should check. So in 2005,
Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, is a Turkish citizen.
Right. Yes. There's a lot of connection between Erdogan and Hamas. It's a force that he's trying to recruit into his
the US and
empire.
Turkey's on a short leash by the Americans, right? They're not going to. Are they going to let them do anything to that? The US to Turkey. Turkey has every NATO base station in Turkey.
Turkey plays everyone.
A double game.
Yeah. It's in the middle, and it has to, but it doesn't play nice.
Just look at their behavior with Ukraine.
It's a whole different
it's almost like Israel is the only country operating with moral integrity in the region, and then they are the West Wing. Why should we support Israel?
That's very much the case.
Complicated relations with Turkey. I mean, we buy a lot of stuff from them. We cooperate with them on many levels. Israelis go to Turkey all the time. We are trying to normalize. We have been trying to normalize our relationships with them for decades, and it goes up and down. We have an Israeli friend who lives in Turkey right now. I mean, he works there and lives there. And he loves it. So it's complicated. So in 2005, Ariel Sharon, who was back then the Netanyahu, he was back then the far right, the hawk, the guy, right? In 2005, Mr. Sharon showed what Israel is really like and gave up on the Gaza Strip and said, okay, we're out of here. It's no longer a military zone. It's no longer occupied. We're out of here. We're going to have a border between us, but we're going to let you in and out. So people could go in and out.
They uprooted the Jews who lived there. They uprooted all of them.
They uprooted Israelis that lived there, who became a social problem in Israel. When you move people out of their homes, you break up all their networks, everything, businesses, shop owners, small business owners, the whole thing is, it's upheaval. So we had to deal with that, create a lot of problems. 2005, we left lots of equipment for them, which was mentioned before, I think. They just destroyed it all. A year or two later, Hamas was voted in, and that's it. And they voted for this. They knew that Hamas, they knew very clearly that Hamas is a genocidal organization. We are facing genocidal threat.
I mean,
Iran, which is a massive country, is backing two terrorist organizations that both are openly saying that they want to kill all the Jews. It's like exactly what the Nazis wanted to do.
Oh, they're unashamed. The Hamas.
But the Nazis hid it. They're saying it. It's obvious.
They're writing it on the rockets. They're not just saying it.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying it. They're saying it. And for some reason, your journalists, your BBC is covering for them. The BBC is covering for them.
Israel is strong right now. If I'm just saying, in a hypothetical scenario, if the IDF did what I hope they would do and then move the north 1 million to the south, purge the north, make them maybe go back all the way to the north and purge the south, or maybe just push them out, would there be appetite?
No. Yeah, push them out. You don't go.
So there's the appetite in Israel to do a proper Nakba too, right?
The Sinai.
No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. People want all sorts of things, and people are saying all sorts of things. But I'm trying to be realistic.
They'll keep them there in the demolished area. Keep them under.
I don't really know. I think there will be some deportations, but most people will end up staying there.
Because if there's 50% populations at that youth age, and you basically assume most of the fighters maybe about 16.
How are you supposed to live with a bunch of Nazis? I mean, look at what they did.
Yeah, this was I see conflicting things. I see the sentiments of Israeli polling saying something like, I've seen 70% of the polls say they'd be happy for Gaza to be retaken and either then kept under existing type of West Bank type conditions or just basically those who are given a want to leave are given safe passage, and some deal is struck with Egypt or something, right? I mean, it seems like Israeli appetite for that is very high in the polls, at least in the polls.
Yeah, but this is very early days. I don't know. This is just the beginning of this. We don't know how it's going to turn out. We don't know if there's a trap. We don't know what Iran, Russia, Turkey will do. We don't know. We don't know how this is going to end up. So I don't know. But our aim is to first remove Hamas, so that Hamas does not exist
Hamas
anymore.
is wrong. Hamas is history. There's no.
It's also terrorizing the Palestinians there. I mean, let's face it. If Israel stayed in Gaza, the Palestinians that live there would be doing better in every level: education, health, prosperity, everything, everything in every way. But they wanted, the world thought that they needed freedom and Palestine and free Palestine. So there you go. This is what happened. They just made it worse, and right now it's becoming rubble. And there was very little there. Now people say it's the poverty. No, Gaza is not poor. It's got rich neighborhoods. It's got very nice restaurants, very nice hotels, and it's got lots of poor people. Just like many mega cities like Mexico City and
also,
so
I've
on.
seen crazy videos, Instagram videos from my missus going, "Is this Gaza and stuff?" They look like they have it looks like decent restaurants. People having dinner and stuff.
They have riding academies and water parks, for fuck's sake. Come on.
Listen, compared to
rubble and poor children running around. Right?
Can I make a point before I forget?
Both.
The Arabs, please. The Arabs in the Judea and Samaria, the reason the Abbas hole called off those elections is because Hamas was projected to win there. Let's not gloss over the fact that these people think like that group and wanted that group. It's not the poor little Palestinians being held hostage. They are being abused by Hamas without a doubt, and they're aware of that. But for some reason, their hatred for Israel just overrides every other decent thought or good sense they have. And it's at least that's the way it seems to me, because the people in the West Bank, so to quote unquote, can see what's going on in Gaza. They can see how the Gazans are treated by Hamas, yet they wanted to elect them there too. Why? Because they're the most likely to kill Jews.
Yeah. And so
the Palestinians elected Hamas knowing what they're electing.
This Moroccan guy has been going on all the time. So, Mr. Morocco,
Yes.
I don't know who you are, my friend, but I'm going to respond to you directly on behalf of my friend Joseph from the Israel Advocacy Movement. When you say Morocco this, Morocco that, Jews about, et cetera, I'm going to play you a quick 15-second clip about the Moroccans and Jews, and Libya and all of your North area. This is what we here in London. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Country 2 months ago, we catch Jews in my country in Tripoli. They come there telling Libyans, you know what they're telling them? This country belongs to Jews. You know what the Libyan done to them? They barbecued them, bro. They put
Listen, look at the camera. Look at the camera.
They barbecued them. You know, skewers like a halal meat. Put some the marination and then put on a charcoal, bro. Barbecue. Season, of course. Some nani bread. Nana, you know nana?
So what we have here, we have a brother, it's speaker.
So, when someone comes from Morocco and Libya and that area of the world saying, Jews are bad, this is what we hear in London all the time, and people like this.
Yeah, they literally have no filter whatsoever.
And no filter whatsoever.
So we gave them Gaza to turn into shit, basically. You know what? I'm going to say something that really will annoy a lot of people. The best thing that could happen to the Arab countries like Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq, and so on, is if Israel conquered them. However, we do not wish to. We do not plan to. Unfortunate for you, and very luckily for us, we have no plan to do such a thing. But if we did, you would have the best life ever. You would have education. You would have health. You would have dentists. You would have all those things. You would have rights. People will not be able to rob you and just disappear. There would be no Daesh. There would be no terrorists terrorizing you. Your mosques will be safe and clean. Everything will be cool. There would be no Assad who will come beat you and force you to vote.
No sticks
and none of that. Yes,
no
none of that.
Right? No,
And you can continue to worship Allah and do all those things.
It's a shame for you that Israel isn't in the need for more sand and Arabs.
Yeah, that's more or less what the Israelis say. We don't need more Arabs.
No, we don't. We don't really want to conquer them at all. Like, it would be the worst thing if you told this to Israelis. They will probably want to hospitalize you. They're not going to risk their lives to conquer some. No.
And I get this real because I go to Moonlight. I like Moonlight Water actually for all the fact that we disagree every day on Telegram. But Moonlight Water, Greater Israel is a real plan, though. I agree with
no,
you.
It's not.
There was a plan not made by the Israeli people. It's a plan made by God. So if you were to email Hashem at thecreation.il and you wish to dispute that, I'm sure Hashem will listen to your email. So please email Hashem at creation.il if you have any concerns of the title deeds laid out in Genesis. Thank you.
I think the idea is, I mean, Israelis are never gonna. We don't really need or want to conquer anything. We just want the land of Israel.
The amount of trouble you have with just the thing you have, do you really want to double that and take on another 40 million? I don't think that would be optimal, right?
In 1947, they offered to divide the land and to have a Palestine, but they refused, and we said yes. So that's another thing, that every time they're given anything, they refuse, because they refuse to accept that Israel should exist, because they're genocidal. Do you not understand? They want every Jew on earth dead, and you are talking to us about being compassionate and human rights and all this bullshit. You would forget in a second if someone wanted to be dead.
Yeah, it's a very childish mentality. Like either the highway or the highway.
But is it really? Because I've got friends I know who are good people. I know good Egyptians in London. I know good, for example, Syrians and Jordanian people in the United States. I don't know if it's that. Is it that, or is it just really a matter because they come from a patriarchal, familial, tribal culture that honor is a big thing?
Yeah, it's not a shame culture.
It's a shame culture, isn't it? So honor and shame is massive. And what I think this is hatred of Jews, I'm wondering a large part of it might be they have just kept losing. And therefore, because they feel
they've got suffering from massive amounts of butt hurt. That goes without saying.
So I wonder how much of that hatred for Jews is actually just self-hatred, because not self-hatred in the sense because shame and honor says, oh, it's like, like England would feel that, for example. England is, the home of football, invented football, has only won one bloody World Cup, right? So there's a big thing that there's also got to win the World Cup, right? Got to win the World Cup. And there's a bit of pride and honor and shame. And therefore, it's like, let's hate the Germans because they keep winning World Cups, right? So how much of that is just they hate the Jews, but really it's kind of like, I mean, how do you put it? You just keep losing, right? You've lost every war against Israel. You've lost all your wars. 104 caliphs have been defeated, right? The last caliph was defeated by a German shepherd with special forces. At some point, you think, is this really hatred for Jews? Is it kind of just a hatred for loss? I wonder how much of that.
I want to point out something. I just tell you facts. Whenever I said something that is my opinion, I actually said this is something we're speculating about. We're not sure. Everything else is just facts. I don't know why people are so upset. Look at the chat. People are upset. Everything I said, just go and check. Just go and check. What's the problem? Why are you spurging? So funny.
You don't have to believe anything we say. Just go and
just check it. Yeah.
Listen, and to all the anti-Semites out there, we're not here to convince you. We know you already. We know what you think.
We're here to embarrass you.
You can't stop trying to harass us. We know what you think. Okay, so it's just it's your problem. It's not my problem. You're not my problem. Okay,
No, I mean you do a service for the Jewish people. All
they don't understand this. This is the point they don't understand.
Yes.
You love talking about red pilling people. Someone like me. The stuff I do, I just take the stuff you say and I show it to Jews in Israel. That's what I do. I just red pill them by showing what the stuff you say. That's all I do.
Yeah, but also this is like, you raise a very good point. How much of this is actually a choice for someone to hold that emotional state and go, look, if you want to, because I've always said this, for example, like when I argue with National Socialists, people write to National Socialists, I'm like, Jews this, Jews that, whining. I'm like, well, why are you whining about Jews like a Jew? If Jews are outclassing you and you're a proud white man, then go beat the Jews at their game, right?
Yeah, the Jewish IQ thing is a huge whole.
Yeah, the Jewish IQ. So. And then they get all like, well, the Jews have rigged the game. I'm like, but if you're a proud white man and you really believe a proud white man should be crying about Jews, which I don't think a proud white man should be doing, Shouldn't the next best step to be go, okay, the Jews are better at physics or chess. Let's go make our best white guy beat them in physics or chess. Instead of going, let's kill the Jews are sabotaging chess. Remember Mossad your
Yes, there was, he exposed his idiocy when we could not explain. He could not explain how Jews win so much in chess, because it's not a team. There's no, you can't, if you know your uncle is a chess player, well, that doesn't help you become, I mean, going to the right synagogue doesn't help. I mean, it's just you have to be just good. It's just being like a footballer. You can't be a good footballer because your uncle is in the football club. He knows the manager. It doesn't make you good.
That's when they start talking about Jewish nepotism and what have you. All the stuff Kevin McDonald has been writing.
Well, in politics, in administrative jobs, you can have but
in
this
chess,
proves it wrong.
It's a bit harder.
But it's also in physics, in math. It's really tricky.
Because the Jews donate to MIT, not because you managed to pass the frigging exam. Right? I mean,
and the sad thing, it also exposes the hypocrisy, because the British are also exceptionally good at those things, which explains the British success, or at least partly explains the British success. So he's like cursing himself. He doesn't, this is the thing that, I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Representing the English people, I can't think of anyone better to represent the English people than Carol in the chat. Why don't they have a sense of fair play? I mean, if you lose, you shake hands, you accept defeat, and be mobile and improve. That's the sentiment they don't have, right? So I don't care what some things. I'm very competitive at what I do. If I lose a chess, if I lose a particular variation, I get like internally like, okay, right? Or my software doesn't do what I want. I get self-competitive. I admit my failure. I get angry about it. I use my anger and my failure to improve. I don't go around going, Jews have controlled the rules of chess. That's not what I'm going to do, because that's just stupid.
With Arabs, it's honor before reality or sanity. Just keep that in mind.
I mean,
honor
Jews
is of
just,
utmost importance. Reality, sanity, all that kind of thing are secondary.
I mean, there's. I also try to explain to him that if you go back to medieval Europe, most people couldn't read, but most Jews, at least male Jews, could read, and many women could read too. So like 1 in 3 women, Jewish women, could read, when no women at all could read in the Christian world, and very few men. So they were able to.
About this.
They were able to develop this culture of study and learning, and it affects. It has an effect. And again, this is why the British have been successful, because they've had good education in the last few hundred years. Sorry, Agam.
No problem. Literacy was also high in Iron Age Israel. From the studies we have, we know people could write. Yeah. If you look at the
yes, it's a duty. It's a religious duty. So people did it even if they didn't want to, because God said so.
Well, religious duty, I'm not so sure, but it's.
It is. If you look, there's several rabbis made it. Early rabbis that were highly, thought of.
Back in the Iron Age, you didn't have rabbis.
No, I'm sorry, not Iron Age. I thought you were talking.
No, the Iron Age. Even in the Iron Age, you had high literacy in what is now Israel.
Comparison. Yes, although there's some discussion over this, but we know that after the Roman conquest, there was definitely a ruling that Jews should learn the prayers and should read the Bible and should teach their children to read, and most Jews, that's what they did, and it became a tradition, and that allowed, when Europe was becoming more scientific and philosophical and art and so on, that's when many Jews could use their skills in writing, in science, in the open market of ideas or whatever. That thing that's supposed to work, but let's leave that aside today. So another thing is, there are many people in the West who, like, for example, Matt, who was a guest of Ralph's a long time ago, who is fighting Holocaust deniers in the West. However, if you actually look at the stats, anti-Semitism is very low in the West, and it's used as a tool by people to harass people who are not really anti-Semitic. or not, even if they're a little bit anti-Semitic, it's not really enough for the state to get involved. I mean, let people be. If they're not doing too much, if they're not doing harm, I mean, you can't get involved in everything. I think it's used as a tool, not so much by Jews, but by just generally left-leaning and sometimes right-leaning organizations that do have a lot of Jews in them, for sure, I know. But that's not the point exactly, because if you look at it more closely, you'll see that lots of Christians' bodies are involved in this, Muslim bodies are involved in this, Qatar is involved in this, and lots of other players. But anyway, the next thing I had, it's a problem. We cannot save hostages without harming civilians. If any one of you ever served, you know what we're talking about. There's just, you're very lucky if you don't harm civilians. And of course, if we have to spare our troops' lives. Every fighting Israeli is conscripted, has a family. Every family has a soldier or two or three. We value life very highly. Every name of the dead is read on television several times, I think, and so on.
Put them on the walls of Jerusalem as well.
Yeah. And they put, when someone dies, they have to put signs all over his town or his neighborhood, so that anyone who knew him in any way or her in any way will know that they died and can come to the funeral and tell good things if they know any. But yeah, that's just how it works. Hamas sometimes tell people to stay home when Israel bombs them. Not all the time.
We have,
but we do have evidence.
We have satellite proof that they're blocking the roads to prevent people from.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I get lots of feeds so that they're actually literally doing that. And another thing, just to add one little point, because just one little anecdote, just to get you going from my last few days, is the other big thing that I love is that when you've got limited knowledge, I mean, explain to someone like, hey, in my case, mainly most of the people I talk about are very right wing, though my other alt IDs are recording the left now, because I've pretty much saturated my experiments on the right. And my biggest favorite one is something like, here's a great example: Jews control the banks and financial system, and Jews control Austrian interest rates. Like, okay, I spent 15 years in investment banking. Let's talk about that. Usually they run because they don't know anything about banking. But the Jews and money lending is a great one. So here's what I mean by dissonance. In epistemic chambers, I present the formula, a foundational formula you get in the interview at the bank, net present value of money. If I draw you the net present value of money, it shows you the internal rate of return and interest rates. Okay, they're like, okay, so what? I don't see any Jews in the formula. I'm like, good, good start. Now, you know what happens if you set interest rates to zero? You get no growth. They're like, oh, really? Yeah, look, do it yourself. Here's an online calculator. They're like, okay. I'm like, so if you like capitalism, you're a communist. No, I'm not a communist. Fuck the communists. Good start. Okay, so you're not a communist. You like stuff. You like wealth. You like growth, and you like interest rates. You're like, okay. So would you agree that interest rates and money lending are good? They're like, well, again, the Jews come in straight away. There's the Jew thing, like, okay, get past the Jews' interest rates. Okay, great. So you agree with the interest rates is good. You agree money lending is good. You agree capitalism is good. And they're like, okay, yeah, but what if Jews were controlling their money? Okay, would you give me £1 million with zero risk and no return? They're like, oh, no, I wouldn't. Okay, good. I wouldn't do it either. There's a risk and reward. You go around this entire thing, they walk it through you and go around their loop, and they can't find a way to put Jews into the net present value formula. Now, most rational people will go like, oh shit, maybe it's not the Jews. Then they go back and go, really? This net present capitalist formula, this was created by the Jews. I'm like, okay, let's go history. Do you know why the Jews are involved in finance? They're like 109, 110, 110. I'm like, do you know why it's 109? Let me give you the history of the formula. European tribes went to war with more than other tribes in the history of the world. They fought each other at a tribal level, at a national level. Every time they ran out of money, they borrowed money from the Jews. The Jews before emancipation were not allowed to do anything else. So the Jews did money lending. Then when they couldn't pay the Jews back, they expelled the Jews. The other people took the Jews, used their money to build up another war. You went to war with them again. They're like, look, Jews, 109. And the point,
and if you think about it,
let them back in.
But if you think about it, thousands of Jews were expelled because one banker, who they didn't know, who lived, it was some rich guy that they, didn't really know, was owed some money. So they all suffered. Most Jews are not in banking. Just to dispel a myth, Israel is not in banking. Our main exports are, of course, technology. You all rely every day, all day, on technology from Israel. Say thanks instead of whining about.
Correct?
Yeah, I mean every car has Israeli patents. Every car, almost every laptop is running on Israeli tech. Mobile phones. I mean, just everywhere. If you go to hospital in most European countries, they use instruments that were developed in Israel to save lives, basically, to help treat all sorts of cancer and all sorts of things.
No more, sir. In this formula on the screen right now, can you see where the Jew is? You don't see the Jew in the formula?
In the formula, there's a Jew in the formula. Is he hiding? Is he hiding? Is there a rock? Is there a rock where the Jew is hiding?
Behind the R. Behind every R, there's a. Let me change this and make the J to the T. Right? Does that work for you guys? Oh, sorry, Mama.
So it was just funny when you were talking about. I'm sorry, Mosako.
So I kind of lost where I was. So I was talking about History Speaks, Matt, that guy. Not specifically him, but a lot of people like him who are harassing Christians who may have maybe a bit anti-Semitic, but he's going really hard on them, and of course on all the Holocaust deniers. And I told him, man, the biggest Nazis in the world, the biggest Holocaust deniers are your brothers, the Arabs. I mean, and the Iranians. I mean, the Iranians have an annual conference of Holocaust denial where they invite very smart, strange-looking people like E. Michael Jones.
The Torre Cartigo, what's that?
He looks, by the way, E. Michael Jones looks like he's from that movie Deliverance, like an extra from Deliverance. Yes. Talk about physiognomy. They love to talk about physiognomy, and they listen to that weird-looking dude. I mean, by the way, he lies a lot. All you have to do is check. Again, all you have to do is check. Check what he says, and you'll find that he's a liar. Yeah, of course. He actually literally lies.
I saw this debate with E. Michael Jones and some. I think he's like some Jewish historian, and the historians like bring up all these these numbers, and E. Michael Jones, he just like finds all sorts of ways to just disregard it, or saying like, "Oh, I don't know what happened to them." This is like.
It's like when the guys were debating Mark Collett, Jamie. Do you remember? It's like they won't listen. You can give them you couldn't be more scientific with your facts, and they just won't listen. They'll pivot.
The problem is, John, here's a great experiment for you. I'll be brief, right? The cortex of the brain does what's called motivated reasoning, right? You think you're logical, and here's a great experiment that is repeatable. If I sit in a room, double-blind field trial experiment, I go, look, at your eye frequency rate, if you see the number 3 versus the letter B, if you can hit it quickly enough, you get $3 every time you see a 3 and a B. And then you wire up the cortex and you wire the experiment, you see people want to see it, even though their brain says it isn't there. So their brain is telling them it's not there, but they're looking, going like, there it is, there it is, there it is.
Well,
something like 58 to 60% for the people with the highest scores, at 58-60% of their brain is telling them what they already think they want to know. So they're basically, which is
one.
Mossad, just let me ask a couple of things. Sorry, buddy, if you don't mind.
Go. In fact, I want to ask you as well. I'm listening and I'll mute myself. I've got a couple more points after.
Okay. No, but Mossad, I want to ask you as well. So, Ralph, it was funny that, and Jamie I don't know if Jamie, you saw it, the Destiny versus Eric Stryker debate. And Eric Stryker couldn't get his head around why Goldman Sachs could borrow so much money at 0% interest. Whereas the average consumer couldn't. He couldn't get his head around the normal consumer to a bank who can pay something back in double time. And this is what you were saying about them. Not,
risk, because I've worked in risk. He doesn't know what risk is. And Goldman Sachs, any bank's market, has got a very highly computed risk formula. Every night, every morning, every bank in the world has reported its risk numbers, right?
Exactly.
Whereas Punisher, like if Punisher 10 million versus Goldman Sachs, Punisher might be lost seen in the country with no extradition treaty, right? That's where Punisher.
I'm terrible at maths, and even I could get that. Even I could see.
Yeah, but you can't tell people like Stryker that because he's looking for Jews, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true. And this is a question for Mossad. Before you said about, and I know he can't. Mossad calmed me down this weekend because I was a bit worried. But there was a question about Lebanon. If Hezbollah do attack us, can we handle them? I know that might be a stupid question. Is he gone? Are you there, buddy?
He's going to use the MPV formula to quickly make them.
Okay, you can answer this, Ralph. You can answer
I
this.
don't know. I think your mate is far more qualified than me. I just say just nuke them from the sky, bro. I mean, just like bomb the shit.
Well, I mean, Hezbollah are 10 times what Hamas are. That's.
So you have to use aircraft. Just because they can't fly any planes, because American Britain will shoot down any planes. Just like the Israeli force. Right. Good thing. So, what, 20, 30 miles into just like carpet bomb, 25, 30 miles into that. I don't know what their rocket ranges are. They're obviously going to hit a lot of Israeli towns in the north. Try to back in, just punish. See, in my experience with these tribal cultures, it's not just Arabs, not just Muslims. Tribal cultures, physical patriarchy, they only respect force. They don't respect weakness. If you're forceful, they back down. If you show a small sign of weakness, they will bully you. So I would say
that's true.
Them, right?
But that's basic psychology, isn't it? The bully. If you stand up to the bully, they normally back down.
Yeah, the bullies usually back down. Yeah. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're thinking of serving Punisher? You're thinking of like losing the old. You thinking of going in?
You're looking good, buddy. You're looking Rocky Balboa.
Right. Come on, then, Abdul. Come on.
Oh, come on, my son.
I can see Punisher standing in the north of Lebanon. Who are you? Who are you?
Come on, you cunt. So who's
Agamemnon.
Hello, nice to meet you, buddy. I've not
nice to meet
not
you.
Met you before. Well, Mossad was speaking very highly of you, so
oh yeah, he likes to exaggerate.
No, he says you're pretty clued up.
But we've always worried about Mossad if he's totally aggressively heterosexual. Yeah. We've always had that concern about Mossad.
Ralphie likes calling me gay as well. He goes.
Always say that because Mossad will probably check on his wife or something. Yeah.
How many times have you? Actually, that's a good question. How many times have you called me gay, Ralph? Probably quite a lot. But never mind. He loves winding me up.
I just I wouldn't take a push out with you, mate. I don't know. I love you both. Like
No, I know. I love you too, buddy. I know.
Like Genesis 19. My response to that all is pure Genesis 19.
Yeah, exactly. I know how to get you going. I'll just tell Ralph I'll go out in a dress on the weekend. He'll go green. I'm just joking. God forbid.
Let designers take over. Yeah. So I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are taking over.
They're just colonizing on them. They colonize this. But you know what they do? They use this crazy thing called Jewish space lasers. That's the way they do it. They've got these Jewish space lasers.
Yeah. Exactly. But we go on to the money lending. It's funny because I think we were given that responsibility because they knew it would make us unpopular. They knew because no one likes money lenders or
we had the Knights Templars to be the bankers, and then
they were kicked out as well,
and then the French king and the Pope collaborated to have them dealt with, but then they replaced it with the Jews because I think that unlike the Jews, the Templars actually were armed to the teeth and therefore were much harder to control. Whilst Jews were easier to control that way, and they didn't want to pay back a loan.
Profession, right, Jamie? They were not let you. They were thought, oh, this banking, this financing, this doesn't look very important. That was a stupid move, wasn't it? Let the Jews do that. The Jews like, oh, okay,
We'll kick you out and let you back in when we need to borrow more money. They did. They let us. It's just ridiculous.
Well,
oh, here he is.
Well,
Did you hear my question, buddy?
He's back.
Yes. Look, the fear is that there will be casualties. There's no way Israel can lose a war against them. You understand? It's just impossible because we have nukes, we have all the different abilities, and we have an intelligent over 100 IQ army, while they don't. So the only but we don't want any Israeli to suffer. And we don't want anyone to suffer.
But do you think there's the possibility of Russia selling nukes to Iran?
There is a possibility, yes. Which is why. Look, I have to say, think about it. There's a reason behind all the activity around there. If it was just Hamas, Israel can handle it on its own. This is never happened before. They never ever sent anything apart from weapons to us, and sometimes not even weapons. And suddenly everybody is behind us. There's got to be something going on. This is not just a few. I mean, hundreds of Israelis murdered, but still, I mean.
I think the tides are turning though as well, buddy. I might be wrong. In Europe as well, I think the tides are turning and people are becoming more.
Well, the West is very emotion-led. The West is very emotional. They see something horrible and they immediately react. I wish we were all a bit calmer about things. Just a point, just a wind up for Americans. I mean, in 1959, America went to a peaceful island, didn't do anything to them ever, and just told them, hey, this is ours now. So if you complain, there will be a problem. Okay? The place is called Hawaii. Why did you do it? And how dare you complain about us just wanting a tiny strip of land where, there's not a lot of space and it's very hard to defend. Any Americans whining about it, first evacuate a few states that you took without asking anyone, quite a few states, before you tell us.
A tiny strip of our own land, not somebody else's as well. Let's make that clear.
But how many countries haven't been found in injustice? Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, especially to these peace-loving Americans, I mean, how many? When your army goes in, they flatten an area, they kill all civilians. Look at there's an entry on Wikipedia, or if you don't trust Wikipedia, go elsewhere. That tells you how many civilian casualties are in wars. Look at Israel. Look at yours. Stop telling us off. We are much, 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 much better than you. And that's a fact. Again, verifiable.
I find we get more support from America. I mean, I could be wrong. It's for me, it's Europe that's much harder on us. And and what country in Europe doesn't have blood on its hands? If you go back far, if you go back further enough, like most countries do. And that's what I'm saying. What country hasn't been found on injustice? Pakistan is just as young as we're, same age as us, myself. If you talk about Kashmir and go on, sorry, Angela,
India and so on. There's a guy called Craig. Rather than typing, let me answer him. So Craig says, just go back to 67 border. It's indefensible border. There's no way we're going back to it.
It's not a border. It's an armistice line from 49. And at the time that it was put in there, the Arabs insisted that it was not a border. They made that be. They insisted
doesn't matter.
that
Listen,
was part of the text of the agreements.
Yeah,
that it was not to be considered a border. Well, guess what? It's not a border. They can't pull shit out of their ass whenever they want.
But it doesn't matter because those hills, they're not going to stand on them and shoot us like we're flies. It's just not going to happen.
And they're not going to get the heart of the ancestral Jewish homeland in exchange as a reward for trying to slaughter everyone for a century straight.
Also the
you know what? If they give up on genocide, if they declare the no more genocide for 100 years, then we'll take them seriously. So let's slow down.
But it's interesting, like But like the early Jewish settlements were basically places that were almost inhabitable, like swamps, you know.
Yeah, swamps for the most part.
Yeah.
Well, that's Mark Twain saying, Jamie. The Mark Twain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were given swampland,
Even look
dunes,
at the partition
a
plan.
desert.
Look at the
Here's
partition
the clue.
plan.
They don't
Resolution
want it
101.
unless Jews are
181.
there. That's what makes them want it, is that Jews are there.
And we weren't even given it because really we're saying we had to fight for it. Thousands died. Nobody gave us anything in the end. We had to fight for it.
Even look at the partition plan. Look at the partition plan in Resolution 181. It just gave
we're not
desert
going
areas to the Jews. That's all they did. So they didn't give they didn't give it to the Arabs. They gave the most arid and inhospitable areas to the Jews.
You guys were talking a minute ago about countries that were about as old as Israel. Why don't we have a chat about Jordan? They gave it to non-local Arabs. The British were given a mandate to create a Jewish national home, and they gave 80% of it to Arabs. And now the Arabs are supposed to try to kill all the Jews for the last little bit, which incidentally, in their original charter, they excluded as Palestinian land. In 1964, they had a charter. It said that Gaza and Judea and Samaria were not Palestinian land. And then in 68, they revised
Jordanian sovereignty.
Okay, let's not. It's getting complicated. Okay, I'm trying to just keep it because I mean.
But I want to say something about this.
Go.
Well, what does it say? If it's only Palestinian land, depending on who's there. I mean, I think that says everything.
The fact that we're all talking about this, I think this shows how far the propaganda actually went. And, it's from my perspective, knowing the Arab world, knowing the language and the culture, it's very funny to see Arabs, questioning other countries' legitimacy, talking about settlers while they're settling all over Europe and the West. It's, objectively, the largest migration, illegal migration of people, not to call it an invasion, in history, basically. You have millions upon millions of people pouring into Europe, pouring into America, pouring into the West. And these guys want you to focus on the settlers settling in Palestine, who are, at most 500,000. But of course, that's not what they mean. They're talking about the entire country.
Do you mean Judea and Samaria? So
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, clever.
The West Bank. The so-called West Bank.
I want to expel this. Okay, go on.
Sorry, go. We started
You're
at the
the
same
boss.
time.
You're the boss.
Am I?
You're the boss.
Okay.
Go.
I would say, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. We've been warning the Europeans about immigration, as the Muslims call it, hijrah, which means that it's a way to spread Islam, is to immigrate. Wherever you create an Islamic home, you've done hijrah, you've done something good, positive for the religion. It's a battle of ideas, it's a battle of civilizations. Assuming you like yours, you don't want too much of that stuff. You can learn great things from other people, but just not overdo it. But if you want to keep yours, that is.
For all you propagandists.
So I was just going to say, I made my opening speeches. If you look at the three civilizations and you believe in Torah and you believe Genesis 12:3, and the Chinese and Indians have not proselytized, they're not imperial. The Jews don't proselytize, they're not imperial. Islam is designed to proselytize and be imperial. They're commanded to take over the world, right? So that's it's like kind of problem in game theory land. I'm playing a guy who wants to take the whole board, right? So
we've been warning you for decades. I mean, we've made the documentaries, we've made statements. Our academics, you've thrown our academics out of your universities because they've been telling you this.
Because
literally, you've thrown them out. I spoke to the most prominent Middle East expert in Israel, Mordechai Kedar. He's a doctor. He's been in army intelligence. He used to be a leftist. He understands the whole socialist thing. He studied the history of the Middle East, Islam. He's an expert in Arabic. He's just one of a kind. Nobody will talk to him in the UK universities. This is one of the top scholars in the world. So You reject our advice, and then you complain that we spread this. I mean, you literally reject our advice.
To be fair, like I know there are Jews who definitely did like warn us not to take in all these Muslims.
Israelis, I'm talking about.
Israelis. All right, but there are also Jews that do like promote this whole immigration thing, and
mostly in America, not really in the UK.
Though, Jay. It's Holocaust.
Not in the UK, not in Sweden. I know that they
Let's
got.
talk about those Jews. Let's talk about those Jews. The Norman Finkelsteins, the Chomsky, and the others.
Yeah, they're also anti-Zionist. I mean,
those are the kind of Jews Nazis like citing. The
far
left
Jews.
Also,
let's be very clear. That's an attribution fallacy in logic. It's not the attribute that they're Jewish. It's the attribute that they're left wing.
Yeah. Mark Collett did a book review, guys. Mark Collett did a book review on the Holocaust industry. He must have loved that. He must have absolutely loved it, and he did. Yeah. He was saying nice things about Norman Finkelstein because it went to his narrative. Although Norman Finkelstein isn't look,
he's a Maoist. He's a Maoist. Okay. Basically, that's what he is.
Yeah.
This is such a. I had a debate just a day ago. I was had like an hour with the guy I think on on a Boss DD's channel, because he had another name. And this guy was going on and on. I was just breaking him down. He's like, look, I'm going to do formal logical argumentation with you. He's like, okay, let's take the claims and we break them down. Jews run America. Okay, why? Because they allow mass migration. I'm like, great, let's go. What percentage of Jews people are there? How many Jews in the United States? What percentage of left-wing people are there? And he just wouldn't budge on the fact that the majority of people argue for these things are not attribute equals white, attribute equals Jewish. It's attribute equals left. He said, well, the Jews are running these lefties. I'm like, okay, can you give me the evidence that Jews, a small percentage, less than 3.5 million progressive Jews in America, run 150 million progressive Jews? Like, they're disproportionate power. I'm like, can you demonstrate the disproportionate power? And then I look at this and think, such an anti-white argument from a Wignat.
Well, let's put it like this.
White Wignat, and you're telling me you're being, I like the expression which they hate. I say you've been buck broken by the Jews, right? The Jews are buck broken you. And then they get really upset. You wouldn't mean buck. I'm like, yeah, they buck broken your mind, right? You get up every day.
Went to a doctor,
the Jew master, right?
If they went to the doctor, and said this would be sectioned, I'm talking Mark Collett, I'm talking all these nuts, they would be sectioned. They'd say, you're insane. These people are insane. They're mentally absent. These people.
I think they're like very ideologically driven, and it's a lot easier to.
They're ideologues, Jamie. And
do you not think it's insane, though, Jay?
No, it's not. It's not insane. There's a characteristic of being an ideologue, and you might have an ideology like the genuine communist, for example, ideological. They're totally sane. But then there's a characteristic I've known with these. Well, Claire calls a great example. And the closest thing in the DSM is called PDD. It's called persistent delusion disorder. A delusion is a set of views held.
It's a mental illness.
No, but more precisely, it's a set of views held that don't purport to reality. And people have persistent delusion.
So it's irrational. Okay, so you could go.
No, it's even strictly speaking, it's a set of views you hold that, despite incontrovertible evidence from reality, you still hold them. Therefore, it's persistent, it's delusional, and it's a disorder. Right. These people have what most I don't call JOCD, have a persistent.
Yeah, brilliant.
It doesn't matter how much evidence you prevent them.
Copyright, Mossad, copyright.
Yeah, they're just going to have their PDD. They're literally going to be looking. And those people need help, but there's no diagnosis for PDD. There's no drugs to get people with PDD.
Well,
it's associated with the trauma.
Now I'm gonna give you a tip. Not all of you will like this tip. However, I can guarantee it works all the time. Anyone who is anti-Israel, I'm not saying you have to love Israel. I'm saying anyone who's anti-Israel also hates you and is your enemy, whether you like it or not. It's a fact. It's true. Yeah, every single time, as they love to say, every single time. It works like magic. It's an amazing piece of info that if you check, you will see that I'm right. Everyone who's anti-Israel is your enemy. Doesn't matter why, doesn't matter how, doesn't matter which way they arrived at this, they're your enemy. It's always true. It's amazing. Okay, I'm not going to explain anymore.
The same with Corbyn, Mossad. Was the same with Corbyn. He was rubbing shoulders with the IRA. He was anti-British.
Yes,
he
was your enemy. He also he was rubbing shoulders with.
He said Hamas are our friends. You know.
Yeah, I mean, he
the
went.
IRA as well, Jay.
He hung also with people who killed Israeli athletes in the Munich Olympics. There were communist Germans. I mean, he's all with that crowd, you know.
Yeah.
So anyway,
just for to those in psychiatric disorders, what JOCD, a persistent delusional disorder, is diagnosed when a person exhibits non-bizarre delusions of at least 1 month's duration. They cannot be attributed to either psychiatric disorders. And if I went to the dictionary again and I went delusion, clinically its definition, so some German mode definition, a delusion, so is a false belief or judgment about external reality held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary. So it doesn't matter if you tell them the Jews don't run the banks, despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary, they'll hold a false belief or judgment. So persistent.
But read underneath, though. Read underneath, Ralphie. He began to experience hallucinations, delusions, anxiety, and agitation, along with dizziness and nausea. Now, some of these would quantify as mental illnesses.
Yeah, it is mental, but those are physical traits. But there are people literally, for example, so a friend of mine, she worked at the Maudsley in London, number 2, number 3 psychiatric hospital in the world, and there were people who had these delusional disorders that they couldn't do anything about. It didn't matter how much evidence or data you have. There's no drugs. They've got their mind in a lockstep belief that it doesn't matter how many times you walk them around the King David Hotel or the USS Liberty or Zionists around the world. They're going to maintain the false belief. But the interesting thing is, a lot of people have delusions about all sorts of things. That's quite normal. It's quite healthy to have a delusion. It comes and goes. But a persistent delusion disorder is something that doesn't go away. And if you notice the Nazi-Spurgies on the right, they have persistent delusional JOCD disorder. They just literally cannot stop thinking about
JOCD.
Mossad, you definitely got to get that copyrighted.
Yeah, I do it under the what is it called, the open source project thing. Put it on GitHub.
It's the same principle. It's the same principle when black people who are very like into the whole like white man's keeping me down. That's why I can't get a job. I think it's one of those things like the best lies are often half truths. Like there's a kernel of
the kernel of
reality,
truth,
but then they take it to such a radical.
But you know, we know this. I'll tell you why. Because our good friend, he's very open, Jamie. Our good friend, Master IC3, is been on medication for persistent delusional disorder because he's strong enough to go and talk to the doctors. And when he takes his medication, he's very open about it. So I'm not saying anything he doesn't say himself. When he takes his medicine for persistent, he's much better. But if he comes off the meds, he's immediately that white people, white supremacists around the world. I have spent 3-hour streams with him online that are documented.
So you know
white supremacists around the world. Now, Claire,
you normally say the more mental you are, the more of a genius you are. So for me, IC3 is a genius. Mark Collett to me is not a genius.
It's nothing to do with intelligence. Whether or not you're so, let me even tell you. Claire Core has persistent delusion disorder.
Oh, Claire Core, bless her.
No, but she has a persistent delusion disorder. She literally has a persistent delusion disorder, but she won't go and have it looked at, and she won't take medication.
Well, that's bad.
Well, it's
I wanted
like a healthy life. Right? So and if I heard King David Hotel once more, or someone who brings up 109, I look at them and go like, PDD, you've been saying 109 for 3 years, right? How many times do you say simple things like list the 109 countries? Or you can't.
Well,
so it's also they love bringing up the protocols of the Elders of Zion.
I'd like to point out because King Hotel relates to England. The King David Hotel. If you actually look at the history of, if you look at the history, I mean, a third of the dead were Jews, by the way. So but that doesn't matter because British people died, and I'm sure that is painful to British people.
The woman who basically did that attack was almost like a lone wolf in many ways. Like I don't think she was
no, it's not like that. So it was an organization.
Stern was in Mossad.
It was an organization. Hold on. At the time, had about maybe 10% support among us at the time. I mean, I wasn't alive, but among the population. Later on, when they moderated their opinions, became very, very old, some of them became very influential politicians and so on. But at the time, they were very marginalized because they were considered radical. That's the first thing. The second thing, they didn't mean to kill all the people. They actually they claim at least, and I believe them because of their track record, that they didn't want to kill people. They wanted to scare the British, and they believed that an explosion like this in their headquarters would basically give them the signal that this is the end. I mean, in fact, the end was of their mandate.
But once you see the conspiracy theory, they were fighting a concurrent terrorist war between the Arab state and the freedom of the mandate being divided, and they were Jewish freedom fighters. I mean,
yes, but let's say,
so they blew up the enemy that were the British. Yes, and
okay, let's say that they intended to kill the people. They killed a third British, a third Jews, a third Arab. They didn't have support from the Jewish people at the time. But if you look at the history of the British in other countries, I mean, that was a very small event.
Every country, Mossad, my friend, has had freedom fighters.
All will be destroyed. Oh, here we go.
I mean, the way British soldiers were treated in Cyprus, in many other places. I mean, you can check what happened to them.
Freedom fighters why? Again, this is another thing about if you look at anti-Semitism in many of its forms. When you single out the Jews for something, they'll hold a standard that you don't hold others to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in comparison again,
freedom fighters did this. Every other freedom fighter bad. Look, Jews. You're like, yeah, okay, so you're an anti-Semite, and
of course, the British executed and killed Jews. So there was a very complex thing going on, and fortunately, we've put that behind us, and we never had a history of hate between Jews and the British. And I don't think.
If anything, there's a very strong case made that the Jewish people, that the British could have done a lot more during the Shoah that they did not do.
Right? Well, they were forced by the Arabs, and they needed the oil.
Yeah, but you could be forced. The Jews
this is
right?
The true guilty party here is the Arabs, because they forced the British to close the borders and not allow Jews to escape the Nazis.
But we have a new contender called White Excellence. I don't know if he's probably not speaking for white people, but there's a link, White Excellence. If you would like to elaborate on your plans and how the Zionist occupant government destroyed, here's your chance.
Just a little thing for the English. There was a guy, a really based, okay, a based guy called Ord Wingate or Wingate, I think Wingate.
Lord Wingate, yes.
Yes, go look him up. Ord Wingate. I mean, he's a character. I mean, the British eccentric, like you read about in the books. Okay, he's amazing. He's just a character, like him or not. I mean, he used to run around naked, with garlic on his necklace. Yeah, a garlic necklace. That's how he used to run. And every now and again, he would bite one of the garlics. Yes. That's British eccentricism at its best. I love it.
I bet he is. He's
a crazy guy.
I wanted to just dispel this this myth of the we stole land. So basically, I could expect basically in a 2 minute answer for that. So the Arabs, the Arabs told the Arab League told the Arabs to leave the property. We'll look after you. In 2 weeks, when we destroy Israel, you can have your property back. That's it. End of story. Case closed. So the fact that we expelled them is a load of garbage.
I think come on, it's more complicated than that. It's more complicated.
I think that's even Israelis like telling these Arab/Palestinians like, no, don't leave your houses, please. Stay where you are. And the Arabs didn't do that, and then they left, and then the Arab invasion didn't work out.
Well, they were trying to convince them to leave it and come back. I know, Mossad, you're right. It wasn't as simple as that, but that was, I think that was a big part of it was that they were promised.
Let's say that this Nakba thing, to be quick and not get into details, is highly exaggerated, but it's complicated, and some people were deported. We don't know exact numbers, but let's say that possibly half, maybe 20%. We don't know. Very hard to tell.
I'm very disappointed for all my white mates, and there's so many good ones of them. I'm so sad that white excellence will not jump on and defend white people.
Of course he won't. It'll just say zog, zog,
I mean,
zog.
I think...
White excellence. Here's your chance to get a bunch of Jews in a corner and just tell them about the Zionist occupied government. Where is your white pride? White pride. Come on, baby.
If he really wants to defend, I assume by white he means West Europeans. I mean, if he wants to defend West Europe, the worst thing for West Europe is if anything bad happens to Israel. It's really, really bad. And the best thing is to listen to our advice and stop changing your demographics, to put it mildly.
Amen.
Yeah.
The
demographic you bring in is hostile to us.
No, you're right. There isn't. Because they won't listen.
The Zionist occupied government of the United Kingdom is going to control mass migration.
Can we go back to the Nakba for a second? Those Arabs left primarily because they were told to get out of the way while Jews were slaughtered. Nobody's going to sit and cry about that for them.
Well, that's what I said.
Secondly, the ones that were actually expelled, there were some. The ones that were actually expelled were because of a war they made a choice to start. That puts it back on them as well. Israel just didn't let them back in. Who the hell is going to let millions of or 700,000 enemies back in?
Well, they're taking the refugee status to 4 generations.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to go back on track. I don't want to get into each thing too much because the Nakba, again, there's different historical accounts of different professors who claim this and claim that.
Can I say something
what
about
I can
it?
say, in summary, is it's highly exaggerated. Go, Aga.
Okay, so
Subbusters.
Nakba, which means catastrophe, the term was coined by Constantin Zariq, who was an early Arab nationalist in the 1940s and 1950s, and it did not refer to the defeat, to the expulsion of people. It referred to the military defeat, which was a humiliation, and it was used later with another word, an-naksa, for the 6-day war. It had nothing to do with expelling people, losing their homes. He wrote a small book called Ma'na al-Nakba, the meaning of the Nakba. And it was only in the 90s that they invested into turning this into some sort of narrative about people being expelled and losing their lands. But originally, it was a completely military-related term. It was only about losing in front of the Jews and the humiliation that they felt because of it. Nothing else.
Yeah, back to that shame culture point with the tribalism. There's a whole kind of and also the honor loss. I've seen this in other tribal, India's got that culture, or Southeast Asia has it. They'll maintain that story for generations, if not centuries, right? Remember when they sing Khyber, Khyber, Yayahud, Raisha Muhammad? They're singing about a victory that is centuries old, right? There's that much of honor and shame, right? Which is just psychologically degrading. I am very disappointed. You know what I'm going to do right now? I'm sorry, I'm going to revoke your white man card, White Excellence, because you're not fighting the Zogs, man. I think you should bring on your Zogbuster. Where's your Zogbuster weaponry, man? This is your only chance to stop the Great Replacement, save the white race. These guys are Zionists, I'm telling you.
Now, here's a little exercise people can do, is check Palestinian names. Names tell you a lot of things. In Middle East, when someone comes to a different place, people call him wherever he came from.
Yeah.
Interestingly,
the Egyptian, the Al-Kurdi.
Oh, yeah, not everyone at the same time, because then the point is lost.
Almost sad.
So actually, Aga, you can say because you know better than me.
Yeah, mostly I do study Arab tribes and this kind of stuff, almost for a living.
You can't spell biggest.
And yeah, you missed the I.
Super smart.
So basically, you don't have family names in that part of the world. It's X, son of Y, and then you have a regional label. So Al-Masri for the Egyptian, Al-Fayoumi, which is a region in Egypt, the Fayoum region. You have Muhammad Al-Kurd, who is a famous Palestinian activist, of course, of Kurdish origin. You have many other
from
people.
Kurdistan.
You have names like
he says, "I'm a Kurd. My name is Kurd," and claims to be Palestinian.
And you have other names like Al-Afghani, Al-Hindi, right? they came
Bushnak.
from all over. Al-Bushnak, the Bosnian.
Bosnia.
And
some even from Spain, all the way from Spain.
I get confused between the Turkish Kurds and the Kurdish Turds. Are they different?
they are slightly different. The smell is very slightly different.
Janine, about half the population.
Like I said, Arafat was Egyptian.
You know, they lied about Arafat. They lied about Arafat for such a long time. They said he was born in Jerusalem and raised there.
Yeah.
But he couldn't even hide his thick Egyptian accent. If you listen to him, it's very obvious that he lived his entire life in Egypt. He spent his entire life in Egypt before becoming a professional revolutionary Arab socialist.
Oh, I want to say something for people just generally on YouTube. There's live chat and top chat. Top chat is actually censored chat. If you want to see all the comments, go to live chat. Some people who are a bit how do you say it? A bit edgy. All your comments are put only on live chat. So people to see your pros, to see some of your pros, they have to switch to live chat.
So where would white subpar accents be? Would that be in the white chat?
I don't know. I mean, if you're white, whatever that is, it's never been a group before. I don't know why Europeans are adopting American terminology. You're English, I suppose, so you're English. I mean, yes, the Germans are close to you, but doesn't mean. I mean, they killed million. How many British did they kill? 500,000 British.
To be fair, most English and German people naturally feel English or German unless they're being attacked by non-whites for being white. In which case, it's fair enough for them to be white.
Yeah, but by DNA,
by DNA. Unless someone says white supremacist, then they go, "Yeah, I'm white now." What?
I mean, it kind of dilutes your legacy. I mean, the British, the English have an amazing legacy. Why you want to be suddenly white? It dilutes your ancestry.
They're so similar, Mossad and Ralph, that you can tell the difference by their DNA. You could tell someone who was Norwegian, someone who was Spanish, someone who's German. There's different bits in the blood. Yeah.
But there's a clear difference that they've evolved in culture anyway.
Walking down the Bristol like hundreds of yards, which then there comes an English one just by looking at it.
I mean, if you want to be white, do whatever you like. It's your thing. I mean, I'm not going to say. I'm just pointing out that it dilutes English heritage a bit to me. If you said to me white, I mean, what did the whites do? But if you said English, I'm from England, I think, oh, wow, so the England is the country of this and that,
You don't get it, bro. The white people be oppressed by the Zogs.
Like if you just said, I'm from the country of whites, it's like, what have you done? We are the whites.
It's still debatable if Finns count as white.
I mean, why even debate such things? It's
actually, hang a second. I was going to ask more than you guess. Are you guys from Zogkanda? Where do you guys come from? Zogkanda? This guy's from
Zog. We're from the Zog, you know. We're the Zog. Yeah.
It's like Superman, isn't it?
I mean, listen. If we truly run the world, then the best thing is to just listen to what we say and try to glean. You know, what's the word? I don't know what the word like. Get some little hints from what we say on how we operate, because we run the world, and maybe. I mean, also it's a bit of an admission of own goal. If such a small number of people control you all, you're just very weak people. I mean, if you spread the Jews, it's like 1 per 1,000 people or something like this. So you're saying that one Jew is so smart he can control 1,000 of you. I mean, you're weak. I mean, just let him control it then. Just give up. I mean, come on.
Well, this is exactly what I say to Indians who want to make it out that the only reasons that Britain managed to, just a small population managed to rule over millions and millions of Indians.
Sorry, Ben.
They say like, oh, the British, they're just so good at divide and conquer. They could just like manipulate, cause all these divisions that weren't there previously. They could just like. Colonel Blimp could just like sit at his desk and like move us like chess pieces. It's just like wow, like all right, thank you.
That used to be
like, praising how super intelligent we are, and degrading how dumb your ancestors were to be played like sheep, you know, just like
That was before. That was before though, wasn't it? That was before the Zogs took over. After that, the English have just been there now. Ever since the Zogs showed up. Master IC3, please jump on if you'd like it. I haven't seen you for a while. I mean, if there's one person I'd like white excellence to meet, I'd like you to meet Master IC3.
No. I mean, his stuff is just. I don't know what he's on about.
He's got Jews on his brain. He sees a bunch of Jews. He goes, Jews. And then when you say, come on, mate, step up for white pride, 1488, let's go. And he's just sitting there. He's been Jews.
I mean, part of the way of destroying the West is, of course, to make you lose all your friends and create rifts between all allies. I mean, I noticed a lot of people in England being really nasty about America. I mean, you can criticize America all you like, but she defends you. So be quiet, be nice, stop spurging. Yes, Americans have a lot of problems, but they're not your enemy. They are one of your allies. And one of your few allies, and the one that has all the navy of the world, controls the seas, controls space. You don't mess with them. It's like this, just spurring out on Americans. It's not a good idea.
Well, if you're playing a game theory model in a network model of a network world, why the hell would you choose strategy, have no friends?
Yes.
That's stupid, right?
I mean,
a couple of your pieces and not coordinating them. Right? Like,
look, Israeli policy has been from the very time that they stepped in the land was to try and live in peace, and that has always been the aim. All we want to do is live in peace. Every time we sign a peace deal, everybody celebrates. That's all we want. Anyone who wants to be peaceful with us, great, come. We excellent. Let's hear your music. Let's taste your food. Let's come visit your places, and everything will be good.
IC3. We have a bunch of
man.
Jewish.
He's just going to talk. I mean, he's not going to tell us anything useful, man. This is just silly. You know, why have you got a swastika there? What for? Take it off. Take it off, or I'm going. Take it off, or I'm going. Take it off, or all the Jews are leaving. Take the swastika off.
How
or
can
get
you
out of
speak
here.
for all the Jews? Are you the head of all the Jews?
All the
How
Jews
can you
in
say
this call are
all the
leaving.
Jews are leaving?
In 10 seconds, 9, 8.
Are
Everyone
you going
ready?
to leave, or are all the Jews going to leave?
7.
You
Everyone
or all
ready?
the Jews?
He's the
6.
boss.
Can you speak
5.
for everybody?
4. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Take the
Okay.
swastika off.
We'll see the
Take the
power.
swastika off. Take the
just bought this
swastika off.
book. This book.
I don't care about your book. We are all leaving.
It's written by a Jew
Ralph,
as
we're
well.
all going to
It's the
leave.
best
We're all
book
going to
and
leave.
the most expensive book I have
We are
ever
all
bought.
going to leave.
This is the most expensive book I've ever bought. I mean, it's nothing
No
for
one
Ralph.
cares
He's got
about your
loads of
book.
money.
No one cares about your book.
How can you speak for everyone?
No
What do
one
you mean
cares
no one
about
cares?
your book. No one here cares about your book.
This is what it's
Okay,
all
why
about.
do we have this?
The
Why,
war
Ralph, why do we
in
have this
Israel,
person here?
The war,
Okay,
the war of
are we leaving,
Palestine,
guys? I think
Israel,
we had
it's
enough.
all about this.
Yeah, no. What do you think, guys? Aga,
All about this.
amazing.
I mean, it's
mean,
not
you
like
got-
we
you
haven't
got-
No,
covered this kind of stuff.
I've seen this before. I've seen this before.
We've heard this a million times, you know.
Yeah, yeah. This is.
You got to admit.
I
it
don't know
is
why
you got to
why
admit,
invite him.
it is very entertaining.
Not really.
Yeah, it is entertaining. I agree. It's entertaining, but, you know.
Not really. I'm not in the mood for this sort of entertainment.
You know, if
thing.
you've seen again, you know, Marcel's right. If you've seen this for so long, so many times, diluted many times throughout the internet,
Yeah,
you wouldn't even
amazing.
need to. You wouldn't even need to read such a book because through all the comments and harassments you get on the internet for being a Jew nowadays, well, you know, it's as if you read most of this stuff. That's why it's funny to see, you know, black people blaming Jews for slavery.
It's just
and all
it's
that
just
stuff.
a way to cope. Cope.
I mean,
cope with your
look-
failure. Cope with your failure.
It's a lot
Mr.
more
Black.
sophisticated than that.
Cope.
The whole
Cope.
situation is a
Yes,
lot
yes.
more sophisticated than that.
You're very sophisticated. You're super
Yo, yes.
sophisticated. Yes, yes.
And what it does, it moves into the realm, the spiritual
Okay,
realm.
I think we have
You
enough.
cannot use logic and reason to deal with this issue. The problem is far more advanced than that. It moves into the realm of myth. It moves into the realm where language and words are difficult to find, where the air is very thin. Just like the words, the choice of words become very difficult to find because we're moving into the higher realms. And that's what you're dealing with.
Can you just give me a brief summary?
I'm dealing with an utter moron.
Wait, IC3, can you give me a brief summary of what this book is about?
It's amazing.
Right. It's basically it's a new word I've just learned.
Really
I'm learning. So sorry, I'm not as well educated as you all, but I've just learned a new word called etiology.
Education will not help you.
Etiology.
Etiology. Yeah, I've just learned that new word.
Yeah, you learn a new word. Amazing. Now tell us, you're an expert. You're an expert in that now. You learned about it today. Now he's an expert.
We'll catch up sooner or later.
I think later.
Okay.
Is more likely. Later is more likely.
It's a matter of perspective. Yeah. So it's an etiology.
No, it's a matter of time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
yes.
Yes. Okay. The idea, you've heard of the curse of Ham.
Yes, sir.
I noticed it might be something to do with Hamas. Yeah, Hamas.
Are you?
Yeah, it has nothing
Hamas
to do.
No, it has nothing to do with it.
And the Palestinians.
You know this wrong.
Versus Israel.
Yeah.
Is that
you know
Hamas,
this wrong. You know this wrong.
Is that Hamas something to do with Ham?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody knows.
No.
But
you got an answer.
The idea of the curse of Ham. The idea of
it's not really relevant or interesting. Ralph, if he's gonna
Hamas,
take over, I think we
Ralph,
said
what
enough.
is the history of Hamas?
Ralph, can I have an answer
Ralph.
about this? I don't know what he's doing. It's just a complete spurg. It's not relevant really to what's going on. You're muted, Ralph.
Understand the nature, the geoeconomics of the world, my son.
Yeah, I think a lot of people regret some decisions by the government in the 50s to help with Jamaican unemployment. I'm sure they are.
Okay.
Right now, you're going out with Nazi symbols in the country.
But where do you get this sureness from? Where do you get this authority to speak on behalf of all Jews? You did it, or else all the Jews are leaving.
I didn't speak about regarding Jews. I spoke about the English. I spoke about the English.
That's what the Zionists use. They said, we represent the Jews.
No, they didn't.
And we want a homeland for the Jews. And then they generated power. And so they led the way, and then others followed.
Okay, listen, I've got another show starting soon. This is silly, so I could take a break and relax for a bit instead.
Okay, then.
Before I do the next one. I mean, you're not really a serious guy. There's nothing to speak about. You're crazy.
He's a really good chap.
Not really.
Legendary speaker scholar. I don't know more.
I don't know.
Not interested.
It's one of those things. Like, if you want to avoid like black on Jewish crime, then you need to understand what these things, what these black people are actually learning about.
Oh, I understand. I don't need to. This is not really telling me anything I don't know. I know this topic quite well.
What topic do you know quite well?
I'm not going to explain myself. I think I was clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I was clear.
Good to see you, Crucible, first man. Andrew Wilson's been on fire, Crucible.
Aga, do you think I was clear? Anyone has any questions about this? Starhopper, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, everyone thinks I'm clear.
From a conference.
Yeah. I'm the king of the Jews here.
Christians together.
King of the Jews.
And I'm the king of
the And you're a nuisance. You're a nuisance.
They're having a discussion on reparations.
Tell me, how do you make a living?
I thought you were leaving.
How do you make a living? Evasion. Do you go somewhere where you sign your name and they think you're insane and give you some money so you be quiet for 2 weeks or however long it takes you to get the next check?
So you love this conversation?
I'm just curious. How do you make a living? Are you a leech on your society by any chance?
Power.
You strike me as someone who doesn't have a job.
Right.
right? You don't have a job, right?
Right is right.
Yeah.
See?
You don't have a job. You live at other
Us
people's
Jews,
expense.
Force when
People are
necessary.
working now. People are working now, driving
Force
trucks,
of the
defending your
Almighty.
country, defending
And
the
the
country
real
you live
Jews
in.
are
You
emerging.
shouldn't be there. Why are you there? Why are you there if you don't
Power
work? Why are you there if you're
the
not
real
working?
Jews are coming.
Go and work and pay tax. Pay tax instead of
And
spurging.
those that say they are Jews,
This
the
is what
fake
you're paying
ones,
for, English people. You're going to
will
work,
come out.
you're paying tax, and this is what you're paying
Power
for these crazy
is
people
being
to
manifest.
make you look like you're
Power
Nazi
is being
going
manifest.
around. He's giving a bad name to your country.
The welfare state will go bankrupt. So
Yeah, but until it does, you'll be paying for it. Look at what you're subsidizing. This trash.
yeah,
This
but
trash.
Yeah, you know what you need? You need a job. You need a job. Go get a job, you moron. You useless.
Okay,
You're
I'm a
useless.
moron,
You're a
I'm
leech.
trash,
A
and
leech
you're still
winebag. Get a job.
talk
Get a
to me?
job. You're a leech. Because you insist on interfering. You're a nuisance. You insist on interfering.
Of your time.
You're just a nuisance. You're like a fly that came in and disturbed a nice meal.
So, okay,
Yeah,
so
go away, fly. Fly away. Bye.
but do you have the power
Bye.
to do that?
Bye. Bye.
Who has the power here? It's all about might and right. Now, if you could convince Ralph to chuck me, well, then, of course.
Well, he
cannot
can keep
speak.
you if he wants. I'm going to go in a few minutes. I've got another stream. If anyone wants to hear more, I'm going on Counterpoints. He's got a second channel. I think he's got some interesting debates on there. I've watched one. So if you like people arguing and spurging over politics and what is a woman, he's got some of those with Destiny and other characters. So Counterpoints, if you can't sleep wherever you are, you can go there. And I'm going to be on the Crucible next week. I'm not sure when. I might be joined by Agam, who might say more because the guy is like an encyclopedia, and could be a lot more interesting. This weird person who always shows the same things and always says the same
It's funny.
things.
It's funny when black folks like this, black supremacists, come and start talking about DNA. Always amuses me.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Agamemnon. Was it that sounds
Agamemnon.
Greek. Yeah.
Agamemnon.
Okay,
Yes.
so what's your
Do you know what
what's your
Agamemnon? Who
background?
Agamemnon
Are
or
you-
what?
Are you an IC1?
Hey, loser. Hey,
Are you an
unemployed.
IC1?
Leech. Mr. Leech. Do you know what Agamemnon is? Do you know what it is? Leech.
No,
Mr.
you're
Leech.
going to tell me.
No, I'm not. I'm not going
Not
to tell you.
you. Not you. I'm talking to Agamemnon.
He won't
What
tell
is
you.
your
Please
position?
don't tell him.
Are you
Don't tell
not-
him what it means.
Are you not Northern European? We know that J.A. Kingston's a good example of British values and sustains
You're
those
a good
values.
example of a leech. A good example of a
And
leech.
Starhopper, I don't know Starhopper's racial and ethnic background, and you are Agamemnon. What is
How does
your
it feel to go to work to pay for this?
Mossad? Mr. Mossad, can I speak to Agamemnon,
No,
please?
not
for a
really.
moment?
No, not really.
So he said black. You called me a black supremacist. I'm not a black supremacist, actually.
Don't care
that's
what you are.
That's what you
Yeah, I'm
are,
not a black.
friends.
Yeah,
Don't care.
I'm a
You can
black.
deny
care.
if you want.
I'm a black
Don't care.
nationalist. I'm a black
Wow.
nationalist. And I
Wow.
hope if you are a white person that you are a white nationalist. And so
No.
you should be.
No,
Anything
You're
less
boring.
than that.
you're boring.
I hope so.
Blacks
You're a white
are not a
person. You're
nationality.
supposed to be a
You're
white
just
nationalist.
boring.
Race-
You're just boring. You're
Blacks
just
is
boring.
it's a racial category.
You're just
That's-
boring.
Well, I actually spoke to IC3 about how we could actually create like a pan-African state by
that
creating
would work about as well as a pan-Arab state. You know that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
if you're
I
a
think
black
we are-
nationalist, why aren't you in a black
Yeah,
majority
well, just
country?
should go to Rwanda and try to make people
Well,
create
well, well,
a unitary Rwandan state, and then go in North Kivu, still killing each other.
Well,
what
yeah, I can
happened in
describe
Rwanda.
the strategy. There's strategy and tactics for the accomplishment. Yes. So what is your position? Before I'll answer the question, how it's going to. I'll answer that. But what is your position, Agdamemnon? Are you European or what are you? What is your position?
Half Jewish, half Northern European. If you could speak this
Oh,
way.
right, Ashkenazi.
Mostly, but not entirely.
Okay, interesting. And you, Star Hopper?
He's mostly Jewish.
Okay. Wow. We've got Jewish power tonight.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Let's go. So, and obviously Jay Kingston, a very good example of Britishness. Well, we're taking.
I did warn you this could be turned into a freak show. Ralph promised there won't be a freak show, but I guess he couldn't stop himself.
Are you still here, Mossad? I thought you was going. So, we have taken a leaf out of the
No, I'm just here. I'm just here messing with you.
Because the Zionists, very, very clever, very, very intelligent.
What is a Zionist?
And they did.
No, please explain. People here are not smart like you. What is a Zionist? What is a Zionist?
The Zionists
what is
achieved what they set out to do.
Yes, but
Brilliant.
what is a
Excellent.
Zionist?
Genius, actually. Genius.
What is a Zionist?
So, what's the tactic? Very good tactic, actually. It's all in the wording.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a group of people,
yes,
classifying themselves as Jews, and then set out with a project to find a homeland for the Jews.
Is that a Zionist? When was that?
And then they declare.
When was that?
Themselves,
from what I know, it's
the ones that are leading to do that, and they
it's about
actually
500
did it.
BC.
It's brilliant.
It's about
It's brilliant. Oh, look at the
500
tactic.
BC. 500 BC Zionism. 500 BC. By the rivers of Babylon.
Very good.
500
very
BC.
good.
500 BC. 500 BC. Are you talking about 500 BC?
How did
what
they
is talking
convince
about?
the British government to make
Okay,
that
this
Balfour
is,
Declaration? It's genius. All they asked is said, look, all we want is for the government to view in favor the establishment of a homeland for the Jews. Genius. All we want is to view with favor. That is genius. So we've taken a leaf out of that book and we're saying we're organizing black nationalism by saying all we want is for a number of states to view with favor the establishment of an entity to deliver reparatory justice to those classified as black. And that is the black Africans, the black African diaspora, and the mixed black diaspora. Therefore, making blackness an asset class, just like whiteness is an asset class. You find that there's many people bleaching their hair, bleaching their skin, because they aspire to whiteness. That value in whiteness took a number of centuries to build. So therefore,
oh my God,
we as black nationalists have to add value to blackness. That's fair. And then we have balance. See? So black nationalism fundamentally is about adding value to blackness as an asset class, just like whiteness itself is an asset class. So that's the same model we're learning from the Zionists. To view with favor the establishment of an entity, an international entity, to do the job, to serve reparatory justice to those classified
This is you realize that everything you're saying is absolute nonsense. You do know that your recall of history is absolutely terrible, and if this is what you believe, you are destined to fail. You understand this?
Oh,
yeah?
we shall
Yeah.
see.
Oh, we will. We are watching you fail. You're literally a failure.
Okay, keep watching.
Yeah, I am. I'm not gonna. You know, I don't think I need to.
I thought you was going. So yeah, so that was the answer to the question that Agamemnon was asking.
That was not an answer.
It's not black supremacy. It's just black nationalism. So therefore, the model is that we're respecting all the core elements. Yes. So we have the IC1s, the IC2s, the IC3. So it's IC3 nationalism. So we expect IC1 nationalism.
Wait. This is amazing. We're here to discuss an ongoing war, and your nonsense is really not
hey,
interesting.
Kingston, please take the floor. What do you to say?
Do Ethiopians and Somalians count as IC3, or are they something else?
Yes, well, actually, let's look at because we're using the system that is already in place there. So you can see here that under the British system, so we're very thankful to you, Kingston. We're using your system, the British system. So you can see Somali, there's an actual code for Somali people. Yeah, so that's So Ethiopians, they'll probably come under Black African, like BAFR.
Right.
Yeah, Ethiopians. Yeah, or other Black African. Yeah, so we're going to use the British system. That's what I did. That's what I said in the conference. I brought my I was giving out these leaflets in the conference today, and then then somebody said, "Oh, is there any questions?" I said, "Who's going to ask the first question to the panel?" 6 people. And I said, "Yes, I'd like to ask a question to the panel." And what I asked, I said, "Some of you may be aware that the British government, the UK government, have race and ethnicity codes." And I said, would the panel agree that the British race and ethnicity codes can be used effectively to organize for reparations? Because that's what the conference was about, reparations. And all the panel said, "Oh no way!" They all hate those British and those race and ethnicity. No, that's all colonialism. I know. So they all went against me. But they will come round. They will come round because I illustrate it this way. Look over there. Look at those plug sockets in the wall. Yeah, they're white plug sockets in the wall. And I said, look there. You have some items plugged in, and there's a black plug. Mm-hmm. And I said, sooner or later, we're going to have to communicate with the racists, with the white supremacists. So you're going to have to use a common language, and the common language will be codification. Even in war, they still have to keep the communications channels open so they can decide how to come to peace, correct?
Yep. It's all about compromise.
There you go. So therefore, I'm saying, I know you all don't like the British, and you don't like their racial system, and you don't like their ethnicity system, but it's just a system, and it's a language they understand, and it's a world language now. So because through the police national database, computer
exactly.
database.
If you want like cooperation amongst Africans, how can Africans communicate if they're all in their different languages? At least English is the best lexicon to get around it.
For business, yes. I hear it's a business language, yeah.
And just.
Did I miss something? Did IC3 clear out the Zionist occupied panel? What happened here? Oh, good Lord! Where's Mozart?
Because I am the new Black Jew. The real one.
No, yeah, just to tell me that the ancient Jews, they were IC3, right?
IC3
of course,
of
course, but they may be the ancient Jews when they were shipped off to Babylon, and they were shipped north. They may have been lightened, by mixing with people up there. So they may have lost their darkness, and then as they returned from the northern regions back down to south, they may have taken some of the ideal, the anti-African or the anti-black attitude from the north. I mean, that's what I haven't finished reading the book yet. I've only just started reading it, but
Aggie is a friend of Mossad and the others. He's coming from the Israeli panel. We talk about news. IC3, if you don't know, is a legend of 20 years of Speaker's Corner. It's a good friend of Joseph, the Israel advocacy movement, and everyone else. IC3 is the only proponent of racially aggravated X for all X theories of things, and is a living legend. So I'm sorry if Mossad and Starhopper probably are.
Yeah. Wait, IC3.
National racialism, that's me fundamentally.
IC3, you're saying that supposedly blacks, when they went into Eurasia, they became lighter skin.
That's right. And then they became anti-black as a result of the experience. Because, they kind of absorbed the values and of the place, of the people that dominated or conquered them. That's what people do, don't they?
So why is it...
Just like India.
So why is it that...
I have another question for you.
Wait, let me finish. Why is it...
Let's go slowly here, step by step. Let's walk through this.
Why is it that the Khorasan, forgive me if I'm butchering the name, but the Bushmen in South Africa, why is it that they're lighter skin in comparison to, say, the Bantu?
Oh, I don't know.
We think that gene, because the Khoisan are closest to the oldest, right? And we believe most of that skin color thing came from from what is considered the main Bantu heartland, which is the bits from Congo, DCR upwards. So we look at the gene studies. The Khoisan are actually closest to the original Africans, the original people, than the black Bantu.
Well, the Mbuti, the pygmies would actually be close.
Lighter skin before they had mixed with the Bantus. They also got.
So I have a background in backgrounds. I've actually been into genetics since 2007. It's been a personal hobby of mine. I'm somewhat of a known figure in that world.
Wow.
And so I want to tell you something is that you're basically wrong about everything you just said. We already have ancient DNA from ancient Israel. Not a lot of it, but we will already have quite a few samples. I would advise you to look at this stuff instead of believing in unscientific theories like the ones you're peddling right now.
Does DNA cover skin color? Can you see skin color through DNA?
Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely.
Genes code for all 200 proteins.
I would actually advise you to look at one of the studies that came out on Chalcolithic Israel back in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. You'd find that the people who lived in the Chalcolithic Levant, roughly 4,000 years ago, not only had light skin, but also even light hair, light traits. That did not stay forever, but you already had that kind of stuff happening back then. You should also have a look at the recent study on Megiddo, which came out in 2020.
How do you spell that?
Megiddo. I'll give you the link in.
Megiddo. That's where the Jews were on that hill mountain kind of thing. They fought the Romans.
An archaeological. No, that's Masada. That's another place.
Masada. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Megiddo is that's what the Armageddon comes from Megiddo.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a study that came out in 2020, and you might want to look at this one. It's, if I'm not mistaken, was made by Granat Stamir. I'll try to find the studies.
Yeah, put the link in the side chat, please.
Right.
I missed everything that's happened and stuff. But what was this conference I should do? On realism or on Black Power?
Well, because it's Black History Month,
It was about reparations, wasn't it?
Yeah. This conference, but it was the Christians. So it's all the Christian churches. This conference was loads of different Christian churches coming together to churches together. I think that's the name of the organization, as to talk about the issue of reparations and how that reparations and racism and how that can be dealt with better within the church, within the Christian church.
The churches.
Yeah, so I was there for the reparations and racism. So that
U.S. black churches are really pretty strong on reparation right now as well. U.S. black
yes, that's right. So yeah, so racism and reparations, those are the two. So it's quite a heated.
There's still no real agreement of how this whole reparations thing is meant to work out. Are we supposed to pay it to by the taxpayers in Western countries, and is that supposed to go to individual black people or to their respective government?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of confusion, but there's no clear plan. So I was presenting a plan that a few of us have discussed, and our plan is you have to, rather than try to lobby for change of a nation or a state and trying to fit in, what you have to do, you have to create another entity, just like the Zionists created an entity to get the land of Israel. So we have to create a black entity that
like a corporation, like a legal entity, right?
Yeah. And then representatives from that entity can then work out reparations on a claim by claim basis, rather than say, "Oh, give us this." No, big check. No. We look at all the evidence. We get our historians. We get all these different people to put up a case. So it's a claim by claim basis. And also, what's interesting in this model is that we have a White People Protection League. So what's that? So basically, there are white people who are working in positions, they might be in museums or banks and so on, and they have access to information that there's no way we're going to get that kind of information. So, and they're probably on very good salaries. So we've got to say, okay, well, if you get hold of that information and give it to us, and we, as a result, get a successful reparation claim for that specific case, then we will reward you very richly for such information, and so on.
I've seen lots of recent stuff for completely different reasons, because of finance and stuff, that a lot of reparation movements are looking for the key initial breakthrough cases. If they got one bank or one house or one 100 company, they think there'll be a snowball effect, right? So already they're calculating what that net effect out would be, what the net flows out would be, if and only if any of the reparation movements manage to get one of them to either agree voluntarily or to have a legal claim that they manage to get against, I don't know, Shell or some large corporation, right?
I know these people, they plan ahead. They're very smart. They're your type, Ralph. Highly educated, very smart at technology. Good in technology.
But it sounds like a very, very complicated accounting, scheme. But
well, here's the fun thing: they might actually just pay without wanting to do any netting. So some people are going, would it be cheaper and quicker for a large company to take a social benefit cost instead of a net accounting and forget the one side of the ledger, just go, we're going to pay X $billion and expect to get some sort of social benefit from it, right? Like BLM, and just go, okay, we'll do that. In which case there'd be a snowball effect. But I've already seen, because I've got mates who are hedge fund managers already computing this for the first time in years. They're computing
interesting
reparation risk, right?
Wow. Reparation risk. Wow.
What white excellence could not do, I know Jim will do, because he's a proper Aussie white nationalist. Hello,
all right. Okay. So you're a proper white nationalist, Jim Bowden.
He is. Jim Bowden meet IC3. IC3 is your super.
I'm a black nationalist.
At levels.
Well, we've got something in common.
Good.
Many
so are you IC1 white nationalist?
Yeah, he's Anglo, he's Aussie.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Correct.
Yes.
I'm also a lawyer.
Jim,
But that's another
congratulations,
life.
congratulations, Jim, on the voice referendum being a resounding no.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
What was the final percentage?
Yeah, no, it was
59-41, I think.
Oh wow!
I was concerned that they were going to like steal the election or the referendum, but thankfully, Aussies are still with it, and also good news. New Zealand has now
That's a good
elected
fight.
a conservative
So the
government.
reparations have failed for the Abos, the brothers of the Abo brothers from the other mothers. It's like they're not made any headway in the old IC1. But you know what? They never had a big claim. I think it's the United States and England and France, which would be the biggest claims, right? But they're the largest colonial wealth, right? So England, France, Spain, and the USA are the largest colonial reparation debt.
Yeah, but I mean, how about instead of just giving war cash, because that just will create inflation, which no one wants, or the government is just going to be corrupt and buy new things that doesn't benefit their population. Why don't we invest in infrastructure projects that actually
You hear that IC3? Jamie wants to manage
No, I took sort of a legal perspective. The people don't sort of realise once you entrenched anything in a constitution, you literally can't get rid of it, and it's in perpetuity. In other words, you're being condescending towards the Aborigines. You are disadvantaged, and you shall remain so for eternity.
Yeah,
that is the first objection. But the other objection is, I mean, I'm now talking as a lawyer. Is once you put, we're all equal, Animal Farm, but some are more equal than others, and that's putting it in every man's language. Once you entrench that in a constitution from a legal perspective, and people do not realise. I mean, if you've got 1 ounce of brains, unfortunately, many of these young lawyers, these feminazis, as I call them, with pink hair and all that, you'd be surprised. Their constitutional law is zero. When I did law, it was a learned profession. It was very hard. 70% of people failed. I'm talking about 40 years ago. But these days, they're giving it out as candy. It's just a glorified arts degree, unfortunately.
So when you say, they gave reparations to the Japanese for the war. So are you against the concept of reparations in itself? You're saying that to receive reparations puts the receiver in perpetual something. What is that angle you said?
I'll repeat. The whole idea, any group, whether it's black or Asian or anything, white, whatever, it doesn't. I'm not sort of particularizing any race or creed or person, but any group or community you deem needs some sort of assistance, and you put it there in the Constitution. That means they always need assistance. They will never.
Oh, no, not assistance. That word. No.
Economically, politically, or whatever.
No, reparations specifically. Let's not talk about assistance and aid and all this
reparations.
Stuff. Reparations. The Jews received reparations. The Japanese, the American Japanese.
Well,
the Jews.
That's a good example. Let's talk about the current situation. I mean, the destruction of the Jewish temple in 17 AD by the Romans, they've all of a sudden became the wandering Jew all over the world. That is a fact. I'm not being disparaging against Jewish people. Believe me, there's a lot of Jews in the legal profession and in the medical profession all over the world. They're very good lawyers and doctors. But getting back to that, imagine 1948, they come back under Balfour Declaration and so for Rothschild. I won't go into the historical details. And they tell the Palestinians, who are the majority, F off. And since 48, they've been destitute people. Now, I mean, it's not liking or hating people or races or nations. Where's the reparation for the displaced? The biggest concentration camp is Gaza, 2.3 million. I don't see any demonstrations by anybody for the last 75 years of the existence of Israel. Let's start with Israel. That's where the money is. Money talks, bullshit walks.
Jim, you missed a panel of Israelis. So I think ICG might have given out.
I'm sorry.
Huh? No. That would be an interesting one of whether the.
Well, let's start with those who really do have money, and through the history of Jewish people being mainly in Europe, and their trade was usury.
They were
lending money, usury.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with usury.
But there is in Christianity and in Islam. This incredible.
I mean, if you remove interest rates, capitalism will collapse.
The usury is well in Christianity. I'm a Catholic.
That's about the moral. I'm talking
Remove
interest rates, capitalism goes bye-bye.
Well,
but what did I catch you right there, Ralph? Did you say that there's nothing wrong with usury? Is that what you just said?
I said in terms of the fact if you don't want capitalism, you've got a problem.
No, yeah, but the statement. Yeah. Do you believe that there's nothing wrong with usury? Yes or no?
No.
It's exorbitant interest. I mean, you can
have reasonable usury is okay. Reasonable is okay.
I wouldn't even say reasonable. I would say the market is the arbiter of what the value of an interest rate could be.
I think it's like an issue of like, who do you trust to know that is going to be sensible with taking a loan out?
You can't. The market is the arbiter.
The market.
Because arbitrage. Right? Let's say I charge you 50%, Jamie charges you 40%, Jim provides you 300%. The market will decide what you pick, and you cannot price the market. The market
can the market be biased? Can the market be
in a technical pure market? No, but most markets are not impure, depending on degrees of purity. So the FX market is the purest market. The spot FX, all 200 currencies trading against each other, is
okay.
A market. But you could have a market where you say, "Oh, I'm only going to borrow money from a Pakistani guy under the back of the shop." That wouldn't be a liquid and fair market. But the fairer the market, the more you're not going to be able to beat its pricing. It's what's called price discovery. So interest rates are good because capitalism is good. If you believe capitalism is good, then interest rates are good. And then interest rates are good. Interest rates are not determined by a moral function, they're determined by price discovery of the market.
I mean, this is the sticky situation that a lot of African countries are in, because usually they get loans from the IMF, and they often don't, pay back. And
the Chinese have penalizing rates, for example. And
well, the Chinese, they give out much more generous loans. So from the
but the question is, but it's not really the interest rate then. That's basically the repayment schedule and the terms of the repayment, right? So let's say I could borrow money in the spot market against a currency swap. If I was a bank, I could borrow money and repay it in 20 seconds in the pure market if I wanted to. And the market would determine the perfect interest rate. But on the other hand, I wanted to borrow market going to a pound shop. Then I might have to shop around 3 chains of pound shops, and I won't have the necessary pure unbiased market. But there's no mathematics that tells you that there's anything better in the market for price discovery of interest rates. So
right. And this is the issue, and this is the problem, like why Jews get a bad rap, because
Jews get a bad rap because people hate Jews.
Yeah, I know, but it's hard to determine, like, are the people getting the loan and not paying them back are the ones at fault because they had, I don't know, money signs in their eyes, and
that's computed.
or did the Jews deliberately give loans to those who wouldn't be able to pay back so they can get the land?
In the 14th, 15th, and 16th century, it was not a pure market. So there's all sorts of things like, but in the current market, it's called credit default risk. I would just compute when you go try to get a loan from your bank, it's computing your credit score of default risk using a formula against the market. The market is going to compute what your credit worthiness, and that risk is a liquid computation that you're not going to beat by hand.
So I can see Ralph has finished his London School of Economics.
Ralph's dangerous.
It's just a market. Now, there's a different question: religious questions, spiritual questions, moral questions on interest rates are really spiritual, moral questions on capitalism. So the question is, is it moral to lend money? The question would be,
can I ask you if you
capitalism?
Can I ask you if you lived,
no, it isn't.
If you lived in a 16th, 17th century Polish or Russian or Ukrainian shtetl, and the only option was the local Jewish person who could give you money or assist you. So there was no market as such. It's monopoly.
In the old days, it would have been in the old days, prior to the liquid market, prior to capitalism that starts really in its serious form in the 17th century, it wasn't a market. Adam Smith had not written The Wealth of Nations. There was no economics. Now it's a market. So I can't go back to, I can't compare two different qualitative concepts like the barter system against the spot market. I have to think about what's today. And what today is you have a liquid market of capital. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting on this live stream because none of us be able to build the computers and the phones that make it happen. The reason these what's happened is because of capitalism. Capitalism would stop without interest rates. Now, you see the Jews of the anniversary, that's just either you've got some...
But doesn't...
or you might have a genuine moral issue because of scripture that says you shouldn't lend money. And that's a moral issue, but that moral issue would dissolve into capitalism. So therefore, if you talk to real communists, they'll say, no, it's immoral.
Wow.
Yeah, you say it's immoral because capitalism is immoral.
The moral issue would dissolve into capitalism. What a... Morality.
I'll give you a simple example. You got £100 in your pocket. Give me half of it. If you say no, you're a capitalist, right? Right? The two of us, the three of us in the stream. Jim has £200. I have £50. You have £100. Let's divide it evenly. If you say yes, you're a communist. If you say no, you're a capitalist. My question is, do you say yes or no? If you say no, you're buying interest rates. If you say no, then I want to put your money where your mouth is and let's spread our money. You'll find that most people have built their world on capitalism because capitalism works. It's great at generating wealth. It's not very good at distributing wealth.
Right.
Capitalism is the best for generating all the wealth we have, but it's not a good distributor of wealth. It distributes wealth in a pyramid. Communism wants to distribute wealth, as Friedman said. Communism is A, telling B what to do with C's money.
Right.
Reparations is black people telling what banks should do with someone else's money. That's communism. Right? It is communism, right? Because there's no internal profit or property motive for me to give you anything. And I can prove that by asking you to give me your money. Yeah. If you say no, then you're a capitalist. So you can't
so it's interesting when you talk about morality dissolving into capitalism and the concept, and then how do you explore the concept of how justice is served? You know, when they say, well, you should be a fine and so on. So how does money relate to the serving of justice?
Because therefore, money is just the liquid, if you like, the oxygen in exchange of goods. Justice is the question of the apportioning of goods. So if I park my car for too long in a street, and the market had decided that parking at a certain rate and a time window for that service, and you overuse the service, your fine is just a market function of that product in capitalism. I parked my car for 2 hours too late. I was allowed to park for 1 hour, and the charge is £30. If the charge was £3,000, people would never pay it. If the charge was £3, everyone would not care about the fines. The market will discover the price for the operative car fine.
So the market will serve justice overall then in that environment.
A free market capitalist who's not a communist would argue that property rights, free and fair markets, and the exchange of goods in an open system is optimal. A communist would argue it doesn't lead to equal distribution.
Well, keeping with the car analogy, like a lot of people who espouse reparations, they say, "Oh, imagine your father stole my father's car. He dies, like your father dies, but you inherited that car. You know, so should that car be given back to me because I didn't earn that car?"
That's covered in property rights. The question is, if I have properties and I die, who gets my property? I believe that under contract law, I can either give it all away to charity, I can hide it, no one sees it, or the de facto legal position, Jim's a lawyer, is it's by some will, it goes to say my natural descendants, Then you can have contract law that says, again, morality is linked to capitalism. Am I guilty for the sins of my father? Which means is my contract got a term in which?
Yeah, but there's other factors. Like, for example, what if that car was so badly damaged, but you yourself went through all the costs to repair the car to make it brand new? So how much of that car is still like the property of the previous owner that got stolen, and how much of it is now your labor? You know.
So a pure capitalist would argue all functions and all values are all computed into the current price.
Right.
So the current market. Let me say I've got this computer here. It's relatively new, and I would say I banged the keyboard too much. Maybe it needs more memory. Whatever it is I've done to that, it only has a price when I sell or buy it. So its value is only discovered when it's exchanged. And Friedman says the beauty of capitalism is no transaction happens until both parties are satisfied.
Right.
So
So it's at that moment, yeah.
The buyer and the seller discover the price.
Yeah,
the market is discovering the price. Reparations or social security or your welfare check are non-capitalist functions. They're communism, they're socialism. They're saying you're getting something.
Well, how about then, based on what you just said, then that seems quite similar to my model that I was presenting to the people about reparations. I'm saying that it should be. Let me know what you think of this. So therefore, I'm saying reparations should come on a claim by claim basis. That means at that claim there'll be a market. Based on what you're saying, there'll be a price discovery, reparation discovery at that point.
You have two ways. You have a capitalist way of doing it, again reparations, and you have a communist way of doing it. Almost think of communism as giving people social security or giving them free healthcare.
Right.
Most of the reparation models seem to be coming from the left and are communists. They're saying, "Give me the money anyway."
Right. And I'm not there. I think I'm capitalist.
The problem with that IC3 is even if you do that, you're never going to get an efficient price.
You're never going to get what?
You're never going to get the best value because communism is terrible at value generation.
Yeah, but how about the capitalist form, the other side?
You're going to have to give the thing about capitalism again. Friedman, no trade happens unless both parties are satisfied. The other side is going to want to get something back for it.
Yeah, so IC3. Let's say that. Let's say that.
I got a deal.
Let's say that reparations was given to African countries or the Caribbeans. Would you be in favor of this? But it wasn't like a zero-sum game, that the white countries also had something to benefit from this.
Let me give you a simple example, Jamie. I'll build one up. Here's a good capitalist deal. All the black people get paid for all the historic crimes and grievances, and white people put the whole bill at a fair market price and exchange all of your deep white countries.
That went over my head. Went so fast. Over my head.
I think the per capita average in 1870 and 1920, the Berlin Conference of Slavery. I take the per capita GDP of the Western nations. I compute the entire GDP from India, Australia, whatever the Western nations took to the rest of the world. I calculate, I give them the entire black Western world historically. The white people said, okay, you didn't want us, what we did to you, you didn't like us. Okay, we're paying you for it, but we won't never see you again. You got to go home.
Yeah. No, that is often.
Now, in capitalism, both parties are going to be satisfied. White people say, "Okay, we're paying you off, and you will never see Europe and America again. You go your way. Here's your money. Would you take the deal?"
Okay.
Good
angle.
I'll let you mull that over between yourself. I think Jim would take the deal. Would you, Jimmy?
That's exactly what I was saying to IC3 about the whole Charter City projects, where if certain African countries were prepared to lease a small parcel of land, ideally an island off the coast of Africa or wherever, and that place would be the new Hong Kong or Singapore, and that city would be populated by Africans who live in the West, either who aren't able to integrate or are or are able to integrate, but want to give back to their ancestral homeland. So that way, Africa countries get something out of it because they get this new, brilliant, up-to-date, high-tech city. Even if it's not directly under their control, they know that within 100 years it will be given back to them. But in the meantime, the city would be a great economic hub to create new institutions and lawyers in order to spread to the rest of the country, in order to build up better infrastructure and institutions and rule of law and all that stuff. And the white countries would benefit because that means there'll be less black people on welfare in their countries, and therefore they're able to obviously have better communities and all that stuff. So both parties have something to gain, rather it being a zero-sum game.
Right. So you say similar to the Singapore model. Is that what you're describing? What happened with Singapore?
Yeah, so Singapore or Hong Kong, I mean, it's more with Hong Kong model, where Hong Kong was this island off the coast of China under the British control, and once China learnt the benefits of free market capitalism from Hong Kong, they created these free economic zones which were near Hong Kong, which would lead to China going from a third world nation into a first world nation. And the same principle would be the same with Nigeria or any African country that has a city that is primarily run by the British at the start.
Right.
But that economic model, the creating rule of law institutions, would spread to the rest of the country. And after that period of time where that island was leased to the British, then that island would be given back to the African nation, and hopefully by that time it would be a independent, prosperous country that no longer has to rely on getting loans from either the IMF or China or whatever.
Okay, interesting. How about this model, Jim Bowden?
The problem I see with that is you're not taking into account the cultural dimensions of people. For example, as I see it, colonialism from French and the British has ceased since, say, 50s or early 60s. And what do we find 50, 60 years later? The problem with those countries still remains corruption, disregard of the law, etc. So what I see the issue at hand is you can't, we're sort of talking about apples and oranges, I think.
You can't talk about money, Jim, I think is your point. Money.
I'm sorry.
I think you.
No, what I'm saying, I'm trying to get back to reparation, the issue or the question of reparations, whether they should be implemented or not, or are they justified?
Well, even if they're justified, I think there's a deeper problem, Jim. I think if you were to pay reparations, I don't think you'd solve the problems of the black world.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Yeah. Absolutely, that's my point, basically. It will not. You can throw as much money as you can. And a good example is Aborigines in Australia. What has happened?
South Africa.
What has happened here, or what's happening here, is there are 11 politicians in various parliaments, New South Wales and federal parliament in Canberra, are Aborigines. Proportionately speaking, they are, they're overrepresented. That's good. But billions of dollars has been thrown at various projects, and the bureaucrats, or the professional Aborigines, as I call it, the elite, are taking all the bloody money. It doesn't trickle down to Brewarrina or Alice Springs, where the real need is. I'll give you an example. The problem is drugs, drinking, and that's chronic proportions. Our government, they turn their head the other way. non-education, children with venereal diseases, boys and girls 6, 7, 8, they got venereal diseases. No one's talking about it. It's swept under the carpet. There are real issues with poor Aborigines.
Okay.
All right.
So they were better under the white rule.
My wife deals. She works for legal aid, and the problem with Aborigines, I really feel sorry for them. But again, I'll give you an example. If you ever go outback, 80% of the town is Aboriginal. Everything is lawless. I mean, everything is burned. There are no doors. They go through the windows. Everything is broken. All housing commission built by the taxpayer is destroyed. And how would I put it? I don't know. Is it lack of education? Is it a lack of discipline? Is it our neoliberal system? I do not know. All right. So that's why.
Interesting.
The reason, again, leaving that aside, I actually voted no on the basis of, as I said, on the constitutional implications. That's why I voted no.
I want to show, can I jump in here? I want to show IC3 specifically and respond to this with a couple of fascinating animations that explain the problem. This is the animation of, and I can do this over 2,000 years. This is the animation from the 60s. Why the 50s and 60s? Because I'll go back early. World War II is after we have the basic data, right? What we're going to do here is what it's going to do is plot the world data of GDP by country after the boom of World War II, right? And what you're going to see is what actually happens and why. So let's just run this and watch what happens from 1960s, right? Can you guys see it? Am I sharing?
Yes.
Okay, watch. USA is number 1, Japan's number 2, France is number 2. We enter the 1960s, we've come into proper peacetime Europe. Communism is now fighting capitalism. Capitalism goes into a little slump before deregulations are going to occur in the 80s. Look at 1970s. Germany, Japan, fighting each other number 2. France, UK, the colonial powers are sliding down. Notice the colonial. Africa, India, Brazil, nowhere to be seen. 1970s, jump through. Look what's going to happen now. Now in the 1970s, 80s, we start the capitalism growth that is now spreading. 1980s, 1990s, capitalism is going to win the game. Communism is about to fall. The Berlin Wall is about to go down. The Cold War is about to finish. Right, let's keep going. Japan is still holding number 2. Germany is still holding 3. But then something starts happening. Watch. The colonial powers are still in charge. Colonial powers are still in charge. Here comes China. Here comes Mexico, still trying to struggle underneath. Here comes Brazil and China, decolonization effect. Japan is slowing down, the USA is slowing down. Watch what's happening. The industrialized nations are shrinking. Japan, Germany shrinking. The UK is falling. In comes Mexico, Brazil, and the BRICS. If you keep going through this curve, what you're going to see suddenly is the industrialized wars are going on, and the countries that are coming in over here are ex-colonized countries. Brazil, India, the tiger economies are going to come in. These were the ex-colonized countries that all the wealth was taken from these countries. So to ask yourself, the problem for Africa is, what do I have to do? What do I have to do? Oopsie, where have I gone? What do I have to do? Oopsie, let's put the start back here. What do I have to do if I was African and wanted to have the same thing for my nation? Well, it looks like the effective post-decolonization of wealth has been certain countries from a standing point of Africa, Asia, Brazil, colonized, have now been climbing up in a certain order. And they've been climbing up. So now India and China are going to be number 1 and number 2. The US is following. Nigeria is coming up. What is those countries doing that the other countries are not doing? Why are the African countries the bottom and some other countries the bottom? What are they not doing? How come Singapore, Korea, India, China have mass weight? Why are they growing up? What are they doing that's different? The answer is none of them had reparations. Do you know what they're doing? They copied the winning patterns of white nations.
They copied the winning
intellectual property stealing.
Of white nations.
Law and order, education, zero corruption. No corruption, law and order, education, no nepotism. They didn't get reparations, they didn't get reparations. So if you say reparations is a tool to get me to be as good as the other guys and maximize the profitability of 2 billion people in Africa, reparations is not the answer.
is it possible that movement that you demonstrate, you said is because they copied from the white people?
That's exactly what they did. The policy
yeah. Okay. Is it possible that there could have been, or there is, an oligarchy that can manipulate the markets to make that happen? Is that possible?
They could make a market less pure, but that doesn't seem to be the thing that has got the predictive power. The strongest thing is, if I now plot this against corruption index, transparency, education, you see that the ones that have done better copied the West.
You know, I got that point. I got the point. I'm just saying, can you consider an alternative? Because I heard that there's an oligarchy that was moving operations to the east. Therefore, I suspect it might be a possibility that that America or the West is under a managed decline. Is that possible? Just tell me if it's possible.
It's possible, but it doesn't look like the case. Anything is possible, but it doesn't look like it's the case. What is also happening is the world is now accelerating to global connectivity, and the connectivity into the 1990s and 2000s means countries that optimize their network of connections around the world, the global supply chain, the information, are going to do even better. The countries best placed to do those ones have already escaped the old age.
Okay, hold that point there. That point you made there very strong. So you're saying that the networking. So is it possible, or is it likely that there are people that are leading in the construction of international networks?
Yes.
And then and those people, hold it. Those people that are the authorities or have more power in the construction of those international networks, they could have biases. And say, okay, we're going to.
Racial, but they're not racial or national.
But what? Okay, but those, but could it be?
Actually, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm saying no, because we know who they are, we know their names, and we know what they do.
You know who they are.
No, they do. It's all secret. I've showed you them before. They're in the World Economic Forum. They're the global.
Yes, that's where I'm going. Okay.
The global model is saying the globalization, which is not racial and not national. It is post-racial and post-national. It is saying we want a global worldview, and it's going to help countries like the United States and the developed countries more. But the countries that are suffering, African nations and other poorer nations, are suffering because they haven't got out of the stage where they're still dealing with corruption.
Yeah, I understand.
There's also the.
I'll give you South Africa's example. I've been to South Africa many times, worked in South Africa. And the problem in South Africa, first of all, is just corruption. It doesn't matter if they're connected to people or not. The money is being taken. The president of Angola and a daughter for 30 years have taken the Angolan wealth out of the people. If Angola is not out to the world, the Angolan corruption by the black Angolan leader and the black Angolan daughter is the one that is the problem.
Okay, well, tell me what you think of this. What do you think of this? The Makinda World Island. What do you think of that? You know about that, don't you? The Makinda World Island, where they have you heard of the Makinda World Island?
I don't know what that means now.
Where they're trying to say that whoever controls Eurasia basically controls the world.
The world island.
The world island, yeah. What's it called?
The theories of those who control the coastline versus those are just like pop theories. What we do know from the data is that globalization is going to accelerate global wealth, and network effects of global wealth will benefit those who are highly networked, like South Korea, like the United Kingdom, like Australia.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The fastest growing economies, African countries, are countries like Botswana and
even the good African countries have the problem that because they still have it. All I have to do is show you the Economist World Corruption Index or the Gini Index on education.
But it's also like, you know, like we're in many ways the West is already giving reparations in the form of free food aid, and that's actually stunting the African economy.
Not so much, Jamie, anymore. Those nations, those industrialized Western nations, are already non-national. The United Kingdom is a signatory of 15,300 international treaties. Its nationalism has already been stripped out of it. It's already a global entity. It's a multinational entity called a nation state, but it's a nation state with 15,000 nodes to laws. The problem that IC3 is looking for is how to make black people better and well, because your first step is you're not out of the first baby step. And there's no one stopping you. The way to stop it is to do what Korea did, India did, China did, Taiwan does.
But would you agree that countries like Rwanda and Botswana are the ones taking those next steps?
They're the African. I look at the best performing African countries, and I look at why they're doing well relatively. You'll see that their corruption indexes are nowhere near them.
Yeah.
Can I give a pushback to your theory? You're absolutely right. 98% I agree with what you just said about globalism.
No.
But you're not mentioning the other side of the balance sheet, the counter arguments. There are two counter arguments. You're looking through the lens of economics, and the thing which is wrong with economics, and particularly the so-called free market economy or capitalism, is based on continuous growth.
Yes.
Continuous business. And my argument against that, there is not. I'm
not just trying to have an economic lens. I have a much richer, let's just say, advanced complexity theory lens of this. So this is just me telling the ICT. No, it's not just economics. It's also politics and culture. The three
that's right. The three. That's right. Finance, politics, culture.
Correct. Those three things together for each nation are interoperating like this, and the two of them are swirling upwards. I just give you the economic profile. ICT, Jim, just for a second, Jim. ICT's problem is he's focused on reparations and money on only the economic profile. But the problem why you're stunted economically is because your politics and culture have not solved the problems of the cultural problem of corruption. So it's not an economic problem.
Can I just mention one thing about GDP, the falsity of that argument? Australia is about to have about 500,000 next year, I think, 450,000 so-called doctors and engineers into Australia.
Enrichers.
Okay, enriching our culture. Our GDP will exponentially grow, but my slice of that pie
will
get less and less and less. So the furphy which all the politicians, Western politicians in particularly, but our economy is growing. And yes, they're absolutely correct in that assumption. They can statistically show. But if I'm a bricklayer, and all of a sudden there are 100 new bricklayers from from Taiwan, Africa, and Brazil. Well, I'm now my price. I'm charging $500 a day. Now I've got to compete, and that's what's happening. The buildings are going up, everything, but I'm getting less money.
I totally agree with that case. I'm not in the merge GDP as the balance sheet. The problem with the merge GDP argument, because globalization from hyper-capitalism, is it's not doing the other two parts of the balance sheet. It's not looking at the cultural cost and not looking at the political cost. So in your case, 30 or 40 years ago, an electrician in England, I'm assuming Aussie is just like England, was able to have a semi-manual job, buy a house, raise 3 kids, and his wife not work.
Absolutely correct.
2 Filipinos, 2 Bangladeshis, for the wage inflation that's flat, he may have had economic disparities, but the cultural cost is much higher.
Right. Cultural cost.
Yeah, the cultural cost is much higher. And so globalization is working for economic hypercapitalization, but by rushing the people together, because people are goods, suddenly I'm looking down the road, I got like 11 Poles, 2 Bulgarians, 4 Bangladeshis undercutting me for electing, and I know I'm never going to pay off my house.
Right.
That's not an economic cost, that's a socio-cultural cost.
The Klaus Schwab said, "You will own nothing and you shall be happy."
Yeah, that's exactly.
So how about this, Jim? How about this? Is that if the black nationalists and the white nationalists team up just to counter the globalists?
It won't work because nationalism cannot beat globalism. That ship has sailed. Nationalism will only be globalism in countries that are already ethno-states. The only thing that will beat globalism is distributed populism. And this is what nationalists don't get into their fucking heads. Ethnics don't get it. Ethnics don't get it. Nationalists don't get it. The goals of nationalism will not be delivered by nationalist movements. They'll be delivered by anti-globalist populist movements. That ship of nationalism only works for India. That's a 97% ethno-state. Nigeria is a 90% with 4 sub-tribes ethno-state. In the West, it's too late. You're not deporting any migrants. No one's going anywhere. If you want to get back to restore your cultural growth, which is not economic, I agree with you. My cultural growth as an Englishman is to go down the pub and do things with English people and not suddenly see 14 Indians, 3 Bangladeshis, and 2 Chinese guys in my group and pretend we're all Australian. Yeah, because we all know you're not. It just takes one riot to show you which side is which. That's not going to be beaten by nationalism. Joel Davis, Keith Woods are all intellectually dwarfed. No, it'll be beaten by populism. Because populism is defined as being anti-elitism.
So how can populism defend culture?
Because the people
conserve it.
Because the people don't want. They like the merged GDP, but when the people compute, they don't just compute with their wallet. They compute their political, have I got a say in my society, and their cultural. How many of these Pakistani guys tell me they're Australian, right? They're going to compute that, but they can't win on the cultural axis because they have no cultural power. They can't beat economically global hyper-capitalism, and their politicians are corrupt. Populism says because politicians are corrupt by governance and trust, and if I forget economics for a second, which is what they're using to pay us off, the only way I'll regain my culture is by retaking my politics, which will not be ethno-nationalist, it will be populism. If you say those who rule me are not ruling me right, those who rule me are letting the migrants in. Those who rule me don't care that my street no longer looks English. At the moment they said I'm an English nationalist, my ethnos won't agree with me. I won't have any economic power. Daddy must go and save you. And I don't have any political representatives who are going to bet against my culture. But if I say instead, no, you're not ruling me right.
Yeah.
And your policies to rule me are wrong. And therefore
you have the moral high ground.
No, you don't have the moral high ground. You have the people with you.
Yeah, therefore, but the people follow the moral high ground, don't they?
No, the people with you allow you to take the political high back. Then with political power, you can say merge, as Jim says accurately, merge GDP does not matter to me if Mark Carpenter or the man who licks off, the way I like to put it, Jim, is a Filipino a man for your nan. I don't want my nan at 90 to be looked after by a Filipino man. Right? I don't care the Filipino man is cheaper. I don't want to touch my nan, right? The Filipino man for my nan is something that's a cultural argument, a cultural evaluation.
Right.
I can't stop it politically. I can't stop it economically. I can only stop it politically when I vote out the guy. But to vote out the guy, I need the people, and the people are not going to go anti-economic, anti-cultural. Therefore, nationalism for the Western nations has failed. It cannot.
So a vote. So is it true that
I like that expression. I'm proud of that one.
Huh?
I'm proud of no Filipino man for my land.
Is it true that the fight of fiat currency versus digital currency is similar to party politics versus popular?
It's that when we split the atom about 12 years ago, we split currency. You can't stop that. You're not stopping digital currency for anything like that. It's just happening. But that's not the problem. That's still the economic access. We don't have any power, the economic access to change our elites and what they're doing to us. We don't have any social power. As much as the right tell you we're winning, lads, you're not. You're going to keep losing and losing and losing and losing. Each generation is going to be more and more left wing.
Right.
The only thing you have left, the biggest thing they fear, the thing they fear the most, is one man, one vote.
Yeah.
And one man, one vote, as long as the left and right keep fighting trannies and cultural divides, I don't like blacks, you don't like browns, I don't like gays, you keep losing to the globalists.
Yeah.
The thing you have to do is say, no, you're not ruling me right, and you'll find that the left agree with you for different reasons, and the right
for different reasons.
and that's how you keep them out. Right.
So how? Yeah.
I would absolutely agree with you on that point. As a Catholic, a traditional Catholic, I see this Pope Francis at the moment. He's a total disaster. The Catholic Church is about to go through another schism. I don't know whether you're fully aware or not. There's a synod going on as we speak in Rome, and the liberation theology, the left-leaning South American priests of the 60s and 70s have permeated throughout the church. This homosexuality and so forth. I mean, the fifth column is just unbelievable, and the Catholic Church, fortunately or unfortunately, is becoming a joke like the Anglican Church is now. I mean, they got those LGBTQ XYZs, female deacons, etc., etc., etc. Thus, I'm sort of going even radical right, and I'm saying to myself, what I'm saying is Genghis Khan and Attila the Hun are too left-leaning. And I'm looking towards Putin at the moment. Bastion of European Christianity.
The culture was already lost. Globalism is using progressivism to defeat the right. Globalism is using the racism of the right to defeat the left. And globalism is taking both the lunch money. You're not. The culture war is a red herring. Stop thinking about Chinese and gays. Stop thinking about race. Really, because you don't. What you want to think about is, how did they do this to me? How did they get the right to do this to me? The left will agree with you instantly. They say, forget race and forget class. They're like, yeah, the left are not getting what they want. That's the people. The right are not getting what they want. Different things, not the people. And if the left and right combine populism or nationalism, then you've got your foot on the door of the political axis of power. It's with the political axis of power you then change the cultural law. You change the immigration law. You change no, I don't want two gay men kissing in a church. But you can't do shit about that. The right thing they're going to beat it with racism. The left thing they're going to beat it with progressivism. Both of them are doing it. All the data. We have data at 13 dimensions over 420 spaces. All show you're wrong.
Are there a number of people fighting to deliver a populist voting mechanism? Like there's a fight for different digital. Yeah, I know but are you the only one, or are there a number of people trying to be?
There are 35 different startups technologically that are in the race. Most of them are at different stages of development. Most of them are in the United States and England and the advanced world, and they have different agendas. There's probably only 2 or 3 potential technologies that could create such a platform. We believe we are way ahead of any of them. But we believe that they will have different flavors. So the flavor in Germany, have you noticed the Germans doing a lot better the AfD wing? The German flavor will not be the same as the English flavor, which will not be the same as the Dutch flavor. But those people have different things, they have different governmental systems, but the principles are the same.
So populism will be will have different flavors in different areas. So the German populism, but it will fundamentally be the same thing.
It's simply because if I went over here and I went populism, let me just put this into here. I went populism and I did this, and let me just share my screen once more. And where the fuck did I go? If I do this, and that's the Royal Navy. I don't want that. I want this. That's my freaking screen. Right. If I went over here and I shared my screen, and I said, let's get our words really accurate, because you know I'm a bit of a word Nazi, don't you, my dear ICP? If I went and said, what is populism? Whoops, populism, let's change this. Am I sharing the screen, by the way? Are you seeing this screen?
Yes.
Okay. I'm too tired. Populism, a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel that their concerns are disregarded by established elite groups. It says nothing about race. It says nothing about trannies. It says nothing about capitalism. It says nothing about socialism.
Right.
It says nothing about the left-right economic divide. It says nothing about the left-right cultural divide. It says at 90 degrees to it. It says the people aren't getting what they want.
Right.
Right. Now, if you look at let's give me the UK data, since World War II, at the start of World War II to today, from 45% to now over 75 to 80% believe that the British members of parliament and the British politicians do not do what they want. When asked, do the British people serve their party or themselves? They say, no, they only serve themselves. Do they serve the people? No. These numbers are 80%. They're not saying, do they serve me on immigration? They're not saying, do they serve me on race? They don't say they're serving me on healthcare. They don't say they're serving me on human rights. If I ask the left, are you getting what you want? 80% say no. What do you want? Better healthcare. If I ask the right, are you getting what you want? 80% say no. What do you want? Lower migration. If I went in there as a national and said, I want lower migration, immediately 60% of my people would disagree with me. If I go in there and say, I want more healthcare, social security spending, 60% of my people would disagree with me. And the globalists look at both these and go, thank you very much for your lunch money.
So how will a successful populist voting system not be the same for every region?
Because the political system would vary within countries having different rules. For example, there are different, like Germany has 12 divisions of republics in this way, United Kingdom 650 constituencies, and then the policy positions that organize legislation vary by nation.
Yeah, maybe I remember listening to this member of the AFD last night, and he made a very interesting point of view that the Anglosphere is very good at producing ideas, but lacks any political solutions, whilst Germany may lack all these great ideas but do very well in the political arena.
Very good at governance, very good at making things work correctly. The British are very good at innovating, but things don't work as well. But the problem here as well is that's innovation versus regulation and governance. The problem is not that. Those are post-process functional things. So what we've got, a platform we built, is we have taken every piece of legislation, every square inch of the United Kingdom, down to the resolution of each street and house. Every piece of it, every YouTube channel, every Twitter, every Telegram connected space. We're telling the people when we're going live, the political party is sitting there, the platform is sitting there, we're going, look, we're not taking any positions. We take no positions on the left, no positions on the right. The only position we take is what you take. That is the populist position. Now, the left in Islington will say, I want more healthcare, better benefits for NGOs. People in Devon and Cornwall will say, less migration, get the darkies out. Now, the people in Cornwall and the people in Islington are both losing because they're ideologically divided as opposed to spatially. Now, given the sheer amount of our data and the sheer sophistication of what we built, we can see exactly what that looks like.
Right.
Down to the square inch. If I turned it on right now and showed it to you, which I won't do, you've seen glimpses, I see through Jamie knows. Exactly what level it out. That cannot be stopped by globalism. The entrenched advantages of the wealthy or the rich, let the right, let's put on race, but based, yeah, you're debased and you're going to lose your ethnos. The left, Justice, BLM, you're going to meet racists all your life. Both of you are going to be worse off because the globalists are just going to keep flooding you with migration. And as Jim said very correctly, lowering your not just your GDP argument, but lowering your cultural cost. Even if I have GDP stability, I still have a Filipino man for my nan. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't want the Filipino man for my nan. God bless the Filipino people, but you ain't touching my man, right? You can't stop the Filipino man with your man unless you, right? And that's what populism looks like. Africa, with populism, would supercharge itself past anything reparations could ever get, because Africa's biggest problem is corruption. This system cannot be corrupted. It's built on protocols from software that make it uncorruptible. We couldn't corrupt it. So it cannot be taken over by entryism, nepotism, right? Just like I can't fuck with the StreamYard protocols. That's how all of us in 4 different locations with 4 different computers and 4 different OSs are still looking at each other.
So how will it impact the nature of war?
The more peaceful and prosperous people are, the less they go to war with each other. There's a great saying, you've never seen a rich fat, middle-class person with 3 kids ever become a terrorist? Why would he?
Yeah,
Right?
like some of the best
Yeah.
some of the best military technology comes from Israel, because they're always like in that prepare for like invasion or missiles and all that stuff.
Right, right.
War is a function. War is a function of the power arbitration of the all, because the concentration of power in the hands of the globalists, it's a form of multilateral power using, in the all 3 states of the realm, using the king of force. There's only 3 types of power, right? I'm using physical power, force. I can make you do what you want. I'm the law, I'm the king, I'm the police. As opposed to the fiscal economic power, I can make you do what I want by giving you money. Or the social power. I can be Greta and change your country forever. So I have the electorate. In this case, wars and all these things being orchestrated, ripping, guaranteeing Jim has a Filipino man for his man, right? The force is forcing the Filipino man, with disrespect, Jim, upon your land. That force can only be stopped by being anti-global. And therefore, the goals of nationalism and the goals of the stupid alt-right DR, more race, more base, these people are just going, same with the people left, more homosexual kisses, they go nowhere.
So how's the race
I will concede that what you just said is very much applicable to the Western world, being Europe, Canada, Australia, America, and New Zealand. However, going back to nationalism or ethno-nationalism, there are 4 countries, as I see, which don't fit into that mold, but being Japan, South Korea, and China and Russia, and Iran. In other words, what I'm saying, these 5 powers, that's where the future is, because homogeneity in terms of ethnicity is very important, I think.
Only for people who have your perspective, James. Only for people who want. But there are people who actually genuinely want heterogeneous living. The solution is let the multiculturalists live with multiculturalists. They want migrants, you live with them. So imagine a spatial distribution.
Isn't this a fight, particularly with Russia, not complying with the Western global homo situation?
All nations are being stopped with the global.
And Americans, the neocons, have a real gripe against Russians because their great-grandfathers, they all came from Ukraine and Russia.
But these are the old models, Shane. In the global model, they don't count anymore. You're seeing the dying end of the global unipolar modern world model, which are being defeated and already. If you read the literature of the globalists and everything, they're miles ahead of naturalists. Any such thinking. Now, human nature, the social stovepipe says some white people only want to live with white people. I know black people don't even like the sight of white people. Let them live with their own, but then black people want to live with lots of other people, and there's white people want to live with other people. Let them live with their own.
I'm not saying living in all that, but I'm just thinking in terms of the future, where the future lies. Is it with the Western multicultural sphere, or is it with those more pure nations, as I just mentioned? Those 5.
I think the old nation states are going away, and what you're going to get is a digital balkanization, where within nations you will have the right to live or be able to move and live in a place which is mainly white or mainly mixed. Right now, you can't do either. So if you want to be someone who has high in-group preference and don't want to see white people, or you want to be a white person who wants to see lots of different people, right now you're both fucked. So the existing old nation states that are historical and geospatial boundaries are already toast.
It's interesting. What's happening now is in the Middle East, in Israel or Gaza. It's basically ethnic cleansing, basically.
Well, it's ethnic cleansing, but it's more like the old world cleaning itself up. But if you look at, so we're talking to Dominic Cummings, people, who is probably one of the greatest political thinkers in the UK, right? And his model for his startup party and stuff is we really dwarf what he's done. Because they already see that the answer for the future, if you have enough prescience, you're not stuck in my old whatever, right? Then you can look at the different countries, like back to IC3's point to loop back, is different countries on different parts of that trajectory, but the direction of all of them is still the same way. Now, if you're very prescient and you really care about things like I care about, say, England and English culture, like I do about Germans, but I don't have any great feeling one way or the other for the fucking Finns, right? And definitely, yeah, I just don't, and I'm not racist. I have even less interest in the Congolese, right? So I have no great concern interest in the Congolese or the Finns. Well, then the Congolese and the Finns can, who's this? Someone's coming. Who's this? Yo, what's up? Oh, right. Okay, hang on. Not wrong place, man. So yeah, if you look at those differences, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. So you can look at the historical current conflicts and their positions and say those are just different trains on different tracks at different speeds. Now the globalists, and I'm an anti-globalist, there's only three possible trajectories. Globalism the way they want it, one big fungible hyper-capitalist pyramid, right? Globalism the way the left want it, you will love your Filipino man, nah? And globalism the way the conservative true right, which I consider myself represent, which is human biodiversity at the bottom and meritocracy at the top under God. Morals from above by God, human biodiversity at the bottom, and says, that Filipino man, he ain't like my man.
So how in the system, in the populist voting system, will it have a bias to one of those three things that you described? Is that
a longer term
vision?
It's a longer term, because I've talked a lot to the FD very recently, a lot more. The longer term bias is to get each of these countries to launch a concurrent simultaneous attack against the cathedral and let each side do their own work. I don't understand how the Finns want to do it, but I know how to give them what they want. Then let them do it, right? To give me an example, if I used Uber and Airbnb, if Uber launches in Germany, which it has obviously, but if Uber suddenly decided to move to Congo, Uber in Congo is going to have a completely fucking different model, right? Uber in, let's say, Wichita, right?
The food would be before delivered.
Yeah, Uber in the Gulf Coast will have far lower security concerns than Uber in, say, Rwanda, right? So security for the Uber in Rwanda might be nothing like security for the Uber in the Gold Coast, right?
Yeah, but it's still the same software, just that the inputs will be different, correct?
And not just the same software. There's a deeper intellectual overarching model of the whole motherfucking affair.
How's that? Because basically, you'll be inputting an individual, and then you'll be inputting a number of parties to vote for, and then those number of parties you can drill down and see their policies. Yes. So it's just a database, isn't it?
Not quite, because the database is just representation of a model. It's the model that is federated and varied, and the model is going to have enough ontological is not a word you like, enough power to be common, but enough power to be different. All trees need roots and have water that make branches, but an oak tree is not a banana tree. Right?
Right.
And I want banana trees. And I even want underneath the mango trees.
But won't that
yellow ribbon round the old tree.
But won't the type of tree come about be shaped or formed by the people buying into the system, not by the system designers?
I love you. Not just buying into the system, you're given a hyper incentive where the more they do it, the more they're locked into it in a process of auto-capitalistically increasing return until we lock the motherfuckers. Look, the goals of nationalism will be delivered by the geeks. Right? You know, we come in the name.
So the modern day geeks are the equivalent of the old monastery monks.
The oratorists, the priests, those who speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to fight me, bro? Let's go meet somewhere. I'll bring you my special forces boys. I won't lift a hand. They'll kill you on my behalf. The warrior protects the priest for the king. I just need to know the guys who are going to fight for me without even lifting my hand.
Right.
Because despite a lot of public opinion, I'm not really the flight principal. But you know what? We haven't had a platform update for a while. I see three only a glimpse of before. Let me see.
Now, what's with the Zionist hoodie?
Yeah, I mean, we've got like, you know, I've had a lot of personal sort of domestic related issues which have kept me long in Germany than necessary. But the recent effects and a recent experiment have been quite good as well for some of the parts.
You're being provocative, aren't you?
You know, I was born to troll, mate. I troll Paul. Yeah.
Good on
you. I got 15 weeknights to quit yesterday. That's pretty quick. Yeah. Using racially aggravated Telegram responses. You'd be proud of me, CJ. But you know what, Chad? I probably should. I just looked at the time. I think it's probably. Is that okay if we call?
What time is it? Oh, look at the time. Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hit my bed.
It's 11:42 Sunday morning here in Sydney.
Yeah.
It's the day of the Lord. It's toughest we've done, man.
All right,
thank you for letting me on, Ralph. It's been a good conversation. The populist model is.
Hit me up sometime, Ed, because you might like a quick look at where we are. We're very close now.
Yeah. Well, you got my email, so just tell me when you got an update.
Ralph, give your email and I'll shoot you.
I'll tell you what. Let me put one of my emails in the private chat, so we can do that. Actually, can you put yours again, because a bunch of people are looking for you. They want to arrange a chat with Speakers Corner, and I forgot which email to use. So can you just put your one that's latest?
Yeah, all right.
And I'll do the same, and you can just use this one.
I'll give you my email.
Yeah, because Ross never sleeps. Hey Jim, that's your argument.
What?
I said to Jim, I said Ross never sleeps. He probably knows you on his own.
Yep.
Jamie, I hate you tomorrow. So do you like the theme? It should be called "No Filipino Man for Money."
Absolutely. I'm going to use that.
It's a good one, mate. You knock yourself out. And you put these somewhere safe. All right, it's been a pleasure. Just remember, God bless the troops. Alhamdulillah. The IDF will be.
Good night, all.
Good night. All the best. See you later. Thank you. Bye.